You have just resurrected my soul. Alyosha's lips began to tremble and his breathing grew constricted. He stopped. Anyone would think she'd saved you. Rakitin laughed, maliciously. And she was going to swallow you whole, do you realize that? Wait, Rakitka. Grushenka said, suddenly leaping up. Be quiet, the two of you. Now I shall say everything. You, Alyosha, be quiet because your words make me feel ashamed of myself, because I'm wicked and not good, that's what I am. And you, Rakitka, be quiet because you're telling lies. I did have a base idea of swallowing him whole, but now you're telling lies, it's all quite different now and don't let me hear you say anymore, Rakitka. Grushenka said all this with extraordinary agitation. Look at those two, they're possessed. Rakitin hissed, examining them both with surprise. You're like crazy folk, it's as though I'd landed in a madhouse. You've softened each other's brains, you'll start weeping in a moment. I will start weeping, I will start weeping. Grushenka said several times. He called me his sister, and I shall never ever forget that. Only you see, Rakitka, though I may be wicked, I've still given my onion. What onion? Fie, the devil, they really have gone mad. Rakitin was astonished at their exultation and had touchily lost his temper, even though he might have fathomed that for both there had coincided all the elements necessary to shake their souls in the way that this infrequently occurs in life. But Rakitin, who possessed a remarkable sensitivity to all that concerned himself, only had a very crude grasp of the feelings and sensations of his fellow human beings, partly because of his youthful inexperience, and partly because of his great egoism. You see, Alyosha, Grushenka laughed nervously all of a sudden, turning towards him. I boasted to Rakitka that I'd given my onion, but I shall not boast of it to you, I shall tell you about it with a different end in view. It's only a fable, but it's a good fable. I heard it when I was a little girl from my Matryona, who now works as my cook. Well then, it goes like this. Once upon a time there was a wicked woman, who died. And she left behind her not one single good deed. The devil seized her and threw her into the fiery lake. But her guardian angel stood, and thought, what good deed of hers might I remember, in order to tell God? He remembered, and told God. She pulled up an onion in the kitchen garden, he said, and gave it to a beggar woman. And God replied to him, very well, he said, take that very same onion and offer it to her in the lake, let her reach for it and hold on to it, and if you can pull her out of the lake, then let her go to heaven, but if the onion breaks, then let the woman remain where she is now. The angel ran over to the woman and offered her the onion. Here you are, woman, he said, reach for it, and hold on. And then carefully he began to pull her, and soon she was nearly right out, but then the other sinners in the lake, when they saw that she was being pulled out, all began to catch hold of her, so that they should be pulled out together with her. But the woman was a wicked woman, and she began to kick them with her feet. I'm the one who's being pulled out, not you. The onion's mine, not yours. And no sooner had she said that than the onion broke. And the woman fell back into the lake and burns there to this very day. As for the angel, he began to weep and left the spot. There, that's how that fable goes, Alyosha, I know it off by heart, for I am that wicked woman. I boasted to Rakitka that I'd given my onion, but to you I shall put it differently, that onion is all I have ever given in all my life, and it is the only good deed I've ever done. And do not praise me after this, Alyosha, do not think I am good, for I am wicked, and if you praise me you will lead to shame. Oh, I shall confess it all now. Listen, Alyosha, I so much wanted to get you to come to my place and kept bothering Rakitin so much about it, that I promised him 25 rubles if he'd bring you to me. Wait, Rakitka, just a moment. With swift footsteps she approached the table, opened its drawer, took out a portemonnaie, and from it a 25-ruble banknote. What nonsense! What nonsense, the perplexed Rakitin exclaimed. Accept the return of my obligation, Rakitin, I don't think you'll turn it down, for you requested it yourself. And she tossed the note in his direction. "I'd like to see me turn it down," Rakitin said in a deep voice, plainly embarrassed, but bravely covering up his shame. "That will come in very handy. Fools exist for the profit of the clever man. And now be quiet, Rakitin, now all that I shall say is for other ears than yours. Go and sit over there in the corner and keep quiet. If you don't like us, you can keep quiet." "Why should I like you?" Rakitin bit off, no longer trying to conceal his malice now. The 25-ruble note he put in his pocket, and before Alyosha he really did feel ashamed. He had been counting on receiving his payment afterwards, so that the others should not learn of it, and now his shame made him lose his temper. Until that moment he had thought it most politic not to contradict Grushenka too much, in spite of all her flicks and fillips, for it was plain that she had a kind of power over him. Now, however, he too became angry. "If you like someone you do so for something they've done, but what have you two ever done for me?" "Well, you should like other people for nothing, the way Alyosha does." "How do you know he likes you? What sign has he ever shown you, that you make such a fuss of him?" Grushenka stood in the middle of the room and spoke with ardor. Her voice contained a note of hysteria. "Be quiet, Rakitka, you don't understand a thing about us. And from now on do not dare to address me as thou, I will not permit it, and where did you get such boldness from, that's what I'd like to know. Sit in the corner and be quiet, like my lackey. And now, Alyosha, I shall tell you alone the plain truth, so you may see what a brute creature I am. I'm not talking to Rakitka, but to you. I wanted to destroy you, Alyosha, that is the whole truth of the matter. I had completely made up my mind to do it. I so much wanted to do it that I even bribed Rakitka with money to bring you here. And why did I want such a thing so much? You, Alyosha, were not even aware of anything. You would turn away from me. When you passed me you would lower your eyes, but I had watched you 100 times before then, had begun to make inquiries about you from everyone. Your face had remained in my heart. He despises me, I thought, he doesn't even want to look at me. And in the end I was taken by such a degree of feeling that I surprised even myself. Why was I so afraid of a little boy like that? I would swallow him whole and laugh. My spite had really been aroused. I don't know if you realize it, but no man in this town even dares to talk or even think of coming to Agrafena Alexandrovna for that wicked business. The old man here is the only man I have. I am bound to him and sold to him. Satan wedded us, and I see none of the others. But when I saw you, I decided, I shall swallow him whole. I shall swallow him whole and laugh. You see what a wicked she-dog is the woman you called your sister. Well, now this assailant of my honor has arrived, and I am sitting here waiting for a message. Do you realize what he has been to me, this assailant of my honor? 5 years ago, when Kuzma brought me here, I used to sit here, burying myself away from other people, hoping that no one would see me or get to hear of me. I was thin and stupid and I used to sit and sob, didn't sleep for nights on end, thinking, and where is he now, the assailant of my honor? He's probably laughing with the other girl about me, and if I ever see him or meet him sometime I know what I shall do. I shall pay him back. That's what I'll do, I shall pay him back. At night in the darkness I would sob into my pillow, thinking all this over, tearing my heart on purpose, assuaging it with malice. Oh, I shall pay him back, I shall pay him back. That was what I used to cry aloud in the darkness. And when I would suddenly remember that there was nothing I could do to him, nothing at all, and that he must be laughing at me now, and might very easily have forgotten me altogether and dismissed me from his thoughts, I would throw myself from my bed to the floor, burst into impotent tears and lie there, shaking and shaking, until dawn. In the morning I would get up more vicious than a dog, and would gladly have swallowed whole the entire world. Then, what do you suppose? I began to save up capital, became hard and without mercy, put on flesh. I'd acquired some sense, you think, eh? Not a bit of it. No one in the whole world sees it and no one in the whole world knows it, but when the murk of night comes down I sometimes lie here, just like the little girl I was 5 years ago, grinding my teeth and wailing all night, oh, I shall pay him back, I shall pay him back, and that is what is in my thoughts. did you hear all that? Well then, now you understand me. A month ago this letter suddenly arrived. He was coming here, had lost his wife who had died. He wanted to see me. At the time I could scarcely breathe for shock, and then, merciful Lord, I suddenly thought, he'll come and whistle to me, call me, and like a little she-dog I'll go creeping to him, cowed and guilty. As I thought that I could not believe it, am I base or am I not, will I run after him or will I not? And now all this month I have been so angry with myself that it's even worse than it was 5 years ago. You see now, Alyosha, how wild and savage I am. Now I have told you the whole truth. I was playing with Mitya so that I wouldn't go running after that other. Keep quiet, Rakitka, it's not for you to judge me, I have not been talking to you. Just now, before you arrived, I was lying here, waiting, thinking, deciding the whole of my future fortune, and you will never know what things there were in my heart. No, Alyosha, tell your lady that she must not take offense at what happened the other day. And no one in the whole world knows what I am going through now, and cannot know. Because today I may go there with a knife, I have not decided yet. And, having delivered herself of this pathetic remark, Grushenka suddenly lost her self-control, did not finish her sentence, covered her face with her hands, threw herself upon the sofa and began to sob like a small child. Alyosha rose from his seat and approached Rakitin. Misha, he said, please don't be angry. I know you resent what she said, but don't be angry. Did you hear what she said just now? One cannot ask so much of a human soul, one must be more merciful. Alyosha got this out in an uncontainable rush of heartfelt emotion. He needed to express himself, and he had turned to Rakitin. Had Rakitin not been there, he would have uttered his exclamations alone. But Rakitin gave him a mocking look, and Alyosha suddenly stopped. They spent all last night and this morning charging you up with that elder of yours, and now you've let fly at me with him, Alyoshenka, man of God, Rakitin said with a hate-filled smile. Do not laugh, Rakitin, do not smirk like that, do not speak of the departed, he is loftier than any man there has ever been on earth. Alyosha cried out with a wail in his voice. I speak to you not as a judge, but as the least of the judged. What am I before her? I came here in order to be destroyed, saying, go on, go on. And that was because of my cowardice, while she, after 5 years of suffering, no sooner did someone come and say a sincere word to her, forgave everything, forgot everything and cried. The assailant of her honor has returned, is summoning her, and yet she forgives him everything and hurries to him in joy, and she will not take the knife, she will not take it. Oh, I am not like that. I do not know whether you are like that, Misha, but I am not like that. Today, the moment I received this lesson, She loves in a way that is loftier than yours or mine. Have you heard her say this earlier, what she said just now? No, you have not. If you had, you would have understood everything long ago. And let the other woman, whom she offended the other day, let her, too, forgive her. And she will forgive her, if she learns of this, and she shall learn of it. This soul has not yet been reconciled, we must spare it. This soul may contain a treasure. Alyosha stopped speaking, for his breathing had been cut short. Rakitin, in spite of all his malicious anger, stared at him in astonishment. Never had he expected from the quiet Alyosha a tirade like this. Upon my word, we have an advocate among us. Have you gone and fallen in love with her, or something? Agrafena Alexandrovna, I say, our keeper of the fasts has damn well gone and fallen in love with you, you have a conquest, he exclaimed with brazen laughter. Grushenka raised her head from the pillow and looked at Alyosha with a smile of tender emotion, which shone in her face that was now somehow suddenly swollen from the tears she had just shed. Leave him alone, Alyosha, my cherub, you see the kind of fellow he is, he's no one for you to talk to. You know, Mikhail Osipovich, she said, turning to Rakitin, I was going to ask your pardon for having shouted at you, but now I don't feel like it anymore. Alyosha, come over to me and sit down here, she said, beckoning him with a joyful smile. There, yes, sit down here, and tell me. She took him by the hand and peered, smiling, into his eyes. Tell me, do I love that man or do I not? The assailant of my honor, do I love him or not? Before you arrived I was lying here in the darkness, asking that question of my heart over and over again. Do I love that man or do I not? You decide it for me, Alyosha. The time has come, and whatever you decide, so shall it be. Shall I forgive him or not? But you've already forgiven him, Alyosha got out, smiling. Yes, I suppose I have, Grushenka said, reflectively. Oh, what a base heart! To my base heart, she said as she suddenly snatched her glass from the table, drank it down in one, raised it and hurled it to the ground with a flourish. The glass smashed, its fragments tinkling. A thin line of cruelty flickered in her smile. Though perhaps I haven't forgiven him yet, she said in a voice that was somehow stern, looking down at the ground, as though it were herself she was talking to. Perhaps my heart is only preparing itself to forgive him. I shall have to struggle some more with that heart of mine. You see, Alyosha, I've grown awfully fond of my 5-year-old tears. It may be that I'm fond only of the assault upon my honor, and not of him at all. Well, I wouldn't like to be in his skin. Rakitin hissed. No, and you won't be, Rakitka, never will you be in his skin. You shall stitch my shoes for me, Rakitka, that is the task I shall use you for, but one such as I you will never get your hands on. And neither, perhaps, may he. Oh, really? Then why have you got yourself all dressed up like that? Rakitin said, venomously taunting her. Don't you go criticizing the way I'm dressed, Rakitka, you do not yet know all that is in my heart. If I feel like it, I shall tear off this finery, right this very minute, she exclaimed resonantly. You don't know what the purpose of this finery is, Rakitka. Perhaps I'll come out to him and say, have you ever seen me like this, eh? After all, I was a thin, consumptive, 17-year-old crybaby when he abandoned me. And I'll sit down close to him and seduce him and fan his passion. Have you ever seen me as I am now? I'll say. Well then, that's all you're getting, my dear gentleman, for there's many a slip twixt cup and lip. Perhaps that's why I'm all dressed up like this, Rakitka, Grushenka concluded with a malicious little laugh. I'm wild, Alyosha, I'm savage. If I tear off my finery I shall mutilate myself and my beauty, I shall burn my face and lay it open with a knife, I shall go and beg for alms. If I don't feel like it, I shan't go anywhere now or visit anyone, and if I want to I shall send back to Kuzma everything he's given me, including all his money, and shall go and work all my life as a daily drudge. Do you think I wouldn't do that, Rakitka? Do you think I wouldn't dare to do that? I would, in fact I'll do it right now, so just don't irritate me. And as for the other, I'll pull a long nose at him, and he won't get his hands on me. These last words she shouted hysterically, but again lost her self-control, covered her face with her hands, threw herself on the pillow and again shook with sobs. Rakitin got up from his seat. It's time we were going, he said. It's late. They won't let us into the monastery. Grushenka fairly leapt to her feet. Oh, Alyosha, are you really going to leave? She exclaimed in sorrowful amazement. Oh, what is it you're doing to me now? You've got me all worked up, all tormented to death, and now this night again I'm to be left on my own. You don't expect him to spend the night with you, do you? Though if he wants to, let him. I shall go alone. Rakitin chaffed with caustic relish. Be quiet, wicked soul. Grushenka shouted at him savagely. Never have you spoken to me the kind of words that he came to speak to me. What were they? Rakitin muttered in irritation. I don't know, I've no idea. I've absolutely no idea what they were, those words. It was my heart they spoke to. He turned my heart upside down. He is the first and only man to have taken pity on me, so there. Why did you not come earlier, cherub? she said, suddenly falling on her knees before him, almost in a frenzy. All my life I have waited for one such as you, have known that someone like you would come and forgive me. I had faith that someone would love even a filthy woman like me, and not for the sake of mere shame. You ask what I've done to you? Alyosha replied with tender emotion, bending down to her and taking her by the hands. I've given you an onion, just one very small onion, no more, no more. And, having got this out, he himself began to weep. At that moment there was a sudden clatter and commotion in the passage, and someone entered the anteroom. Grushenka leapt up in what appeared to be extreme panic. Into the room, clattering and shouting, ran Fenya. Lady, my dear lady, the estafette has arrived, she exclaimed merrily and out of breath. They're sending a tarantas from Mokroy for you, Timofey the coachman, with a troika of horses. They're putting on the new relay now. The letter, dear lady, here's the letter. In one hand she was holding a letter, and all the time she was shouting she waved it about in the air. Grushenka whipped the letter out of her hand and brought it up to the candle. It was no more than a small note, just a few lines, and she read it in a split second. He has called me, she shouted, pale all over, her features distorted by a painful smile. He has whistled. Go creeping to him, little she-dog. But only for one split second did she stand in what looked like hesitation. Suddenly the blood rushed to her head, suffusing her cheeks with fire. I shall go, she exclaimed suddenly. 5 years of my life. Farewell. Farewell, Alyosha, my fate is decided. Go from me all of you now, and let me never see you again. Grushenka has flown off to her new life. You too must think kindly of me, Rakitka. It may be that I am going to my death. Bang! Like a drunk woman. Suddenly she turned her back on them and ran into her bedroom. Well, she's not interested in us now. Rakitin muttered. Come on, let's be off, or else that female shouting will start again. I'm fed up with all that shouting and tears. Alyosha, in mechanical fashion, allowed himself to be conducted outside. In the yard stood the tarantas, from which the horses were being unharnessed. People walked to and fro with a lantern, bustling about. A fresh troika, a team of 3 horses, was being led in through the open gateway. But no sooner had Alyosha and Rakitin come down the steps of the porchway than Grushenka's bedroom window suddenly opened, and she shouted after Alyosha in a resonant voice. Alyosheka, bow to your brother Matenka for me, and tell him to think kindly of me, his wicked girl. And also repeat these words of mine to him, Grushenka has gone to a scoundrel, and not to you, who are a noble man. And tell him, too, that Grushenka loved him for 1 small hour of time, only 1 small hour did she love him, and that he must remember that small hour all the rest of his life. Tell him that Grushenka commands him to remember it all the rest of his life. She concluded in a voice that was full of sobbing. The window banged shut. Hm. Rakitin mumbled, laughing. She cuts your brother Matenka's throat, and then orders him to remember it all the rest of his life. Such carnivorousness! Alyosha made no reply, as though he had not even heard. He walked quickly beside Rakitin, as though he were in a dreadful hurry. He was in a kind of oblivion, his steps mechanical. Something suddenly stabbed at Rakitin, as though his fresh wound had been touched by a finger. This was not at all what he had expected when had brought Alyosha together with Grushenka. It had all worked out quite differently, and in a way that was not as he wanted. He's a Pole, this Oser of hers, he said, breaking the silence again, and holding himself in check. And he's not really an Oser at all now. He's been working as a customs official somewhere on the Chinese border. He's probably some creepy, effeminate little Pole. They say he was fired. Now he's got wind that Grushenka's got some capital to spend, so here he is back again. There's your explanation of all the miracles. Again Alyosha seemed not to hear. Rakitin could not restrain himself. So, converted a sinner, have you, he said, laughing at Alyosha maliciously. Put the fornicatress back on the right road again? Cast out the 7 devils, eh? So this is where they are, the miracles we've been expecting today, they've come to pass. Stop it, Rakitin, Alyosha said in response, with suffering in his soul. It's those 25 rubles, isn't it? That's why you despise me now. I've gone and sold a true friend down the river. But I mean to say, you're not Christ, and I'm not Judas. Oh, Rakitin, honestly, I'd forgotten about that, Alyosha exclaimed. It's you yourself who've reminded me. But Rakitin had now flown into a complete fury. The devil take your hides, each and every one of you, he held suddenly. And what the devil am I doing associating with someone like you? I don't want to know you any more after today. Off you go on your own, there's your way. And he turned sharply down another street, leaving Alyosha alone in the murk. Alyosha walked out of the town and crossed the fields to the monastery. 4. Cana of Galilee. It was already very late by monastery standards when Alyosha reached the hermitage. The gatekeeper let him in by a special route. 9 o'clock had already struck, the hour of common rest and repose after a day that had been so trying for them all. Alyosha timidly opened the door and stepped into the elder's cell, in which his kohen now stood. Apart from Father Paisy, who was solitarily reading the gospel over the kohen, and the novice youth Porphyry, worn out by the previous night's discourse and by the fuss and bustle of that day and now in the other room on the floor sleeping a sound, youthful sleep, there was no one in the cell. Father Paisy, though he heard Alyosha enter, did not even look in his direction. Having passed through the doorway, Alyosha turned to the right and made for a corner, got down on his knees and began to pray. His soul was full to overflowing, but in a manner troubled and unclear, and not a single sensation made itself plainly discerned, but, on the contrary, with all too great an effect, each kept ousting the last in a kind of quiet, even revolution. But there was a sweetness in his heart, and it was strange, but Alyosha was not surprised by this. Again he saw before him that kohen, that shut-up corpse so precious to him, but now the weeping, aching, agonizing sorrow there had been in his soul that morning was not there. Before the kohen, immediately upon entering, he fell as before a holy shrine, but joy shone in his mind and in his heart. One of the cell's windows was open, the air was fresh and touched with cold. If they've taken the step of opening a window, that means the smell must have got worse, Alyosha thought. But even this reflection on the putrid smell, which only a little time before had seemed to him so dreadful and so inglorious, did not now open up in him the previous anguish and the previous indignation. He quietly began to pray, but soon himself sensed that he was praying almost mechanically. Scraps of thoughts fleeted through his soul, caught fire like little stars and instantly expired, replaced by others, and yet there reigned within his soul something whole, firm, assuaging, and he himself was conscious of it. At times he would ardently begin a prayer, so much did he want to render thanks and love. But, having begun it, he would suddenly pass over into something else, reflect, forgetting both the prayer and that which had interrupted it. He started to listen to what Father Paisy was reading, but, exceedingly fatigued, little by little he began to nod. And the third day there was a marriage in Cana of Galilee, Father Paisy read, and the mother of Jesus was there, and both Jesus was called, and his disciples, to the marriage. A marriage? What's this? A marriage rushed, like a whirlwind, through Alyosha's mind. She also has good fortune, has gone to a feast. No, she hasn't taken the knife, she hasn't taken the knife. That was only a pathetic remark. Well, pathetic remarks must be forgiven, that's certain. Pathetic remarks bring comfort to the soul, without them people would find their grief too hard to bear. Rakitin walked down a side lane. For as long as he broods on the insults he thinks he has received, he will always walk down a side lane. But the true way is wide, straight, bright, made of crystal, and the sun is at its end. Eh? What's that he's reading? And when they wanted wine, the mother of Jesus saith unto him, They have no wine, floated to Alyosha's ears. Oh yes, I missed this part, and I didn't want to miss it. I love this passage. It's Cana of Galilee, the first miracle. Oh, that miracle, oh, that dear miracle. It was not the grief of human beings but their joy that Jesus visited, and when for the first time he performed a miracle, he did it in order to contribute to human joy. Whoever loves human beings, loves their joy. That was what the deceased repeated every minute, that was one of his principal ideas. Without joy one cannot live, says Mitya. Yes, Mitya. All that is true and beautiful is always full of universal forgiveness, that's another thing he used to say. Jesus saith unto her, Woman, what have I to do with thee? Mine hour is not yet come. His mother saith unto the servants, Whatsoever he saith unto you, do it. Do it. Bring it about. The joy of some poor folk, some very poor folk. Of course they're poor, if they haven't even got any wine for their wedding. The historians say that at that time the population settled around the lake of Gennesaret was of the very poorest one can possibly imagine. And another great heart of another great being who was also there, his mother, knew that not only for the sake of his great and terrible deed had he come down to earth, and that his heart was also open to the simple, unsophisticated gaiety of certain dark and guileless beings, who had affectionately invited him to their poor wedding. Mine hour is not yet come, he says with a quiet smile. I am sure that he smiled to her meekly. Indeed, was it really in order to provide wine for the weddings of the poor that he came down to earth? And he went and did according to her request. Oh, he's reading some more now. Jesus saith unto them, Fill the water pots with water. And they filled them up to the brim. And he saith unto them, Draw out now, and bear unto the governor of the feast. And they bare it. When the ruler of the feast had tasted the water that was made wine, and knew not whence it was, but the servants which drew the water knew the governor of the feast called the bridegroom. And saith unto him, Every man at the beginning doth set forth good wine, and when men have well drunk, then that which is worse, but thou hast kept the good wine until now. But what's this? What's this? Why is the room expanding? Oh yes, after all, it's a marriage, a wedding, yes, of course. Here are the guests, here is the young couple sitting together, and the merry throng, and where is the wise architrocline? But who is this? Who? The room has expanded again. Who's that rising to his feet behind that big table over there? How? Is he here too? Why, he is in his koan. But he too is here. He has risen to his feet, has seen me, is coming over here. O merciful Lord! Yes, him did he approach, the little, wizened old man, with fine wrinkles on his face, joyful and quietly laughing. The koan was nowhere to be seen now, and he was wearing the same clothes he had worn yesterday when he had sat with them, when guests had gathered in his cell. His face was entirely uncovered, his eyes shone. How could this be? He, too, was at the feast, had also been called to the wedding in Cana of Galilee. I, too, dear fellow, have been called, and summoned, the quiet voice said clearly above him. Why have you buried yourself away here, where no one can see you? You too must come and be with us. His voice, the voice of the elder Zosima. And how could it not be him if he was calling him? The elder helped Alyosha to his feet with one hand, and the latter got up off his knees. Let us be merry and gay, the little, wizened old man continued. Let us drink the new wine, the wine of new and great joy. You see how many guests there are? Here are the bride and bridegroom, here is the wise architrocline, he too is trying the new wine. Why do you marvel at me? I gave my onion, and so I am here. Many here have given only one onion, just one little onion. What do our other deeds matter? And you too, my quiet fellow, you too, my meek boy, you too have given this day an onion to a woman who hungered for it. Begin, dear fellow, begin, meek one, your task. And do you see our son, do you see it? I'm afraid. I dare not look, Alyosha whispered. Do not be afraid of it. It is terrible in its greatness before us, dreadful in its loftiness, but it is infinitely merciful, has assumed our likeness and with us is merry and gay, turns water into wine, that the joy of the guests be not broken off, awaits new guests, calls ever new ones and will do so until the end of the ages. Here they come, bring new wine, you see, they are bringing the vessels. Something was burning in Alyosha's heart, something suddenly filled him to the point of physical pain, tears of ecstasy burst from his soul. He stretched out his arms, uttered a scream and awoke. Again the koan, the open window and the quiet, solemn, distinct reading of the gospel. But by now Alyosha no longer heard what was being read. Strange, but he had fallen asleep while kneeling, and now he was standing up, and suddenly, as though he had been uprooted from the spot, with 3 firm, rapid strides he walked right up to the koan. He even knocked his shoulder against Father Paisy without noticing. The latter raised his eyes from his book for a moment, but immediately drew them away again, having grasped that something strange had taken place in the youth. Alyosha stared at the koan for some 30 seconds, at the uncovered, immobile corpse that lay stretched out in it, with the icon on its breast and the cupola with its 8-pointed cross upon its head. Only just now had he heard its voice, and that voice still resounded in his ears. He still strained to hear, he still expected to hear more sounds. But suddenly, turning sharply away, he walked out of the cell. He did not even stop in the porchway, but swiftly went down the steps. His soul, filled with ecstasy, thirsted for freedom, space, latitude. Above him wide and boundless keeled the cupola of the heavens, full of quiet, brilliant stars. Doubled from zenith to horizon ran the Milky Way, as yet unclear. The cool night, quiet to the point of fixity, enveloped the earth. The white towers and golden domes of the cathedral sparkled in the sapphire sky. In the flowerbeds luxuriant autumn flowers had fallen asleep until morning. The earth's silence seemed to fuse with that of the heavens, the earth's mystery came into contact with that of the stars. Alyosha stood, looked, and suddenly cast himself down upon the earth like one who has had the legs cut from under him. Why he embraced it he did not know, he did not try to explain to himself why he so desperately wanted to kiss it, all of it, but weeping he kissed it, sobbing and drenching it with his tears, and frenziedly he swore to love it until the end of the ages. Drench the earth with the tears of your joy and love those tears of yours, resounded in his soul. What did he weep about? Oh, he wept in his ecstasy even about those stars that shone to him out of the abyss, and was not ashamed of this frenzy. As though threads from all these countless of God's worlds had all coincided within his soul at once, and it trembled all over, in the contiguity with other worlds. He wanted to forgive all creatures for all things and to ask forgiveness, oh, not for himself, but for all persons, all creatures and all things, while others asked the same for me, resounded again in his soul. But with each moment that passed he felt plainly and almost palpably that something as firm and unshakable as this celestial vault was descending into his soul. Something that was almost an idea took mastery of his intellect, and now for the rest of his life and until the end of the ages. A feeble youth had he fallen to the earth, yet now he arose a resolute warrior for the rest of his life and knew and felt this suddenly, at that same moment of his ecstasy. And never, never for all the rest of his life would Alyosha be able to forget that moment. Someone visited my soul in that hour, he would say later with resolute faith in his words. 3 days later he left the monastery, something that was also in concordance with the precept of his deceased elder, who had commanded him to abide in the world. Book 8. Mitya. 1. Kuzma Samsonov. But Dmitry Fyodorovich, to whom Grushenka, in flying off to a new life, had commanded Alyosha to impart her final greeting and whom she had ordered to remember forever the short hour of her love, was at that moment, though quite unaware of what had happened to her, also in a fearful state of trouble and commotion. In such an unimaginable condition had he been during the past 2 days that he might easily have suffered an inflammation of the brain, as he himself said later. Alyosha had not been able to track him down the previous day, nor on that same day had brother Ivan been able to arrange a meeting with him at the inn. The landlords of the little room he rented had, on his instructions, covered up his traces. During those 2 days he had literally hurled himself about in all directions, struggling with my fate and trying to save myself, as he put it later, and had even for several hours made a flying visit on a certain burning matter out of town, in spite of the fact that he was afraid to go away, leaving Grushenka unwatched for so much as a moment. All this subsequently came to light in the most detailed and documentary fashion, but at the present time we shall sketch out in factual terms only the most essential particulars appertaining to the story of those dreadful 2 days in his life, which preceded the terrible catastrophe that burst so suddenly upon his fortunes. Grushenka, though she had indeed loved him for a small hour or so truly and sincerely, that could not be denied, had at the same time, however, on occasion tormented him cruelly and without mercy. The principal thing was that he was unable to discover anything of her intentions. To coax them out of her with a caress or by force was likewise out of the question. Not on any account would she have yielded, would merely have lost her temper and turned her back on him altogether, that he clearly understood at the time. He had a suspicion, a most correct one, that she herself was caught up in some kind of struggle, some kind of extraordinary indecision, was determining to do something yet could not make her determination final, and consequently not without grounds did he suppose, his heart dying within him, that at moments she must simply hate him and his passion. Such was, perhaps, indeed the case, but for all that just what it was that caused Grushenka such anguish he did not understand. Really, for him the whole question that tormented him could be summed up in a conflict between two alternatives, either himself, Mitya, or Fyodor Pavlovitch. Here, incidentally, it is necessary to draw attention to a certain established fact. Quite convinced was he that Fyodor Pavlovitch was now definitely about to propose, if already he had not done so, to Grushenka a pact of lawful matrimony, and he did not believe for one moment that the old voluptuary had any expectation of acquitting himself for only 3,000 rubles. This Mitya had deduced, knowing Grushenka and her character. That was why it could also appear to him at times that all Grushenka's torment and all her indecision likewise proceeded merely from the fact that she did not know which of them to choose and which of them would bring her more advantage. Of the imminent return of the Osair, that is, of that man so faithful in Grushenka's life, whose arrival she awaited with such fear and agitation, he, strangely, in those days had not even thought to think. It was true that Grushenka had in the very most recent days been thoroughly silent with him on that subject. He was, however, fully aware, from her own mouth, of the letter she had received a month ago from her former seducer, and was even aware of a portion of its contents. That day, in a certain moment of ill temper, Grushenka had shown him that letter, but to her astonishment he had attached to it almost no value whatsoever. And it would have been very difficult to explain why. It was, perhaps, for the simple reason that he himself, weighed down by all the monstrousness and horror of his struggle with his own father for this woman, could envision nothing more terrible and hazardous for himself than this, at the time, at least. In this bridegroom, who had suddenly sprung from nowhere after a disappearance of 5 years, he simply and positively did not believe, and this was particularly the case with regard to the latter's imminent arrival. Indeed, in this first letter of the Osair, which Mitya had seen, the advent of the new rival was discussed in terms that were far from precise. The letter was very nebulous, very high-flown and filled with naught but the expression of sentiment. It should be noted that Grushenka had on that occasion concealed from him the letter's final lines, in which the return was discussed with somewhat greater precision. What was more, Mitenka later remembered having at that moment caught a certain involuntary and proud contempt for this epistle from Siberia won on the face of Grushenka herself. Thereafter Grushenka communicated nothing to Mitenka concerning her subsequent relations with the new rival. Thus little by little did he actually forget about the Oser altogether. His only thought was that no matter how it worked out over there and no matter what turn the affair might take, his approaching final collision with Fyodor Pavlovitch was all too close and must be resolved as a matter of priority. His soul dying inwardly, he awaited at each moment Grushenka's decision and persisted in believing that it would be delivered in some sudden manner, by inspiration, as it were. Suddenly she would say to him, "Take me, I am yours forever," and it would all be at an end. He would grab her and carry her off to the end of the world at once. Oh, at once would he carry her off, as far as possible, if not to the end of the world, then to somewhere at the end of Russia, marry her and settle down with her incognito, so that no one should ever learn of them here, there, or anywhere else. Then, a completely new life would at once commence. Of this other, renewed and indeed virtuous life, without fail virtuous, he dreamed by the minute and in frenzy. He thirsted for that resurrection and renewal. The foul cesspool in which he himself had become admired by his own will had grown all too noisome to him, and he, like very many others in such instances, put faith more than anything else in a change of place. If only it were not for these people, if only it were not for this situation, if only he could fly away out of this cursed place, and then, all would be regenerated, would take a new turn. That was where he put his faith and what he languished for. But this was only in the first, happy resolution of the question. There was also another resolution. There presented itself another but indeed dreadful outcome. Suddenly she would say to him, "Be off with you, I've just made up my mind together with Fyodor Pavlovitch and am going to marry him, I don't need you anymore," and then. As a matter of fact, Mitya did not know what would happen then. Right up to the very last moment he did not know, and one must give him credit for that. He had no definite plans, the crime had not been deliberated. He only watched, spied and tormented himself, but nonetheless made himself ready for the first, happy outcome of his fate. He even drove away all other thoughts. But here already lay in its inception quite another torment, and there arose a certain completely new and irrelevant, but also fateful and irresoluble circumstance. Namely, if she were to say to him, "I am yours, carry me off," then whither would he do so? What means, what money did he have with which to do it? It so happened that precisely at this juncture all the income he had managed to put together from Fyodor Pavlovitch's handouts, which had continued without cease for so many years, had dried up. Of course, Grushenka had money, but on this score there suddenly displayed itself within Mitya a terrible pride. He wanted to carry her off and begin a new life with her on his resources, not on hers. He could not even imagine taking her money, and suffered from this thought to the point of tormented loathing. I shall not expatiate upon this fact, nor shall I analyze it, but shall merely note, such was the cast of his soul at that moment. All this might have proceeded obliquely and, as it were, unconsciously from the secret torments endured by his conscience because of the money he had thievishly appropriated from Katerina Ivanovna. Before the one I am a scoundrel and before the other I shall again immediately appear as a scoundrel, he later admitted to thinking at the time, and if Grushenka finds out about it, she will not want such a scoundrel, either. And so, where was he to procure the means, how was he to get his hands on the fateful money? If he did not do so, all would be lost and nothing would be achieved, and solely because I didn't have enough money. Oh, the disgrace! I run ahead. The fact is that he may indeed have known where he could get that money, and may also have known its precise whereabouts. At present I shall not enter into further detail on this account, for it will all be explained subsequently, but his principal misfortune resided in this circumstance, and though it be somewhat vaguely, let me nevertheless bring this into the open, that in order to get his hands on those financial means of certain whereabouts, in order to have the right to get his hands on them, it was first necessary for him to return the 3,000 rubles to Katerina Ivanovna, otherwise I'll be a pickpocket thief and a scoundrel, and I don't want to begin my new life as a scoundrel, Mitya decided, and so he determined to overturn the whole world if necessary in order to return those 3,000 rubles to Katerina Ivanovna at all costs and as a matter of the first priority. The final process of this decision had taken place in him during, so to speak, the very most recent hours of his life, namely since his most recent meeting with Alyosha, 2 days previously, in the evening, on the road, after Grushenka's insulting behavior towards Katerina Ivanovna, and Mitya, having heard an account of it from Alyosha, had confessed to being a scoundrel, and instructed that it be conveyed to Katerina Ivanovna, if that will make her feel any better. At that same time, during that same night, after parting from his brother, he had felt in his frenzy that it would even be better to murder and rob someone, as long as I repay my debt to Katya. Let me sooner appear as a murderer and a thief before the one whom I have murdered and robbed, and before all men, and go to Siberia, than make it justifiable for Katya to say that I have betrayed her and stolen her money and used it to elope with Grushenka in order to begin a life of virtue. That I cannot do. Thus with a grinding of teeth did Mitya give utterance, and indeed he might well have imagined at times that he would end by suffering an inflammation of the brain. For the present, however, he continued to struggle. It was a strange thing. One might have supposed that, beyond despair, in the face of such a decision there remained to him nothing further, for where could he suddenly get his hands on that kind of money, particularly a naked babe such as himself? And yet all that time he persisted to the end in hoping that he would succeed in obtaining the 3,000, that it would arrive, come floating down to him somehow of its own accord, even though it were from heaven. Such, however, is the case of those who, like Dmitri Fyodorovitch, prove themselves capable all their lives of doing no more than waste and squander the money they have obtained by inheritance in vain, while of the methods of making money they possess no conception. A most fantastic whirlwind had arisen within his head immediately after parting from Alyosha the day before yesterday, and had confused all his thoughts. The upshot of it was that he embarked upon a most preposterous undertaking. Yes, it is perhaps precisely in situations of this kind encountered by men of this kind that the most impossible and fantastic undertakings first appear possible. He suddenly made up his mind to go and see Grushenka's protector, the merchant Samsonov, propose to him a certain plan, and obtain from him under the terms of this plan the whole of the necessary sum. From a commercial point of view he had no doubts of his plan whatsoever, doubted only as to the manner in which Samsonov himself might look upon his maneuver, if it should occur to him to do so not merely from the said commercial point of view. Although Mityak knew this merchant by sight, he had never made his acquaintance, nor even once spoken to him. For some reason, however, and even for some considerable time now, there had grounded itself within him the conviction that this aged whoremonger, who now had one foot in the grave, might not at the present moment say nay were Grushenka to put her life in some sort of decent order and marry a dependable man. And that not only might he not say nay, but might even actually wish such a thing and, were only a suitable occasion to arise, might himself facilitate it. Whether it was by rumor or from some remark passed by Grushenka, he also had reason to believe that the old man might very possibly prefer him as a suitor to Fyodor Pavlovitch. It may be that many of the readers of our tale will consider such a calculated expectation of assistance and a plan to take one's bride, as it were, from the very arms of her protector, as being in excessively bad taste and undiscriminating on the part of Dmitri Fyodorovitch. The only observation I am able to tender is that Grushenka's past appeared to Mitya now to lie very definitely in the past. He gazed upon that past with infinite compassion and determined with all his passion's fiery glow that as soon as Grushenka might tell him that she loved him and would marry him, at once an entirely new Grushenka would come into being, and together with her an entirely new Dmitri Fyodorovitch, without a single defect, and with every virtue. They would both forgive each other and would begin their lives in a wholly new fashion. As for Kuzma Samsonov, he considered him, in this previous, played-out past of Grushenka's, as a human being who had performed a fateful role in her life but whom she had never loved and who, most importantly, had already passed, gone to termination, so that he was no longer in existence. And indeed, and in addition, Mitya could not even bring himself to view him as a human being at all, for each and every person in the town knew that this was a mere sick ruin, whose relations with Grushenka were now only, as it were, paternal, and not at all upon the same foundation as before, and that this had long already been the case, for almost a year, in fact. At any rate, there was here not a little ingenuousness on Mitya's part, for in spite of all his defects he was a very ingenuous man. In consequence of this ingenuousness, he was, among other things, earnestly convinced that the aged Kuzma, as he prepared to pass away to the other world, felt sincere repentance for his past with Grushenka, and that she now possessed no protector or friend more devoted than this by now innocuous old man. The day after his conversation with Alyosha in the open country, after which Mitya had hardly slept all night, at around 10 o'clock in the morning he presented himself at Samsonov's house and gave instructions that his arrival be announced. This house was an old one, gloomy, very extensive, with 2 stories, barns and sheds in the yard, and an outbuilding. On the lower floor lived Samsonov's 2 married sons with their families, his extremely aged sister and 1 unmarried daughter. In the outbuilding were accommodated his 2 estate managers, one of whom was also large of family. Both offspring and estate managers were cramped for space in their accommodations, but the upper story was occupied solely by the old man, who would not allow even his daughter to share it with him, his daughter who tended to his needs and who at certain predetermined hours and in response to certain predetermined calls from him was obliged on each occasion to go running up the stairs to him from below, her lanugo contracted emphysema notwithstanding. This upper story was composed of a number of large staterooms furnished according to the taste of antique merchant dames, with long, dreary rows of ungainly mahogany chairs and armchairs along the walls, crystal chandeliers and dust covers, and gloomy mirrors in the piers between the windows. All these rooms were completely empty and uninhabited, because the sick old man skulked away in only one small room, his diminutive and remote bedroom, where he was waited upon by an old serving woman with her hair in a kerchief, and a lad, whose abode was the top of a long, low cupboard in the hallway. On account of his swollen legs the old man could now hardly walk at all and only occasionally rose from his leather armchair, when the old woman, supporting him by the arms, would escort him once or twice about the room. He was stern and uncommunicative even with this old woman. On being informed of the arrival of the captain, he at once instructed that the man be denied admittance. But Mitya kept up the pressure and had himself announced yet one more time. Kuzma Kuzmich interrogated the lad in detail as to the appearance of the man, whether he was drunk, whether he was likely to cause trouble, and received the answer that he's sober all right, but he don't want to go away. The old man again instructed that the man be denied admittance. Then Mitya, who had foreseen all this and had brought with him paper and pencil for just such an eventuality, wrote in clear letters on a scrap of paper one single line, on a most urgent matter that closely concerns Agrafena Alexandrovna, and sent it in to the old man. Having thought for a while, the old man instructed the lad to take the visitor into the reception room, sending the old woman below with a command to his younger son to come upstairs and present himself to him forthwith. This younger son, a man well over 6 feet tall and of excessive strength, who shaved his features and dressed in the German style, Samsonov himself went around in a kaftan and beard, presented himself immediately and without a word. They all shivered in their shoes before the father. The father had invited this young blood less out of fear of the captain, for he was of thoroughly intrepid character, than rather just in case, mainly in order to have a witness should anything occur. Escorted by his son, who took him by the arm, and the lad, he at last came sailing out into the reception room. It must be supposed that he also entertained a certain rather powerful curiosity. This reception room, in which Mitya was waiting, was an enormous, gloomy chamber that murdered the soul with dismal anguish, possessing 2 lights, a gallery, walls en style de marbre and 3 enormous crystal chandeliers and dust covers. Mitya sat on a tiny chair near the entrance door, with nervous impatience awaiting his lot. When the old man appeared at the opposite entrance, some 10 seconds from where Mitya sat, the latter suddenly leapt up and with his firm Czarzarshin-wide steps strode towards him. Mitya was tolerably well dressed, in a buttoned-up frock-coat, holding a top hat and black gloves, exactly as he had been dressed 3 days ago at the monastery, in the elder's cell, at the family gathering with Fyodor Pavlovitch and his brothers. The old man, with solemn severity, waited for him standing, and Mitya instantly sensed that, as he made his approach, the old fellow scrutinized him through and through. Mitya was also shocked by Kuzma Kuzmich's face, which had of late become exceptionally swollen. His lower lip, normally thick enough at the best of times, now had the appearance of a kind of loose and flabby pancake. In severe silence he bowed to his guest, directed him to an armchair beside the sofa, and himself, supporting himself on the arm of his son and groaning painfully all the while, slowly began to subside onto the sofa facing Mitya, so that the latter, seeing his painful efforts, instantly felt within his heart both remorse and a sense of delicate embarrassment at his own present insignificance before such an important person, whom he had disturbed. "What is it, good sir, that you desire of me?" said the old man, who had now finally settled down. His words were slow, distinct, severe, but polite. Mitya started, leapt up, but then sat down again. Then immediately he began to speak loudly, rapidly, nervously, with gestures and in a state of positive frenzy. It was evident that the man had come to his limit, was lost and in search of a final way out, and that if he did not find one then he would throw himself in the lake then and there. Old Samsonov doubtless understood this in a single flash, though his face remained as cold and inscrutable as that of a graven image. The most honorable Kuzma Kuzmich has doubtless already heard on more than one occasion of the series of contretemps I have been having with my father, Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov, who has robbed me of the inheritance I was left by my very own mother, as the whole town is by now a crackle with that which would be better left alone. Though actually, it might also have come to your attention by way of Grushenka, for that I bear the guilt, by way of Agrafena Alexandrovna, of my much respected and much esteemed Agrafena Alexandrovna. Thus did Mitya begin, only to break off almost at the first word. We shall not cite the whole of his remarks word for word, however, but shall merely offer them en précis. The nub of the matter, then, may be summarized by saying that he, Mitya, 3 months back had deliberately taken advice, deliberately was the word he used, not purposely, from a lawyer in the local provincial capital, a famous lawyer, Kuzma Kuzmich, Pavel Pavlovich Kornopladov. I expect you have heard of him? A roomy brow, a mind of almost statesmanlike proportions. He also knows you, said the most glowing things about you, Mitya said, and broke off a second time. But these hiatuses did not deter him, he at once bounded over them and went leaping further and further. The said Kornopladov, having performed a detailed cross-examination and having scrutinized the documents Mitya was able to show him, concerning the documents Mitya expressed himself unclearly and with particular haste when he came to this part, delivered himself of the opinion that as far as the Chermashnya estate, which ought to belong to him, Mitya, by his mother's bequest, was concerned, it would indeed be possible to bring in action at law and thereby give the old hooligan something to think about. Because not all the doors are closed, and justice knows the way to get through. In a word, there was even a hope of a supplementary payment of some 6,000 from Fyodor Pavlovich, of 7, even, as Chermashnya was certainly worth no less than 25,000, in other words more like 28,000, 30, Kuzma Kuzmich, and just think, I didn't even pull in 17 from that cruel man. So that I, Mitya, gave up that matter, for I don't know my way around the institutions of justice. But then having arrived here, was knocked senseless by a counteraction. There Mitya again went astray and again nimbly leapt across. So look, most honorable Kuzma Kuzmich, would you not be willing to take all my rights against that monster of cruelty and give me in return for them just 3,000, that's all. After all, there's no way in which you can possibly lose on the deal, I swear to you on my honor, in fact quite the contrary, you might gain some 6 or 7,000 for only 3. But what is most important is that it must be done this very day. I'll swear it to you before a notary, or however it's done. In a word, I'm ready for anything. I'll give you all the documents you need, I'll sign whatever must be signed. And we could clinch the written agreement at once, and if it's possible, if only it may be possible, we could do it right now, this morning. You would let me have that 3,000, for what man in this wretched little town is a capitalist if not you, and thereby you would save me from, in a word, you would save my poor head for a most noble deed, a most exalted deed, one might say, for I entertain the most noble feelings for a certain lady, whom you know all too well and whom you care for as a father. I would not have come to you if I did not know that your care for her is a fatherly one. And one might even say that in this business 3 men have banged their foreheads together, for fate is a scary thing, Kuzma Kuzmich. It's realism, Kuzma Kuzmich, realism. And since you ought to have been ruled out of the contest long ago, there remain but 2 foreheads, as I expressed it, perhaps not very adroitly, but that I am no literateur. That is to say, one of the foreheads is my own, and the other belongs to that monster of cruelty. And so you shall choose, is it to be me, or the monster of cruelty? It is all now in your hands, 3 fates and 2 destinies. I'm sorry, I've got mixed up, but you understand. I see by your honorable eyes that you have grasped it. And if you have not, then into the lake with me, this very day, that's what. Mitya broke off his preposterous oration with this "that's what" and, leaping up from where he sat, awaited a reply to his foolish proposal. Having uttered that last phrase he had suddenly sensed, with a feeling of hopelessness, that the whole thing had fallen through, and that all he had done was to talk the most dreadful gibberish. It's strange, while I was on my way here everything seemed fine, but now I'm spouting all this gibberish, suddenly rushed through his hopeless head. During all the time he had spoken the old man had sat immobile, watching his every movement with an icy expression in his gaze. Then, however, having sustained him in expectation for a moment or two, Kuzma Kuzmich at last gave utterance in a most resolute and joyless tone. I'm sorry, sir, we do not involve ourselves in business of that kind. Mitya suddenly felt his legs turning to jelly. So what am I going to do now, Kuzma Kuzmich, he muttered, smiling wanly. I mean, it's all up with me now, wouldn't you agree? I'm sorry, sir. Mitya continued to stand there, staring rigidly in front of him, and then suddenly noticed something flicker in the old man's face. He shuddered. You see, good sir, such business is not convenient for us, the old man said, slowly. There would be hearings, lawyers, nothing but trouble. But if you wish, there is someone here in town, and you could apply to him. Oh my God, who can it be? You resurrect me, Kuzma Kuzmich, Mitya suddenly began to babble. He's not from these parts, this man, and he isn't here just now. He's from the peasantry, makes a living in the timber trade, Lyagavy, they call him, the setter. He's been bargaining with Fyodor Pavlovich over that birch grove of yours in Chermashnia for a year now, and they keep falling out over the price. Perhaps you've heard about it. It just so happens that he's turned up here again and is staying just now at the home of the priest of Ilyinskoy, about 12 versts from Volovia station, it will be, in the village of Ilyinskoy. He also sent me a letter on that same piece of business, on account of that birch grove, asking for advice. Fyodor Pavlovich intends to go and visit him there himself. So if you were able to get there first, before Fyodor Pavlovich, and were to suggest to Lyagavy the same proposal you told me about, it's quite possible that he... A thought of genius, Mitya said, interrupting in ecstasy. Let it be him, let him deal with it. He's in the process of bargaining, the price he's being asked to pay is too high, and here is the document that gives him the deeds of ownership, ha! And Mitya suddenly broke into a short, wooden laugh, one quite unexpected, so that even Samsonov's head moved. How can I thank you, Kuzma Kuzmich? Mitya bubbled. It is nothing, sir, Samsonov replied, inclining his head. But you don't know, you have saved me, a premonition drew me to you. Very well, to this country pope let me go. It merits no gratitude, sir. I hasten and I fly. I have abused your health. Never shall I forget, a Russian man says this to you, Kuzma Kuzmich, a Russian man. Quite, sir. Mitya moved to grasp the old man's hand, in order to shake it, but a trace of malice flickered in the latter's eyes. Mitya took his hand away, but immediately reproached himself for his suspicion. It's because he's tired, fleeted through his mind. For her, Kuzma Kuzmich. Do you understand, it is for her, he bellowed suddenly all over the entire reception room, made a bow, a steep turn, and with those same swift, Arshin-wide steps, not turning round, leapt towards the exit door. He was quivering with ecstasy. Why, all was going to ruin, and then this guardian angel saved me, rushed through his mind. And if a smart dealer such as that old man, a most honorable old man, and what a bearing, has pointed out this path to me, then, of course, the path is one. I must fly this instant. Whether I return before nightfall, or whether I return in the night, it matters not, for the cause is one. Could the old man really have been laughing at me? Thus did Mitya exclaim as he strode into his lodging, and, of course, the matter could not present itself to him otherwise than it did, that is to say, either the advice was smart, coming as it did from a smart dealer, based on a knowledge of this Lyagavy, a strange surname, or the old man had been laughing at him. Alas! That latter notion was the only correct one. Later, long afterwards, when the entire catastrophe had been enacted, old Samsonov himself would admit, laughing, that he had indeed exposed the captain to ridicule. This was a malicious, cold, and mocking individual, who was, moreover, possessed of certain morbid antipathies. It may have been the captain's look of ecstasy, or the foolish conviction of this prodigal and waster that he, Samsonov, might fall for such rubbish as his plan, or it may have been an emotion of jealousy on account of Grushenka, in whose name the terror had come to him with some kind of rubbish for money. I do not know exactly what it was that prompted the old man at the time, but at the moment Mitya stood before him, feeling his legs turn to jelly, and inanely exclaiming that he was lost. At that moment the old man looked at him with infinite malice and took it into his head to make fun of him. When Mitya had left, Kuzma Kuzmich, pale with malice, turned to his son and instructed him to see to it that in future that Ragumiland never set foot in his house again nor even his yard, or he would. He did not actually say what he threatened to do, but even his son, who had frequently witnessed his wrath, started with fear. For a whole hour thereafter the old man positively shook all over with malice, and when evening came he fell ill and sent for the leech. 2. Lyagavy. So there it was, he must go post-haste, yet for horses he had not a kopeck, or rather, he had 2 20-kopeck pieces, and that was all that remained of all those years of his earlier prosperity. There lay in his room, however, an old silver watch of his which had long since stopped working. He snatched it up and bore it off to the Jewish watchmaker who was to be found in his wretched little shop at the bazaar. The latter gave him 6 rubles for it. I didn't even expect to get that, cried the enraptured Mitya. He continued all the while to be in a state of rapture, snatched up his 6 rubles and ran off back to his lodgings. Once there he added to the sum, borrowing 3 rubles from his landlords, who lent him the money with pleasure, in spite of the fact that this was the last of their money they were parting with, so fond were they of him. In his ecstatic condition Mitya confided to them there and then that his fate was in the process of being decided, and informed them, in a dreadful hurry, of course, of almost the whole of the plan he had just presented to Samsonov, then of Samsonov's decision, of his hopes for the future, and so on, and so forth. The landlords had even before now been initiated into many of his secrets, because they looked upon him as one of their own kind, and not at all as a proud baron. Having in such wise amassed 9 rubles, Mitya sent for post-horses to take him to Volovia station. It was in this fashion, however, that there appeared and was remembered the material fact that on the day before a certain event, at noon, Mitya had not a kopeck and, in order to obtain money, sold his watch and borrowed 3 rubles from his landlords, and all of this before witnesses. I mention this fact in advance, later on my reasons for doing so will become clear. As he drove post-haste to Volovia station, Mitya, though radiant with the joyful anticipation that at last he was about to conclude and unravel all this business, trembled no less from fear. What would become of Grushenka now in his absence? Well, what if she were to decide that very day, at last, to go to Fyodor Pavlovitch? That was why he had left without giving her any report of his actions, and why he had instructed his landlords on no account to reveal his whereabouts if anyone should come asking for him. I must without fail return by this evening, he kept saying to himself, as he sat in the jolting wagon, and I'll probably have to drag that Lyagavy back here, to complete that document. Thus, his soul dying inwardly, did Mitya dream, but alas, his reveries were fated all too decisively not to be accomplished in harmony with his plan. For one thing, he was late, for he left Volovia station by the cart track. This cart track turned out to be not 12, but 15 versts long. For another thing, he did not find the priest of Ilyinskoye at home, as the latter was away on a visit to a neighboring estate. By the time Mitya tracked him down, setting out for that neighboring estate still with the same by now exhausted horses, it was already almost dark. The priest, a shy and kindly-looking little man, at once explained to him that this Lyagavy, though he had originally been staying with him, was now at Sukhoy Pozyolok, and would be staying overnight at the izba of the forest warden, as he was also engaged in a timber deal over there. In response to Mitya's earnest request that he be taken to see Lyagavy at once, and so, as it were, be saved, the priest, though at first he hesitated, consented to take him to Sukhoy Pozyolok, evidently with a sense of curiosity. As bad luck would have it, however, he recommended that they go there on Shanks's pony as the distance involved was only about a verst and a little bit more. Mitya, of course, agreed and began to lope along with his arshin white steps, so that the poor priest almost had to follow him at a run. The little fellow was not yet old, and endowed with extreme caution. Mitya at once began to talk to him of his plans, heatedly and nervously demanded counsel regarding Lyagavy, and went on talking all the way. The priest listened attentively, but offered little by way of counsel. To Mitya's questions he gave evasive answers: "I don't know, I don't know, however could I know such a thing," etc. When Mitya began to talk about the series of contretemps he had been having with his father on the subject of his inheritance, the priest well and truly took fright, because he was in some kind of dependent relation to Fyodor Pavlovitch. With astonishment, in fact, did he inquire why Mitya called this peasant businessman Gorstkin Lyagavy, and urged him to observe that even though the latter was indeed Lyagavy, he was not Lyagavy, because this name was violently offensive to him, and that Mitya must without fail address him as Gorstkin, otherwise you will accomplish nothing with him, and he will not listen, the priest concluded. Mitya was somewhat suddenly surprised at this, explaining that thus did Samsonov himself refer to the man. Having learned of this circumstance, the priest at once killed the conversation, though he would have done well at the same time to explain to Dmitri Fyodorovitch his conjecture, that if Samsonov had sent him to a muzhik like Lyagavy, had he not done so in order for some reason to make fun of him, and was there not something amiss here? Mitya, however, had no time to pause over such trivial matters. He was in a hurry, strode onwards and, no sooner had he arrived in Sukhoy Pozyolok, realized that they had walked not a verst, nor 1.5, but in all likelihood 3, this vexed him, but he endured. They entered the izba. The forest warden, who was a friend of the priest's, was accommodated in one half of the izba, while in the other half, the living room, through the passage, Gorstkin was to be found. They entered this living room and lit a tallow candle. The room was heated to excess. On a deal table stood an extinguished samovar, next to it a tray with cups, an empty bottle of rum, a not quite empty staff of vodka and the remains of a wheaten loaf. The guest himself lay stretched out on a bench, with his street clothes bunched up together under his head instead of a pillow, snoring massively. Mitya stood in bewilderment. "There's nothing for it. We shall have to rouse him. The matter I'm here on is far too important. I hurried all the way here and I'm in a hurry to get back by this evening," Mitya said, beginning to grow anxious. But the priest and the forest warden stood in silence, keeping their opinion to themselves. Mitya went over and set about doing some rousing himself, set about it energetically, but the sleeper did not awake. "He's drunk," decided Mitya, "but then what am I going to do, oh Lord? What am I going to do?" And suddenly in a state of terrible impatience he set about tugging the sleeper by the arms, by the legs, shaking him by the head, lifting him up and sitting him down on the bench, and yet after long and strenuous efforts attained no more than that the latter began inanely to mumble and sultily, though with words that were unclear, to curse. "No, I really think you had better wait a little," the priest uttered at last, "for he is plainly not up to it." "He's been drinking all day," the forest warden responded. "Oh God!" Mitya kept screaming. "If you only knew how much I need to talk to him and in what despair I am now." "No, you had better wait a little, until morning," the priest repeated. "Until morning? For mercy's sake, that is impossible." And in his despair he very nearly threw himself back into rousing the drunkard, but at once abandoned the attempt, having grasped the full pointlessness of such efforts. The priest said nothing. The sleepy forest warden was morose. What terrible tragedies realism arranges with human beings! Mitya said in total despair. The sweat was pouring down his face. Taking advantage of the opportune moment, the priest very reasonably explained that though it might be possible to rouse the sleeper, being drunk he would nevertheless be incapable of any form of conversation, and you have an important matter to discuss with him, so you would be better to leave it until the morn. Mitya threw up his hands and consented. "Well, father, I shall stay here with a candle and await the right moment. When he wakes up, I shall begin." "I'll pay you for the candle," he said, turning to the forest warden, "and for my lodging, too. You shall remember Dmitri Karamazov. The only problem is yourself, father, for I don't know what we're going to do with you. Where will you sleep?" "Oh, I shall go home, sir. I shall get there on his filly," he said, indicating the warden. "Whereupon I shall say farewell to you, sir, and wish you every joy in your endeavor." So it was determined. The priest set off on the filly, relieved to have got away at last, still, however, shaking his head in perturbation, as he reflected whether it might not be necessary tomorrow to inform his benefactor Fyodor Pavlovitch in good time of this curious incident, for one can never be too sure. If I do not, he may find out for himself, lose his temper and withdraw his charity. The warden, having scratched himself, went off to his half of the izba in silence, and Mitya sat down on the bench in order, as he had expressed it, to await the right moment. A deep anguish had, like a heavy mist, enshrouded his soul. A deep, terrible anguish. He sat, thought, but could think nothing through. The candle burned down, a cricket scraped, the heated room became stifling beyond endurance. He suddenly saw the garden, the path at the bottom of the garden, the door of his father's house opening, and Grushenka running in through it. He leapt up from the bench. "A tragedy," he said, grinding his teeth, mechanically walked over to the sleeper and began to look at his face. This was a lean, not yet old muzhik, with a very oblong face, light brown curls and a long, thin, reddish little beard. He was wearing a cotton shirt and a black waistcoat, from the pocket of which there peeped the chain of a silver watch. Mitya studied this physiognomy with terrible hatred, and for some reason it was the curls he found particularly hateful. Above all, it was unendurably offensive to him that here he, Mitya, was standing over him with his business that would brook no delay, having sacrificed so much, having given up so much, totally exhausted, while this parasite, on whom my entire fate now depends, snores there as though nothing of all that existed, as though he were from another planet. "Oh, irony of fatal!" Mitya exclaimed, and all of a sudden, completely losing his head, he threw himself once again into rousing the drunken muzhik. He did so with a kind of rabid frenzy, tearing at him, shoving him, even beating him, but, continuing the process for some 5 minutes and again attaining nothing, in helpless despair he returned to his bench and sat down. "Stupid, stupid!" Mitya kept exclaiming, and, "How dishonorable this all is," he suddenly added for some reason. His head had begun to ache horribly. "Perhaps I should give up? Get away from this place altogether," fleeted through his mind. "No, I must wait till the morning. I shall stay here specially. Why else did I come here, after all? And in any case I've no money to pay for the journey, so how can I get away? Oh, how senseless!" His head, however, was aching more and more. Motionlessly he sat and did not remember nodding off, having suddenly fallen asleep where he sat. He had evidently slept for a couple of hours or more, but had woken up because of the unendurable pain in his head, unendurable to the point of crying aloud. His temples hammered, the crown of his head hurt. Having woken up, it took him a long time before he could completely regain his wits and make sense of what had happened to him. At last he realized that the heated room was full of terrible carbon monoxide fumes, and that he could easily have died. But the drunken muzhik still lay there, snoring. The candle had guttered, and was on the point of going out. Mitya began to shout and rushed, stumbling and swaying, through the passage to the warden's half of the izba. The latter soon woke up, but, having heard that there were fumes in the other room, though he went to make the necessary dispositions, greeted the fact in a manner indifferent to the point of strangeness, which Mitya found both surprising and offensive. "But he's dead, and then, what then?" Mitya kept exclaiming before him in a frenzy. They drew wide the doors, opened the window, cleared the chimney. Mitya hauled in a bucket of water from the passage, first wetting his own head and then, having found some rag or other, dipped it in the water and applied it to the head of Lyagavy. As for the warden, he continued to treat the whole event with a measure even of contempt and, having opened the window, pronounced morosely, "It'll do like that," and went back to resume his slumber, leaving Mitya a lighted iron lantern. Mitya continued to minister to the monoxide-fumed drunkard for about half an hour, constantly wetting his head, and was by now seriously intent upon staying awake all night, but, exhausted, sat down for just one moment in order to get his breath back, for an instant closed his eyes, then at once, without being aware of it, stretched out on the bench and fell asleep like a dead man. He awoke horribly late. It was already about 9 o'clock in the morning. The sun was shining brightly through the two small windows of the izba. Yesterday's curly-headed muzhik was sitting on the bench, already dressed in his padiavka. Before him stood a fresh samovar and a fresh staff of vodka. The old one of yesterday was now finished, and the new one was already more than half empty. Mitya leapt up and in a flash realized that the accursed muzhik was drunk again, drunk profoundly, and beyond the brink of no return. He stared at him for a moment, his eyes bulging out of his head. As for the muzhik, he stared back silently and slyly, with a kind of offensive calm, a kind of contemptuous arrogance even, or so it appeared to Mitya. He rushed over to the man. "Look, I'm sorry, you see. You've probably heard about me from the forest warden in the other part of the izba. I'm Lieutenant Dmitri Karamazov, the son of the old Karamazov with whom you're currently bargaining over his birch grove." "You're telling lies," the muzhik suddenly rapped out firmly and calmly. "What do you mean, lies? You are pleased to know Fyodor Pavlovich, are you not?" "I'm not pleased to know any Fyodor Pavlovich," the muzhik pronounced, shifting his tongue somehow heavily. The birch grove, the one you're bargaining with him about, I say, please wake up and come to your senses. Father Pavel of Ilyinskoye accompanied me here. You also wrote to Samsonov, and he sent me to you," Mitya said, panting. "All lies." Lyagavy rapped out again. Mitya's legs turned cold. "For heaven's sake, this isn't a joke, you know. I think you must be tipsy. But you might at least speak and show that you understand, otherwise I really don't understand." "You're the decorator." "For heaven's sake, I'm Karamazov, Dmitri Karamazov, and I have a proposal to make to you. An advantageous proposal, highly advantageous, on the very subject of the birch grove." The muzhik smoothed his beard with a consequential air. "No, you took the contract for that job and turned out to be a scoundrel." "You're a scoundrel. And I assure you that you are mistaken," Mitya exclaimed, wringing his hands in despair. The muzhik continued to smooth his beard and then suddenly narrowed his eyes in a sly manner. "No, I tell you what you can show me the clause in your contract that allows you to go plotting filthy mischief, do you hear? You're a scoundrel, do you know that?" In gloom, Mitya withdrew, and suddenly it was as though something smote him on the brow, as he expressed it later on. In a single flash a kind of illumination took place within his mind, the torch was lit, and I perceived it all. In stupefaction did he stand, marveling at how he, a man of intelligence, after all, could have fallen for such a stupid trick, let himself get bogged down in an adventure of this kind and carry on with all this for a whole 24 hours, almost, fussing over this Lyagavy, wetting his head. Well, the man's drunk to the very devil, and he's going to continue his bout for another week yet, What's the point in waiting here? And what if Samsonov sent me here deliberately? And what if she? Oh God, what have I gone and done? The muzhik sat looking at him, laughing quietly to himself. On another occasion, Mitya might very well have killed the fool out of malicious hatred, but now he merely turned to jelly all over, like a young child. Quietly he went over to the bench, took his coat, silently put it on and went out of the room. In the other half of the izba he did not find the forest warden, there was no one there. From his pocket he took 50 kopecks in change and placed it on the table, as payment for his night's stay, his candle, and the inconvenience he had caused. As he came out of the izba he saw that around it there was only forest, and nothing else. He walked at random, unable even to remember which way to turn when he left the izba, to right or to left. The previous night, hurrying there with the priest, he had not observed the route. There was no feeling of vengeance towards anyone in his soul, not even towards Samsonov. He strode along the narrow forest track vacantly, perplexed, with a sense of having lost his cause and quite unconcerned as to where he was headed for. Any child he met along his way could have got the better of him, so helpless had he suddenly become in soul and body. But somehow, one way or the other, he managed to get out of the forest. Suddenly there appeared before him bare, harvested fields on a boundless expanse of space. What despair, what death all around, he kept saying, as he strode onwards and onwards. He was saved by some travelers. A cabman was driving an old merchant along the country road. When they drew even, Mitya asked them the way, and it proved that they were also headed for Volovia. They entered into parley, and Mitya was taken along as a fellow traveler. Some 3 hours later they arrived. At Volovia station Mitya at once ordered post horses to take him to town, and then suddenly realized that he was atrociously hungry. While the horses were being harnessed, an omelette was rustled up for him. He ate it all in a flash, ate the whole of a large hunk of bread, ate a sausage that happened to be to hand, and downed 3 large glasses of vodka. Having fortified himself, he felt more cheerful, and his soul brightened up. He flew on his way, urging the coachman on, and suddenly drew up a new and unalterable plan, by means of which he would by the evening of that very day obtain that accursed money. And to think, to think that because of that miserable 3,000 a human fate is perishing, he exclaimed contemptuously. Today I shall settle the matter. And had it not been for the constant thought of Grushenka and of whether or not something might have happened to her, he might have become thoroughly cheerful again. But the thought of her kept stabbing into his soul every moment like a sharp knife. At last they reached their destination, and Mitya at once went running off to Grushenka. 3. The Gold Mines. This was that same visit by Mitya of which Grushenka had given an account with such terror to Rakitin. At the time she had been expecting her estafette, and was thoroughly relieved that Mitya neither the day before nor that day had been to see her, hoping that God might grant he did not arrive until she had left, but then suddenly he had descended on her. The rest is known to us. In order to get him off her hands she had instantly persuaded him to take her to the house of Kuzma Samsonov, where she said she must with dreadful urgency go in order to count money, and when Mitya had at once done so, in parting from him outside the gates of Kuzma's house, had taken from him the promise that he would come to fetch her at 12 o'clock midnight, in order to escort her home again. Mitya was also relieved at this arrangement. If she's sitting over there with Kuzma, that means she won't be able to go and see Fyodor Pavlovitch. That's as long as she isn't lying, of course, he appended at once. In his estimation, however, she was not lying. He was indeed of that type of jealous man who, in parting from the beloved woman, at once proceeds to imagine God only knows what kinds of horrors concerning what she may be up to and how she may be being unfaithful to him, but, upon running back to her again, shaken, crushed, irrevocably persuaded that she really has managed to be unfaithful to him, from his first glance at her features, at the laughing, cheerful and affectionate features of that woman, is at once reborn in spirit, at once loses all suspicion and with joyful shame curses himself for his jealousy. Having taken Grushenka to Kuzma's house, he rushed back home to his lodgings. Oh, so much did there still remain for him to do that day. But, at any rate, his heart felt lighter now. Only now I must find out from Smerdyakov if anything came to pass there yesterday evening, for she may have gone there to see Fyodor Pavlovitch for all I know. Oh God, rushed through his head. The result was that even before he had had time to run back to his lodgings, the jealousy was once more beginning to swarm within his restless heart. Jealousy. Othello is not jealous, he is trusting, one Pushkin observed, and that single observation alone bears witness to the extraordinary depth of intellect possessed by our great poet. All that has happened to Othello is that his soul has had the brains beaten out of it, thereby muddying his whole world outlook, because his ideal has perished. But Othello will not conceal himself, peep or spy, he is trusting. On the contrary, he must be influenced by suggestion, led on, aroused by dint of exceptional effort before he even so much as suspects unfaithfulness. Of different metal is the truly jealous man. It is impossible to imagine the entire degree of disgrace and moral downfall to which the jealous man is capable of accommodating himself without the slightest pang of conscience. And in fact, it is not as if these were exclusively vulgar and sordid souls. On the contrary, though they may possess a lofty heart, a love that is pure and full of self-sacrifice, at the same time they may conceal themselves beneath tables, suborn with money the most base individuals, and accommodate themselves to a most loathsome, sordid swill of spying and eavesdropping. On no account would Othello ever be able to reconcile himself to unfaithfulness, forgive it, yes, he could not fail to do that, but reconcile himself to it, never, not even though his soul is free of rancor and innocent as the soul of a young babe. Not so with the truly jealous man. It is hard to imagine the things to which certain jealous men are able to acclimatize and reconcile themselves, and the things they are able to forgive. Jealous men are the first to forgive, and all women are aware of this. The jealous man may extremely quickly, after, of course, a fearful scene initially, be capable of forgiving, for example, an infidelity that has, more or less, already been proved, embraces and kisses he has already seen with his own eyes, if, for example, he has at the same time somehow been able to persuade himself that this was the last time and that from this hour on his rival will disappear, travel away to the ends of the earth, or that he himself will now take her away to a location such as shall no longer be accessible to this dreaded rival. Of course, the reconciliation will be of temporary effect, because even were the rival indeed to disappear, tomorrow he will invent another, new one and be jealous of the new one instead. And indeed, one might ask oneself what there could be in a love that required such spying, and what a love could be worth that necessitated such energetic surveillance. But precisely this the truly jealous man will never understand, yet even so among them, truly, are on occasion to be found men of positively lofty heart. Remarkable, too, is the fact that these very men of lofty heart, as they stand in some small cupboard of a room, spying and eavesdropping, though they clearly understand with their lofty hearts the enormity of the shame into which they themselves have crawled of their own volition, yet do not, at the moment, anyway, at which they stand in that cupboard of a room, ever feel a pang of conscience. In Mitya's case, at the sight of Grushenka his jealousy vanished, and for an instant he became trusting and noble, even despising himself for his evil emotions. But this merely signified that in his love for this woman there was something far loftier than he himself had supposed, and not only sensuality, not only the curve in the body of which he had talked to Alyosha. On the other hand, however, no sooner had Grushenka disappeared than Mitya at once began to suspect her of every base and perfidious deed of unfaithfulness. In doing so, he experienced not one pang of conscience. So it was that jealousy began to bubble up within him once again. Whatever happened, he had to hurry. The first thing was to obtain at least a driblet of money on loan. Yesterday's 9 rubles had almost all been used up on travel, and without any money at all, of course, he could take not a step anywhere. But together with his new plan he had also, as he sat in the wagon the day before, deliberated on how he might obtain money on loan. He had a pair of good dueling pistols with cartridges, and if until now he had not pawned them, it was because he loved these heirlooms more than anything else he possessed. in the capital city, and he had long ago become slightly acquainted with a certain young civil servant, and had somehow learned at the inn that this young, unmarried, and thoroughly well-to-do civil servant was passionately fond of weaponry, bought pistols, revolvers, daggers, hung them on the walls of his apartment, showed them off to friends, boasting, a master of explaining the system of the revolver, how to load it, how to fire it, and so on. Without thinking for long, Mitya at once set off to see him and proposed that he pawn the pistols for 10 rubles. The civil servant gleefully began to try to persuade him to sell them straight off, but Mitya would not consent, and the civil servant gave him 10 rubles, declaring that he would on no account take interest. They parted on a friend-to-friend basis. Mitya made haste. He was desperate to get to Fyodor Pavlovich's house by way of the rears, to his summer house, in order to call out Smerdyakov as soon as possible. In such wise, however, was there once again established the fact that only 3 or 4 hours before a certain occurrence, of which I shall speak more below, Mitya had not a kopeck of ready cash and had pawned an heirloom he loved, when suddenly, 3 hours later, he turned out to be in possession of thousands. But I run ahead. At the home of Maria Kondratyevna, Fyodor Pavlovich's female neighbor, there awaited him a piece of news that shocked him and disturbed him in the extreme. It concerned the fact of Smerdyakov's illness. He heard a complete account of Smerdyakov's fall into the cellar, then of his epileptic attack, the doctor's arrival, the worries of Fyodor Pavlovich. With curiosity died also discover that brother Ivan Fyodorovich had already rolled off to Moscow that morning. He must have gone through Volovia before I did, thought Dmitri Fyodorovich, but the news about Smerdyakov upset him horribly. What will I do now? Who will keep watch? Who will tell me what is going on? With avidity did he begin to question these women. Had they noticed anything yesterday evening? They knew all too well what he was endeavoring to find out, and tried to put his mind completely at rest. No one had come to the house, Ivan Fyodorovich had spent the night there, everything was completely as normal. Mitya fell to thinking. There were no two ways around it. Tonight he would have to stand sentry as well, but where? Here or outside Samsonov's gates? He decided that it would have to be both here and there, at discretion, but for the time being. The fact was that now there stood before him that plan of the day before, the new and this time surefire plan he had thought up in the wagon, and any delay in the execution of which was now out of the question. Mitya decided to give up an hour to it. In an hour's time I shall decide the whole thing, discover everything, and then, to start with, I shall go to Samsonov's house, find out if Grushenka is there, and in a flash return here, and stay here until 11 o'clock, and then go back to fetch her at Samsonov's and take her home. This was how he determined to resolve the matter. He flew off back to his lodgings, washed, combed his hair, brushed his clothes, got dressed and set out for the home of Mrs. Koklikova. Alas, his plan lay there. He had determined to borrow 3,000 from this lady. And the principal gist of the matter was that somehow there had suddenly formed within him an extraordinary sense of conviction that she would not refuse him. It may perhaps be wondered why, if his sense of conviction were so great, he had not gone there earlier, to the society of his peers, as it were, rather than direct his steps to Samsonov, a man of alien disposition with whom he did not even know how to converse. The fact was, however, that in the course of the last month he had almost entirely severed his acquaintance with Mrs. Koklikova, had indeed scarcely had acquaintance with her before that, and knew very well, in addition, that she herself could not abide him. This lady had from the very beginning conceived a detestation of him simply for the fact that he was Katerina Ivanovna's betrothed, while she for some reason had suddenly begun to wish that Katerina Ivanovna would give him up and marry instead the charming Ivan Fyodorovich, who is educated in the ways of chivalry and has such beautiful manners. Mitya's manners, on the other hand, she detested. Mitya even made fun of her and had on one occasion managed to express the opinion that this lady was as lively and overfamiliar as she is lacking in education. And then that morning, in the wagon, he had suddenly been illuminated by a brilliant idea. But if she's so against my marrying Katerina Ivanovna, against it to such a degree, he knew that it almost attained the point of hysterics, then how could she now refuse me the 3,000 were she to realize that I would use it for the express purpose of leaving her Katya alone and clearing out of this town for good? Once these spoilt upper-class ladies conceive the whim of a desire for something, they will spare nothing in order that everything shall turn out as they wish it. What's more, she is rich, Mitya thought to himself. As for the plan itself, it was still the same as it had been earlier, that is to say, an offer of his rights to the Chermashnya estate, not, however, with a commercial end in view, the way he had presented it to Samsonov the day before, not with any attempt to entice the lady, as in the case of Samsonov the day before, with the opportunity of doubling his money, making 6 or 7,000 out of 3, but simply as an honorable guarantee against a debt. As he developed this new idea, Mitya passed into ecstasy, but this was invariably the case with all his undertakings, all his sudden decisions. Every time he had a new idea, he abandoned himself to it with passion. Nevertheless, when he stepped onto the porch of Mrs. Koklikova's house, he suddenly experienced a chill of horror along his spine. Only at this second did he clearly cognize, with mathematical clarity, that this was, after all, his last hope, that if he fell into one of his hiatuses this time there would remain to him nothing in the world but to murder and rob someone for the sake of that 3,000, no more and no less. It was close on 7:30 when he rang the doorbell. At first the matter seemed to go well. No sooner did he announce his presence than he was instantly received with extraordinary swiftness. "Why, it's as though she'd been waiting for me," flickered through Mitya's head, and then suddenly, no sooner had he been led into the drawing room, the mistress of the chambers came in almost at a run and declared to him bluntly that she had been waiting for him. "I have waited. Why, I could hardly even think that you would come to see me, you yourself will agree, and yet all the same I have waited for you. Wonder at my instinct, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, all morning I have been certain that you would come today." "That, madam, is indeed cause for wonder," Mitya pronounced, sitting down rather clumsily, "but I have come on an extremely important matter, the most important of important matters, for myself, that is, madam, solely for myself, and I am in haste." "I know that you have come on a most important matter, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, and here it is not a question of premonitions or retrograde hankerings after miracles. Have you heard about the elder Zosima? Here, there is mathematics. You could not fail to come after all that took place with Katerina Ivanovna. You could not possibly fail to come. That is mathematics. The realism of real life, madam, that is what it is. Permit me, however, to explain." "Precisely, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, realism. I am now entirely in favor of realism. Where miracles are concerned I am all too sorely instructed." "Did you hear that the elder Zosima has died?" "No, madam, this is the first I have heard of it," Mitya said with a certain degree of astonishment. The image of Alyosha fleeted through his mind. "It happened last night, and can you imagine?" "Madam," Mitya said, breaking her off, "I can imagine only one thing, and that is that I am in a most desperate plight, and that if you do not help me, then everything will go to hang, and I shall be the first to do so. Forgive me for the triviality of the expression, but I am in an ague, in a fever." I know that you are, I know it all, and you cannot possibly be in any other condition of spirit, and whatever you say, I know it all already. I long ago took your fate into consideration, Dmitri Fyodorovitch. I have been watching it and studying it. Oh, be assured that I am an experienced doctor of the soul, Dmitri Fyodorovitch." "Madam, if you are an experienced doctor, then I on the other hand am an experienced patient," Mitya said, forcing himself to adopt a courtly tone, "and I have a presentiment that if you have been watching my fate in this way you will be able to assist it, faced as it is with downfall. But in order that this may be so you must at least permit me to explain to you the plan with which I have taken the risk of appearing before you, and explain to you what it is I expect to obtain from you." "I have come, madam." "Do not explain, that is a secondary matter. But as regards help, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, you would not be the first man I have helped. I expect you have heard of my cousin Belmasova. Her husband was facing ruin, going to hang, as you so characteristically expressed it, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, But what of it? I directed him into horse breeding, and now he prospers. Do you have a grasp of horse breeding, Dmitri Fyodorovich? Not the slightest, madam, oh, madam, not the slightest. Mitya shouted in nervous impatience, even starting to get up from his seat. I only beseech you, madam, to hear me out. Give me only 2 minutes of free discourse, that first I may explain to you everything, the whole of the project with which I have come to you. What is more, time presses on me. I am in dreadful haste, Mitya cried hysterically, sensing that she was again about to speak, and in the hope of shouting her down. I have come in despair, in the last extremity of despair, in order to beg you to lend me 3,000 rubles, lend, I stress, and on a reliable pledge, madam, on terms of the most reliable security. Only permit me to explain. You may tell me all that later. Mrs. Koklakova said, in her turn making an impatient gesture, and in any case all that you say I know already. I have told you that. You are asking for a specific sum, you need 3,000, but I shall give you immeasurably more. I shall save you, Dmitri Fyodorovich, but it is necessary that you obey me. Mitya fairly sprang up from his seat again. Madam, would you really be so kind? He let out with extreme emotion. Oh Lord, you have saved me. Madam, you are saving a man from a violent death, from the pistol. My eternal gratitude. I will give you infinitely more than 3,000. Mrs. Koklakova cried, gazing with a radiant smile upon Mitya's ecstasy. Infinitely more? But so much I do not need. All that is essential to me is that 3,000, so faithful for me, and I for my part have come to guarantee you that sum with infinite gratitude, and offer you my plan, which... Enough, Dmitri Fyodorovich, no sooner said than done, Mrs. Koklakova said in clipped tones, with the chaste solemnity of a benefactress. I promise to save you and I shall save you. I shall save you as I saved Belmasov. What think you of the gold mines, Dmitri Fyodorovich? The gold mines, madam? I have never given them any thought. Well, I have done so for you. I have thought of them, and thought of them again. For a whole month now I have been watching you with the Skolin mine. 100 times I have looked at you as you were passing, and have said to myself, there is a man of energy who ought to travel to the gold mines. I even studied your walk and decided, that man will discover many gold mines. You decided it by my walk, madam? Mitya asked, smiling. What? Yes, by your walk. Come now, surely you will not deny that it is possible to detect a person's character from the way he walks, Dmitri Fyodorovich? The natural sciences confirm it. Oh, now I am a realist, Dmitri Fyodorovich. Starting from this very day, in the wake of Taut's said histoire at the monastery, which has upset me greatly, I am an outright realist and intend to throw myself into practical activity. I have been cured. Enough, as Turgenev said too. But madam, the 3,000 you so generously promised to lend me. It shall not pass you by, Dmitri Fyodorovich, Mrs. Koklakova at once interrupted him. That 3,000 is as good as in your pocket, and it will be not 3,000 but 3 million, Dmitri Fyodorovich, in the very shortest of time. I shall tell you your mission. You shall discover gold mines, amass millions, return and become a leader of men, moving us forward and directing us towards the commonweal. Are we really to leave it all to the Jews? You shall construct buildings and various factories. You shall assist the poor, and they shall bless you. Now is the age of the railroad, Dmitri Fyodorovich. You shall become known and indispensable to the Ministry of Finance, which is at present in such dire straits. The fall in the value of our paper ruble keeps me awake at nights, Dmitri Fyodorovich. That side of me is little known. Madam. Dmitri Fyodorovich interrupted again with an uneasy sense of anticipation. I shall most possibly follow your counsel, your wise counsel, madam, and shall perhaps set off yonder. To those gold mines, and come back again and tell you about them. Come back many times, even. But at present that 3,000, which you so generously. Oh, it would unbind me, and if it were possible that today. That is to say, do you see, that I have at present not a moment to lose? Enough, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, enough. Mrs. Koplakova broke in insistently. The question is, will you travel to the gold mines or will you not? Have you quite made your decision? Answer mathematically. I shall go, madam, later. I shall go wherever you wish, madam. But at present. Oh, wait a moment, then, cried Mrs. Koplakova, jumping up and rushing towards her magnificent writing desk with its numerous small drawers, and beginning to open one drawer after another, searching for something in a dreadful hurry. The 3,000. Mitya thought, dying inwardly, and right now, without any documents, without a formal agreement. Oh, that is the way gentlemen do business. A magnificent woman, and if only she were not such a babble-box. Here it is. Mrs. Koplakova exclaimed in joy, returning to Mitya, this is what I was looking for. It was a tiny silver icon on a necklet, of the kind that is sometimes worn together with a cross next to the skin. This is from Kiev, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, she continued with reverence, from the relics of the great martyr Varvara. Permit me to place it around your neck myself and thereby bless you for a new life and for new deeds. And she did indeed throw the icon about his neck and began to make the motions of putting it in its proper place. In great embarrassment Mitya bent down and began to assist her and, at last, succeeded in pushing the icon between his tie and the collar of his shirt and onto his chest. There, now you can go. Mrs. Koplakova pronounced, solemnly sitting down in her chair again. Madam, I am so touched, and I do not even know how I can thank you, for such emotions, but, if only you knew how precious time is to me now. That sum, which I await so dearly from your generosity. Oh madam, if you can be so kind, so touchingly generous to me, Mitya exclaimed suddenly in a fit of inspiration, then permit me to disclose to you, though as a matter of fact, it is something you have long known, that I love in this town a certain creature. I have been unfaithful to Katerina Ivanovna, I mean. Oh, I have been inhuman and dishonorable in her regard, but I have come to love another in this town, a certain woman, madam, whom you may very well despise, for you know it all already, but whom I cannot possibly abandon, not possibly, and so now, the 3,000. Abandon everything, Dmitri Fyodorovitch. Mrs. Koplakova interrupted in a most resolute tone. Abandon everything, and especially women. Your mission is the gold mines, and you have no business taking women there. Later, when you return in wealth and glory, you will find yourself a companion for your heart in the very highest of society. She will be a contemporary girl, with knowledge and no prejudices. By then the woman question, which now is only beginning, will have attained fruition, and the new woman will have appeared. Madam, it is not the right thing, Dmitri Fyodorovitch said imploringly, beginning to clasp his hands. It is the very thing, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, the very thing you need, the thing for which you are thirsting, while yet unaware of it. I am a great enthusiast for the present-day woman question, Dmitri Fyodorovitch. The development of woman and even a political role for woman in the very nearest future, that is my ideal. I myself have a daughter, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, and that side of me is little known. I sent a letter to the writer Shchedrin III in that connection. That writer has explained to me so much concerning the destiny of woman, that last year I sent him an anonymous letter consisting of 2 lines, I embrace and kiss you, my writer, for the contemporary woman, continue. And I signed it, a mother. I was going to sign it a contemporary mother, but I wasn't confident enough, and made do simply with a mother, that has more moral beauty, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, and in any case the word contemporary would have reminded him of the contemporary a bitter memory for him in view of the censorship nowadays. Oh, good Lord, whatever is the matter with you? Madam, Mitya said, leaping up at last, clasping his hands before her in helpless supplication, you will compel me to weep, madam, if you postpone any longer that which you so generously. And you shall weep, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, you shall weep. Those are fine emotions. Such is the path that lies before you. Your tears will relieve you, later you shall return and rejoice. Be sure to come back from Siberia post-haste and expressly to me, that you may rejoice with me. But I am sorry, Mitya suddenly howled, for the last time I beseech you, tell me, may I expect to receive the promised sum from you today? And if not, then when may I present myself in order to receive it? What sum, Dmitri Fyodorovitch? The 3,000 that you promised, that you so generously. 3,000? Rubles, you mean? Oh, no, I don't have 3,000, Mrs. Koklakova enunciated with a kind of calm surprise. Mitya froze. But you, just now, you said, you even used the expression, it is as good as in your pocket. Oh, no, you did not understand me, Dmitri Fyodorovitch. If that is what you thought, then you did not understand me. I was talking about the gold mines. To be sure, I promised you more, infinitely more, than 3,000, I remember it all now, but all I had in mind was the gold mines. And the money? The 3,000? Dmitri Fyodorovitch exclaimed, absurdly. Oh, if it's money you meant, then I have none. I have no money at all now, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, and in fact I am at present waging a war with my estate manager and myself borrowed 500 rubles from Myasov the other day. No, money I have none. And you know, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, even if I had, I should not let you have any. For one thing, I do not lend to anyone. To lend means to quarrel. But to you I particularly would not lend, my fondness for you would preclude that, in order to save you I would not lend it to you, because all you need is one thing, the gold mines, and the gold mines. Oh, to the devil, Mitya cried, emitting a sudden roar, and striking his fist on the table with all his might. Ah-h! Mrs. Koklakova screamed in fright, flying off to the opposite end of the drawing-room. Mitya spat and with rapid strides made an exit from the room, from the house, out into the street, into the dark. He strode like a man insane, smiting himself upon the breast, in that very same place on his breast where he had smitten himself 2 days earlier in front of Alyosha, at his last meeting with him in the evening, in the dark, on the road. The true significance of this beating of his breast in that place and what it was he wished to indicate thereby, that was as yet a secret which no one in the world yet knew, one which he had not even revealed to Alyosha, but that secret contained for him more than mere disgrace, it contained destruction and suicide, for thus had he determined, if he could not obtain the 3,000 in order to pay back Katerina Ivanovna and thereby remove from his breast, from that place on his breast, the disgrace which he had borne upon it and which had so oppressed his conscience. This will all be fully explained to the reader in what follows, but for the present let him note only that this man, having seen his last hope vanish, had no sooner taken a few steps away from Mrs. Koklakova's house than this man, who was physically so strong, suddenly dissolved in tears like a little boy. As he walked, blind to all else, he wiped the tears away with his fist. Thus did he emerge onto the square, and then suddenly felt that he had bumped into something with the whole of his body. There resounded the squeaky wail of some wretched little old woman, whom he had very nearly knocked over. Lord a mercy, you nearly murdered me. Why don't you look where you're going, you terror? What, is it you? Mitya exclaimed, having discerned the features of the old woman in the darkness. It was the old serving woman from Kuzma Samsonov's whom yesterday Mitya had noticed all too well. And who would you be, little father? The old woman said in quite a different voice. I can't make you out in the dark. You live at Kuzma Kuzmich's house, don't you? You're one of his servants? That's right, little father, only just now I've been out at Proko Rych's. But can I still not make out who you are? Tell me, old mother, is Agrafena Alexandrovna with you now? Mitya got out, beside himself with anticipation. I myself escorted her there earlier this evening. She was here, little father. She came, stayed for a bit and then left. What? She left? Mitya exclaimed. When did she leave? Oh, she came and she left almost at the same time. She was only with us for a minute or so. She told Kuzma Kuzmich some sort of story, it made him laugh, and then she went running off. You're lying, accursed one. Mitya howled. The old woman cried, but Mitya had already gone. He ran as fast as he could to the house of Mrs. Morozova. This was precisely at the time that Grushenka had gone off to Mokroy. No more than a quarter of an hour had passed since her departure. When the captain suddenly ran in, Fenya was sitting with her grandmother, the cook Matryona, in the kitchen. At the sight of him, Fenya began to yell blue murder. What are you yelling for? Mitya howled. Where is she? But without even letting the terror-frozen Fenya reply so much as a single word, he suddenly collapsed at her feet. Fenya, in the name of the Lord our Christ, tell me where she is. I don't know anything, Dmitri Fyodorovich, little father, I don't know anything, little dove, you can kill me, but I don't know anything, Fenya said, vowing and swearing. You yourself went off with her earlier. She came back again. No, she didn't, little dove, I swear to God, she didn't. You're lying. Mitya exclaimed. The very fact that you're so frightened tells me where she is. He rushed for the door. The frightened Fenya was relieved at having acquitted herself so cheaply, but she was very well aware that this was only because he had had no time and that otherwise things might have turned out badly for her. In rushing for the door, however, he nonetheless astonished both Fenya and old Matryona by a certain most unexpected maneuver. On the table stood a brass mortar, and in it a pestle, a small, brass pestle no more than 1/4 of an arshin in length. Mitya, running out and already having opened the door with one hand, with the other suddenly as he passed snatched the pestle from the mortar and stuffed it in his side pocket, and that was the last that was seen of him. Oh, Lord a mercy, he's going to kill somebody! Fenya shouted, wringing her hands. 4. In the dark. Where had he gone running to? The answer was simple. Where could she be, but at the house of Fyodor Pavlovich? From Samsonov's house she must have run straight to his, that's quite clear now. The whole of the intrigue, the whole of the deceit are now plain. All this flew round like a whirlwind inside his head. At the yard of Maria Kondratyevna's house he did not drop in. I mustn't go there, on no account must I go there. I mustn't raise the slightest suspicion. Maria Kondratyevna is obviously in the conspiracy, Smerdyakov also, they've all been bribed. Another purpose had formed itself within him, circumventing the house of Fyodor Pavlovich in a wide detour, by way of the lane. He ran along Mitrovsky Street, then crossed the little bridge and landed straight in the secluded lane that gave onto the rears, empty and uninhabited, with the wicker fencing of the neighbor's kitchen garden on the one side, and on the other, the strong, high fence that surrounded Fyodor Pavlovich's garden. Here he selected a place, and it appears to have been the same one where, according to the legend that was known to him, Lizaveta Smerdyashkia had once climbed across. If she could do it, fleeted through his mind, God only knows for what reason, then why shouldn't I? And indeed, he jumped up and in an instant managed to grip the top of the fence with one hand, then with great energy stood on tiptoe, climbed up all in one go, and sat down astride of it. Nearby in the garden was the bathhouse, but from the top of the fence the illuminated windows of the house were also visible. It's true enough, there's light in the old man's bedroom, she's there. And he leapt down from the fence into the garden. Even though he knew that Grigory was ill, and possibly Smerdyakov as well, and that there was no one who might hear him, he instinctively kept quiet, froze on the spot and began to listen. But all around there was dead silence and, as if by special design, the air was completely still, with not the slightest zephyr of a breeze. And only silence whispereth, one, that line of verse fleeted through his mind for some reason. Just as long as no one heard me jump across, I don't think anyone did. Having stood still for a moment, he slowly walked through the garden, through the grass, avoiding the trees and the bushes. He walked for a long time, masking every step, himself listening to every step he took. It took him about 5 minutes to make his way to the illumined windows. He remembered that there, beneath those very windows, there were several large, tall, thick bushes of elder and guelder rose. The door of the house that gave onto the garden on the left side of the façade was closed, and as he passed he made a special point of thoroughly checking this fact. At last he attained the bushes and concealed himself behind them. He scarcely breathed. Now I must wait, he thought. If they've heard my footsteps and are listening now, then they'll need time to be reassured. If only I don't cough or sneeze. He waited for a couple of minutes, but his heart was beating horribly, and at moments he was almost out of breath. No, my heartbeat's not going to quiet down, he thought. I can't wait any longer. He was standing behind a bush in the shadow. The front half of the bush was illuminated by the window. The guelder, the hips, how red they are, he whispered, not knowing why he did it. Quietly, with distinct, inaudible steps he approached the window and stood on tiptoe. The whole of Fyodor Pavlovich's bedroom appeared before him, as if it were in the palm of his hand. It was a small room, and the whole of it was divided transversely by a folding screen, a Chinese one, as Fyodor Pavlovich called it. Chinese rushed through Mitya's head, and Grushenka's behind it. He began to study Fyodor Pavlovich. The latter was attired in a new striped silk dressing gown which Mitya had never seen him in before, belted by a silk cord with tassels. From beneath the collar of the dressing gown peeped clean and stylish linen, a fine holland shirt with gold studs. On Fyodor Pavlovich's head was the same red bandage that Alyosha had observed. Got himself dressed up, Mitya thought. Fyodor Pavlovich stood close to the window, evidently in reflection. Suddenly he jerked his head up, cocked his ear the merest shadow, and then, having heard nothing, went over to the table, poured from a decanter half a liqueur glass of cognac and drank it. Then he sighed with a great heave of his chest, stood still again for a moment, absent-mindedly walked over to the mirror in the pier between the windows, with his right hand lifted the red bandage from his forehead slightly and began to study his bruises and sores, which had not yet healed. He's on his own, Mitya thought. The most probable thing is that he's on his own. Fyodor Pavlovich walked away from the mirror, turned suddenly to the window and looked out of it. In a split second, Mitya leapt back into the shadow. Perhaps she's behind the screen, perhaps she's asleep now, stabbed like a dagger to his heart. Fyodor Pavlovich withdrew from the window. He was looking out of the window for her. That means she isn't here. Why would he be looking out into the dark? His impatience must be wearing him down. Mitya instantly leapt up and again began to stare at the window. The old man was sitting at the table now, apparently down in the dumps. At last he leaned one elbow on the table and placed the palm of his right hand on his cheek. Mitya peered at him avidly. He's on his own, he repeated again. If she were here, he'd have a different expression on his face. It was strange, in his heart there had suddenly begun to seethe an absurd and peculiar annoyance at the fact that she was not here. It's not because she isn't here, Mitya said to himself, interpreting, and furnishing his own reply at once. It's because there's absolutely no way for me to find out for certain whether she is here or not. Mitya later recalled that his mind at that moment was extraordinarily clear and that he understood everything right down to the last detail, caught every smallest nuance. But anguish, the anguish of ignorance and irresolution, was growing inside his heart with excessive swiftness. Is she here, or isn't she? Began to seethe viciously within his heart. And suddenly he mustered his determination, stretched forth his hand and softly tapped the window frame. He tapped the signal the old man had prearranged with Smerdyakov, the first 2 taps slowly, and then 3 times more quickly, rat rat rat, the sound which denoted that Grushenka has arrived. The old man started, jerked his head up, quickly sprang to his feet and rushed to the window. Mitya leapt back into the shadow. Fyodor Pavlovitch undid the window and stuck his head out all the way. "Grushenka, is it you? Is it you, is it?" he got out in a kind of trembling semi-whisper. "Where are you, little mother, little angel, where are you?" He was in a state of terrible agitation, he was gasping for breath. "He's on his own," Mitya decided. "Where are you, then?" the old man shouted again, and he stuck his head out even further, stuck his shoulders out too, looking round in every direction, to right and to left. "Come here, I've got a little present for you, come here, I'll show you." "That's the envelope with the 3,000 he means," flickered through Mitya's consciousness. "But where are you, then? Are you at the door? Wait a moment, I'll open it." And the old man very nearly clambered out of the window as he peered to the right, in the direction of the door that led into the garden, trying to see in the dark. Within a second he would certainly have gone running to unbar the door, not waiting for Grushenka to reply. Mitya observed from the side and did not stir a muscle. The entire profile of the old man, which so revolted him, the pendular Adam's apple, the crooked nose, the lips, smiling in lecherous expectation, all of this was brilliantly illuminated by the oblique ray of the lamp that shone from the left, from the room. A terrible, violent hatred suddenly seethed in Mitya's heart. There he is, my rival, my tormentor, the tormentor of my life. This was an access of that same sudden, vengeful, and violent hatred to which, as though in premonition, he had informed Alyosha in his conversation with him in the summer house 4 days ago, in reply to Alyosha's question, "How can you say that you will kill father?" "Oh, you see, I don't know. Perhaps I'll murder him and perhaps I won't. My fear is that his face will suddenly grow hateful to me at that very moment. I hate his Adam's apple, his nose, his eyes, his shameless snigger. I experience a personal loathing. That is what I fear, and then I shall not be able to control myself." The personal loathing was mounting unendurably. Mitya was beside himself now and suddenly snatched the brass pestle from his pocket. God, as Mitya said later, was keeping watch over him that night. At that very same time Grigory Vasilyevich awoke upon his sickbed. Towards the evening of that same day he had applied to himself a certain treatment, the one Smerdyakov had described to Ivan Fyodorovitch, that is to say with the help of his spouse he had rubbed himself all over with vodka that contained some kind of secret and most strong infusion, had drunk the rest down with a certain prayer whispered over him by his spouse, and lain down to sleep. Marfa Ignatyevna had also partaken and, being of sober habits, had fallen asleep beside her husband in a dead slumber. But then quite unexpectedly Grigory had suddenly woken up in the night, considered for a moment and, though he again at once felt a burning pain in the small of his back, raised himself from the bed. Then he again pondered on something, got up and quickly put his clothes on. It may have been that he had had a prick of conscience at having been asleep, leaving the house without a watchman at such a dangerous time. The epilepsy-incapacitated Smerdyakov lay in the other little room without movement. Marfa Ignatyevna did not stir a limb. The woman's a weak and a wither, he thought, having taken a look at her, and groaning went out onto the little porch. He intended, of course, merely to take a look from the porch, for he had not the strength to walk, and the pain in the small of his back and in his right leg was unendurable. But just at that moment he suddenly remembered that earlier that evening he had not locked the wicket gate that led into the garden. This was a man most punctual and precise, a man of long-established routine and the habits of many years. Limping and writhing with pain, he descended the steps of the porch and set off for the garden. True enough, the gate was wide open. In mechanical fashion he stepped into the garden. It may have been that he thought he had seen something, or perhaps he had heard some sound, but, looking to the left, he caught sight of the Baron's open window. The window was empty now, and no one was looking out of it. Why is it open? It isn't summer now. Grigory thought, and suddenly, just at that very moment, something unusual fleeted directly before him in the garden. Some 40 paces ahead of him he thought he saw someone running along in the darkness, a shadow moving very swiftly. "Good Lord," said Grigory, and, beside himself, oblivious now to the pain in the small of his back, he dashed to intercept the runner. He took the shortest route, for the garden was evidently more familiar to him than it was to the runner. The latter set off towards the bathhouse, and then, having passed beyond it, rushed towards the enclosure. Grigory kept a watch on him, not losing him from sight, and ran in oblivion of all else. He attained the fence just at the very same moment as the fugitive was clambering over the fence. Transported beyond himself, Grigory uttered a howl, threw himself forward and with both hands seized hold of one of his legs. So it was, his premonition had not let him down, he recognized him, it was he, the monster and father murderer. "Father murderer," the old man shouted to the whole neighborhood, but that was all he succeeded in shouting. He suddenly fell like a man struck by lightning. Mitya leapt back down into the garden and bent down over the prostrate man. In Mitya's hands was the brass pestle, and like an automaton he threw it into the grass. The pestle fell 2 paces from Grigory, not in the grass, however, but on the path, where it was most clearly visible. For a few seconds he studied the person who lay before him. The head of the old man was covered in blood. Mitya stretched forth his arm and began to feel that head. Later on he clearly recalled that he had a terrible desire to be completely sure whether he had broken the old man's skull or only discombobulated him with the pestle on the temple. But there was blood, a horrible amount of blood, and in a flash it had soaked Mitya's trembling fingers in a hot stream. He recalled Thada snatched from his pocket his new white handkerchief, the one with which he had furbished himself upon setting out to see Mrs. Koklikova, and placed it against the old man's head, in an absurd effort to wipe the blood from his face and forehead. But in a flash the handkerchief, too, was entirely saturated in blood. "Oh Lord, but why am I doing this?" Mitya thought, suddenly coming to his senses. "How can I find out now if I've broken his skull? And in any case, isn't it all the same?" he suddenly added hopelessly. "If I've done him in, I've done him in. You've made your bed, old fellow, so now you must lie in it," he said loudly, and suddenly bolted for the fence, leapt over it into the lane and set off at a run. The handkerchief, drenched in blood, was crumpled in his right fist, and as he ran he stuffed it into the rear pocket of his dress coat. He ran headlong, and a few rare passers-by who encountered him in the dark, on the streets of the town, later recalled having met that night a man who was violently running. He was flying again to the house of Mrs. Morozova. Earlier that evening, as soon as he had left, Fenya had rushed to Nazar Ivanovich, the senior yardkeeper, and had begun to implore him by Lordy Jesus not to let the captain in, not never again, not today nor tomorrow neither. Nazar Ivanovich, having listened to her plea, agreed to fulfill it, but as bad luck would have it he then absented himself upstairs to the accommodations of the Barinya, whither he had been summoned unexpectedly, and on the upwards journey, encountering his nephew, a lad of some 20 years who had only very recently arrived from the country, instructed him to remain in the yard, but forgot to give any instructions concerning the captain. Having run up to the front gate, Mitya knocked. The lad recognized him instantly. Mitya had given him a tip on several occasions. At once the lad opened the side gate for him, let him through and, with a merry smile obligingly hastened to inform him that you see, Sir Agrafena Alexandrovna bain't at home, sir. Then where is she, Prokhor? Mitya asked, stopping suddenly. A while ago she went away, about 2 hours it were, with Timofey, to Mokroy. Why? Mitya shouted. Oh, I wouldn't know that, sir, some Sarah where she went to see, somebody called her over there and sent some horses. Mitya turned his back on him and went running in like a man half insane to see Fenya. 5. A sudden resolve. The latter was sitting in the kitchen with her grandmother, and they were both preparing to go to bed. Putting their trust in Nazar Ivanovich, they had, what was more, not barred the door from inside. Mitya came running in, rushed at Fenya and seized her tightly by the throat. "Tell me this instant, where is she, who is she with at Mokroy now?" he howled in frenzy. Both women uttered shrieks. I'll tell you, dear Dmitri Fyodorovich, I'll tell you everything in a moment, nothing will I hide," Fenya shouted in a rapid babble, frightened to death. "She's gone to Mokroy to see the Osair." "What Osair?" Mitya howled. "Her former Osair, the same one, her former one, the one she had 5 years ago, who gave her up and then went away," Fenya jabbered on in the same rapid babble. Dmitri Fyodorovich released his hands from their vice-like grip around her throat. He stood facing her, pale as a corpse and mute, but from his eyes it was plain that he had taken it all in at one go, had understood everything without even so much as a sentence being uttered, right down to the last detail, and had guessed his way to the truth. Not that poor Fenya, need it be added, was in any condition to observe in that second whether he had understood or not. Sitting on a clothes trunk, just as she had been when he had run in, so she remained now, a tremble all over and, her arms held out in front of her, as though in an attempt to shield herself, had frozen rigid in that position. With the frightened, terror-distended pupils of her eyes she fixed him motionlessly. While he, as if on purpose to intensify the effect, had both hands stained with blood. He must, en route and in running, have put them to his forehead as he wiped the sweat from his face, and upon his forehead and right cheek there had remained red patches of smeared blood. Fenya was on the point of hysterics, while the old cook had leapt up and was staring like a madwoman, having almost lost her wits. Dmitri Fyodorovich continued to stand still for a moment and then suddenly, in mechanical fashion, lowered himself onto a chair next to Fenya. He sat, in a state less of consideration than in one almost of panic, a kind of stupor. Why, it was all as clear as daylight, this Osair, he knew about him, knew everything about him, after all, knew about him from Grushenka herself, knew that a month ago he had sent her a letter. That meant that for a month, a whole month, this affair had been conducted in deep secret, kept from him, right up to the present appearance of this new arrival, and yet he had never thought of him. But how was it possible, how could he have failed to think of him? Why, really, had he forgotten about this Osair at the time, forgotten about him the instant he had learned of him? This was the question that faced him now, like some kind of monster. And he contemplated this monster in true panic, his blood running cold with panic. But suddenly, quietly and meekly, like a quiet and loving child, he began to talk to Fenya as though he had completely forgotten the manner in which he had just terrified, outraged, and exhausted her. Suddenly, with an extreme precision that was positively astonishing for one in his position, he began to question Fenya. And Fenya, though she gazed wildly at his blood-stained hands, began to reply to each question he asked with astonishing readiness and haste, positively hurrying to place before him all the truthful truth of it. Little by little, with a certain pleasure, even, she began to explain all the details, not at all out of any desire to cause him torment, but as if she were in a hurry to do with cordial sincerity all she could to be of service to him. Right down to the last detail she narrated to him the events of the whole of that day, the visit of Rakitin and Alyosha, how she, Fenya, had stood watch, how the Barinya had gone and that she had shouted to Alyosha from the window a greeting to him, Matenka, saying that he should remember forever how she had loved him for one small hour. On hearing of the greeting, Mitya suddenly smiled a bleak smile, and on his pale cheeks the color flared. At that same moment Fenya said to him, without a shadow of fear now at her own inquisitiveness, "What hands you have, Dmitri Fyodorovich, all covered in blood." "Yes," Mitya replied in mechanical fashion, took an absent-minded glance at his hands and at once forgot about them and about Fenya's question. He again subsided into silence. From the time he had run in, some 20 minutes had now elapsed. His recent panic had passed, but it was now evident that he was completely in the power of some new and inexorable resolve. He suddenly rose from his seat and smiled reflectively. "Baron, what is this that has happened to you?" Fenya said, again directing his attention to his hands. She spoke with commiseration, as though she were now the being closest to him in his misfortune. Mitya again took a look at his hands. "It's blood, Fenya," he said, looking at her with a strange expression. "It's human blood and, oh God, why was it shed?" "But, Fenya, there is a certain fence here." He gazed at her as though he were setting a riddle for her to answer. "A certain fence that is high, and terrible to behold, but, tomorrow at dawn, when the sun ascendeth in the heavens, Mitenka will leap over that fence." "You don't know which fence I mean, Fenya?" "Well, never mind, it doesn't matter. Tomorrow you will hear and know everything, but now farewell. I shan't get in the way and I shall keep myself to myself. I'm good at doing that. Live well, my joy. If you loved me for one small hour, then remember Mitenka Karamazov forever. I mean, she used to call me Mitenka, don't you remember?" And with these words he suddenly left the kitchen. As for Fenya, this exit frightened her if possible even more than when he had run in just then and hurled himself upon her. Exactly 10 minutes later Mitya entered the apartment of the young civil servant, Fyodor Ilyich Perkotin, with whom he had pawned his pistols the day before. It was already 8:30, and Fyodor Ilyich, having had his evening tea at home, had just enveloped himself once more in his dress coat as a preliminary to setting off for the capital city inn to play billiards. Mitya caught him on his way out. The latter, setting eyes on him and on his blood-stained face, fairly yelped. "Good Lord! What on earth has happened to you?" "Look," Mitya said quickly, "I've come for my pistols and have brought you the money." "I'd be most grateful." "I'm in a hurry, Fyodor Ilyich, please, get them for me as quickly as you can." Fyodor Ilyich was growing more and more astonished. He had suddenly perceived that in Mitya's hand there was a large amount of money, and what astonished him most was that Mitya was holding this money and had entered with it in a manner in which no one holds money and no one enters with it. He was holding all the credit bills in his right hand, as though to show them off, his arm extended directly in front of him. The boy, Perkotin's servant, who received Mitya in the antechamber, said later that he had walked into the antechamber like that, holding the money, and that consequently he must have had it in his right hand, holding it before him, even while he had been out on the street. The banknotes were all 100-ruble ones, rainbows, and he was holding them in blood-stained fingers. Later, in response to subsequent questioning by interested persons as to how much money there had been, Fyodor Ilyich declared that at the time it was difficult to count it by eye, perhaps 2,000, perhaps 3, but at any rate the wad had been a large one, fat enough. As for Dmitri Fyodorovich himself, he, as Perkotin also testified later, had been not at all himself, but not drunk, rather instead as if he were in some kind of ecstasy, very distracted, and yet at the same time almost focused, too, as though he were thinking about something and trying to reach some decision but not succeeding. He was in a great hurry, his replies were brusque, it was very strange, at moments he seemed not upset at all but even cheerful. "But I say, what on earth has happened to you?" Fyodor Ilyich shouted again, studying his guest wildly. "How did you get all that blood on you? Did you fall, or what? Look." He seized him by the elbow and made him look in the mirror. Mitya, catching sight of his own blood-stained face, shuddered and knit his brows wrathfully. "Ha, the devil! That's all I needed," he muttered with vicious rage, quickly transferred the credit bills from his right hand to his left and convulsively tugged his handkerchief from his pocket. But the handkerchief too proved to be covered in blood. With this same handkerchief he had wiped the head and face of Grigory. It contained not one tiny patch of white, and it had less begun to dry than stiffened into a kind of lump which could not be unfolded. Mitya viciously hurled it to the floor. "Ha, the devil! Have you a rag of some kind? I could wipe myself with." "So you are only stained, and are not injured? Then you had better wash," Fyodor Ilyich replied. "Look, here is the wash-hand basin, I shall fetch water." "A wash-hand basin? That's good. Only where shall I put this, he said, in a kind of now truly strange bewilderment, directing Pyotr Ilyitch's attention to his wad of 100-ruble notes, staring at him inquiringly, as though the latter were to decide where he should put his own money. Stow it away in your pocket or put it on the table here, it won't get lost. My pocket? Yes, my pocket. That's good. Oh, look, this is all a lot of rubbish, he began to exclaim, as though suddenly snapping out of his distracted state of mind. Look, let's get this matter settled first. The pistols, please let me have them back, and here is your money, because I need them very, very urgently, and I have no time, not a drop of time to lose. And, removing the top 100-ruble note from the wad, he proffered it to the civil servant. Why, I don't even think I have change, the latter observed. Don't you have anything smaller? No, Mitya said, taking another glance at the wad and, as though he were unsure of the truth of his words, tested with his fingers 2 or 3 notes at the top. No, they're all the same, he added, and again looked inquiringly at Pyotr Ilyitch. I say, how is it you've come into all these riches? The latter asked. Wait, I'll get my boy to run over to Plotnikov's point when they stay open late, we'll see if they can change it. Hey, Misha, he shouted into the antechamber. Plotnikov's delicatessen, a most magnificent idea. Mitya also shouted, as though he had been visited by some thought. Misha, he said, turning to the boy as he came in, look, run over to Plotnikov's and say that Dmitri Fyodorovitch sends his greetings and will be over there himself presently. And listen, tell them that when I get there I want them to have some bottles of champagne ready for me, 3 dozen or so, packed up in the same way as the ones I took to Mokroy. I bought 4 dozen from them that time, he said, suddenly addressing Pyotr Ilyitch. They know how it was that time, you don't have to worry, Misha, he went on, turning back to the boy again. And listen, get them to put in some cheese, and some Strasbourg pies, and some smoked sig too, and some ham, and some caviar, oh, everything they have, 100 or 120 rubles worth, like before. And listen, see that they don't forget the sweet things, candies, pears, a watermelon, or 2 or 3, no, I suppose 1 will be enough, and chocolate, boiled sweets, lozenges, Tyagushki 3, oh, all the stuff they packed up for me when I went to Mokroy, 300 rubles, it came to, with the champagne. Well, get them to do exactly the same for me now. And remember, Misha, if that's your name. I say, his name is Misha, isn't it? He said again, addressing Pyotr Ilyitch. But wait, Pyotr Ilyitch interrupted, listening to him and studying him with unease. It would be better if you went yourself, and then you'll be able to give the instructions yourself, whereas he'll only get them wrong. Oh yes, you're right, I can see that he will. Ah, Misha, and I was going to give you a kiss for your trouble. If you don't get it wrong there's 10 rubles for you, now dash off as quick as you can. The main thing is the champagne, get them to roll out the champagne, and the cognac, and the white and the red wine, and all of it as it was that time. I say, will you listen? Pyotr Ilyitch interrupted, with impatience now. What I said was, let him just run and change the note and tell them not to close shop, and then you can go and give the instructions yourself. Give him your banknote. Quick march, Misha, put your best foot forward. It seemed likely that Pyotr Ilyitch was chasing Misha away because the latter was standing in front of the guest, his eyes agoggle at his bloody face and blood-stained hands with their wad of money and shaking fingers, and continued to stand there, his mouth agape with fear and astonishment, in all probability grasping little of what Mitya was bidding him do. Well, now let us go and get you washed, Pyotr Ilyitch said, severely. Put the money on the table or stow it away in your pocket. That's right, like that. Now come along. And take off your coat. And he began to assist him in removing his dress coat, and then once more suddenly yelped. Look! Even your coat has blood on it. It's not on the coat. There's only a little bit on the sleeve here, and this bit here, where the handkerchief was. It must have seeped through from my pocket. When I was with Fenya, I sat on my handkerchief. That was when the blood seeped through. Mitya instantly explained with a strange and astonishing trustfulness that this was so. Pyotr Ilyich heard him out, frowning. Well, you've managed to land up in some kind of scrape. You must have got into a fight with someone, he muttered. They began the process of washing. Pyotr Ilyich held the pitcher and poured out the water as required. Mitya hurried, using hardly any soap on his hands. His hands were shaking, as Pyotr Ilyich recalled later. Pyotr Ilyich at once urged him to use more soap and to rub harder. It was as though at that moment he had acquired a sort of superiority over Mitya, and this was increasingly so as time passed. Let us observe, apropos, the young man was of untimid character. Look, you haven't washed under your nails. Well, now rub your face, look, here, on your temples, by your ear. Are you going to go out wearing that shirt? Where is it you're going, anyway? Look, the whole cuff of your right sleeve has blood on it. Yes, it has blood on it, Mitya observed, examining the cuff. Then you must change your linen. There isn't any time. But it's all right, I'll just do this, you see, Mitya went on in the same trusting tone of voice, drying his face and hands with the towel now and putting his coat back on again. Look, I shall just fold the edge of the cuff, it won't be visible under my coat. You see? Now tell me, where did you manage to end up in a scrape like this? Did you get into a fight? With whom? Not at the inn again, like last time? You haven't been going for the captain again, have you, beating him and pulling him by his beard? Pyotr Ilyich asked reminiscingly, almost with a kind of reproach. And if it was not he, then whom have you beaten this time, or killed, maybe? Rubbish, Mitya said. What do you mean, rubbish? Oh, forget it, said Mitya, and suddenly he smiled an ironic smile. I knocked down a little old woman on the square as I was running here just now. You knocked her down? A little old woman? An old man. Mitya shouted, looking Pyotr Ilyich straight in the face, laughing and shouting at him as if the latter were deaf. Ah, the devil take it, an old man, a little old woman. Have you killed someone, or haven't you? We made it up with one another. We had a bit of a tussle, and made it up. In a certain place. We parted as friends. A certain fool of a chap, he forgave me, by now he's definitely forgiven me, though if he'd managed to get up again, he wouldn't have forgiven me, Mitya winked suddenly. But you know, to the devil with him, do you hear, Pyotr Ilyich, to the devil, forget it. Just at this moment I don't want to bother with it. Mitya positively snapped. Oh, it's just that I really don't know what makes you go getting mixed up with all and sundry. Like that time you got involved with that second-grade captain, for no reason at all. You've had a fight and now you're rushing off to spend far too much money, that's your character in a nutshell. 3 dozen bottles of champagne, why do you need so much? Bravo! Now let me have the pistols. I swear to you, honestly, I haven't any time. I'd like to talk to you, dear chap, but I haven't any time. And in any case forget it, it's too late for talking. Ah! Now where is my money, what did I do with it, he screamed, and began to jab his hands in and out of his pockets. You put it on the table. You put it there yourself. Here it is. Did you forget? Really, you treat money as though it were water or litter. Here are your pistols. That's strange, at 6 o'clock this evening you pawned them with me for 10 rubles, and now look at all that money you've got there, thousands. 2 or 3, I'll wager? 3, I'll wager, Mitya laughed, stewing the money into the side pocket of his trousers. You'll lose it that way. I say, have you got gold mines? Gold mines? Did you say gold mines? Mitya shouted with all his might, and rolled with laughter. Perkitin, how would you like to go on a trip to the gold mines? There's a certain lady in this town who'll dole out 3,000 just to see you go. She did it for me, such is her love for those gold mines. Mrs. Koplikova, do you know her? No, but I've heard of her and have seen her about. Did she really give you 3,000? Just doled it out like that? Pyotr Ilyitch said, staring mistrustfully. Well, tomorrow, when the sun, when Phoebus, eternally young, ascendeth in the heavens, glorifying and praising God, tomorrow go to her, to Koplikova, and ask her yourself, did she or did she not dole out 3,000 to me? Go on, make your inquiries. I don't know what your relationship with her is. If you say it so affirmatively, then I suppose she must have given you it. And you've got the money in your hands, yet you're not off to Siberia, but are about to blow the whole 3,000. Just where is it you are off to now? Mokroy. Mokroy? But I mean, it's night time. Mastriuk was dressed up rich, but now he has not a stitch, for what do you mean, not a stitch? You've got all those thousands, yet you talk of not having a stitch? It's not the thousands I'm referring to. To the devil with them. It's the ways of woman I mean. Easy led is woman's heart, wanton and deceiving. 5. I'm in agreement with Ulysses, those are his words in the poem. I don't know, I can't make you out. Am I drunk, do you suppose? No, not drunk, but worse than that. I'm drunk in spirit, Pyotr Ilyitch, drunk in spirit, and now that's enough, that's enough. What are you doing with that pistol, loading it? Yes, I'm loading the pistol. It was indeed so. Mitya, having opened the case that contained the pistols, had unlocked the powder horn from its fastening, carefully poured in the powder and inserted the charge. Then he took a bullet and, before rolling it in, raised it before him in 2 fingers above the candle. Why are you looking at the bullet? Pyotr Ilyitch inquired with uneasy curiosity as he followed this process. I just am. Imagination. Well, if you had decided to plant this bullet in your brain, then, as you loaded the pistol, wouldn't you look at it? Why look at it? If it's going into my brain, I'm interested to take a look at it, see what it looks like. Oh, but that's just rubbish, the rubbish of a moment. There, that's done, he added, having rolled in the bullet and packed it with oakum. Pyotr Ilyitch, my dear chap, it's rubbish, all rubbish, if only you knew what rubbish it is. Now give me a piece of paper. Here you are. No, I mean a smooth, clean piece of paper, writing paper. That's right. And Mitya, snatching a pen from the table, quickly wrote on the scrap of paper 2 lines, folded the paper in 4 and stuffed it in his waistcoat pocket. He replaced the pistols in their case, locked it with its small key and picked up the case. Then he looked at Pyotr Ilyitch and smiled a long, reflective smile. Now let us be on our way, he said. Where are we on our way to? No, wait. I say, you're not really going to put that bullet through your brain, are you? Pyotr Ilyitch got out uneasily. Oh, forget the bullet, that was just rubbish. I want to live, I love life. Bear that in mind. I love golden-curled Phoebus and his intemperate light. Dear Pyotr Ilyitch, do you know how to step aside? What do you mean? How to make way. To make way for a dear being and for one who is hateful. So that the hateful one, too, becomes dear, to make way in that sense. And to say to them, well, God be with you, off you go then, pass by, While you? That's enough, let us go. As God is my witness, I shall tell someone, said Pyotr Ilyitch, staring at him, and get them to stop you from going there. Why are you going to Mokroy now? There's a woman, there, a woman, and let that be enough for you, Pyotr Ilyitch, and will you now please drop it? You know, you may be savage, but for some reason I've always rather liked. That's why I'm worried. I thank you, brother. I'm a savage, you say. Savages, savages. That word is never off my lips, savages. Ah yes, here is Misha, I had almost forgotten him. Misha entered hurriedly with a wad of banknotes in small denominations and reported that at Plotnikov's they're all on the go, and that bottles were being dragged out, and fish, and tea, very soon it would all be ready. Mitya snatched a 10-ruble note from the wad and gave it to Pyotr Ilyitch, while another he threw to Misha. Do not dare! Pyotr Ilyitch exclaimed. I do not allow it in my home, and in any case it is morally wrong and will spoil him. Put your money away, look, put it here, why squander it? Tomorrow you may have good use for it, yet you'll be coming to me to ask for another 10 rubles. Why do you keep stewing it in your side pocket? You'll lose it, you know. Listen, my dear fellow, what about going to Mokroy together? Why should I go there? Listen, if you like I shall uncork a bottle straight away, and we shall drink to life. I feel like a drink, and especially one with you. That's something we've never done together before, is it? Well, we may possibly do so at the inn. Come along then, I myself am bound there now. There's no time for the inn, let us go to Plotnikov's delicatessen, to the snuggery at the back. Would you like me to ask you a certain riddle I have here? Go on, then. Mitya took the scrap of paper from his waistcoat, unfolded it and showed it to Pyotr Ilyitch. In large, clear handwriting it said, I punish myself for the whole of my life, the whole of my life I punish. Why truly, I shall have a word with someone, I shall go this instant and have a word with someone, Pyotr Ilyitch said, having read what was on the scrap of paper. You won't have time, dear chap, now come along and let us drink, quick march. Plotnikov's delicatessen was situated virtually no more than one house along from where Pyotr Ilyitch lived, on the corner of the street. It was the principal delicatessen of our town, run by wealthy wholesalers, and in its own way not at all bad. It stocked everything one might find in any such store, any such delicatessen in the capital, wines bottled by the Brothers Karamazov, fruit, cigars, tea, sugar, coffee, and so on. 3 shopmen sat there constantly on duty, and 2 errand boys delivered the goods. Even though our part of the country had grown impoverished, its landowners dispersed, its trade become quiet, yet did the delicatessen prosper as before, and indeed better and better than before, with every year that passed. For these items there was a steady abundance of purchasers. Mitya's arrival was awaited at the store with impatience. It was vividly recalled how, some 3 or 4 weeks earlier, he had arrived in just such a sudden manner and bought all kinds of victuals and wines to the tune of several hundred rubles in straight money. They would never of course have entrusted anything to him on credit. It was recalled that then, as now, in his hands there had flashed an entire wad of rainbow notes and that he had thrown them around at random, without haggling, without considering or even wishing to consider to what end. He required all those victuals and wines and the rest. Throughout all the town it had later been said that at the time, having rolled off to Mokroy with Grushenka, he blew in a single night and the day that followed 3,000 in one fell swoop, and returned from the spree without the groat on which his mother bare him. On that occasion he had raised an entire camp of gypsies, at that time passing through our locality in search of pasture, who, it was said, in the space of 2 days stole from him, the drunkard, countless sums of money and drank countless quantities of expensive wine. People related, laughing at Mitya, that in Mokroy he had plied the clodhopping moujiks with champagne and stuffed the country maidens and wives with chocolates and Strasbourg pies. People in our town, especially down at the inn, also laughed at the open and public confession Mitya had made at the time. They did not laugh in his face, for to do so was somewhat dangerous, that from Grushenka all he had received for the whole of this escapade was her letting him kiss her foot, and more than that she would not let me do. When Mitya and Pyotr Ilyich walked up to the store, they found by the entrance a troika of horses already prepared, and harnessed to a wagon, covered with a rug, with bells and jingles, and the Yamchik 6 Andrei, waiting for Mitya. Inside the store they had already almost completely managed to furbish one hamper of victuals and were only awaiting Mitya's appearance in order to hammer it shut and load it into the wagon. Pyotr Ilyich was astonished. "But where did you manage to get a troika from?" he asked Mitya. "As I was running to your place, I met Andrei and told him to drive straight here to the store. There's no time to lose. Last time I drove there with Timofey, but Timofey is nowhere to be seen now. He's rolled off with a certain enchantress ahead of me." "Andrei, are we going to be very late?" "Their wagon will probably get there only an hour before ours, if that even. They've got an hour's start at most." Andrei responded hurriedly. "I harnessed Timofey's horses myself, so I know how they'll travel. Their ride won't be the same as our ride, Dmitri Fyodorovich. How could it be? They won't even get there an hour before us," Andrei said again heatedly, before Dmitri could open his mouth. Andrei was a yamchik not yet old, a lean, reddish-haired fellow in a potyavka, with an armyak over his left arm. "There's 50 rubles vodka money for you if you can get there no more than an hour after they do. I'll guarantee you that, Dmitri Fyodorovich. Why, they won't even get there half an hour ahead of us, never mind an hour." Though Mitya had begun to bustle about, making arrangements, his words and instructions were somehow strange, haphazard, and not in sequence. He would begin one thing and forget its conclusion. Pyotr Ilyich decided he would have to engage and assist the matter. 400 rubles worth, no less than 400, it must be exactly the same as last time, Mitya commanded. 4 dozen bottles of champagne, not a single bottle less. Why do you want so much? What is it for? Wait. Pyotr Ilyich began to howl. Do you call this a hamper? What does it have in it? Surely not 400 rubles worth? It was at once explained to him by the bustling shopman in dulcet tones that in this first hamper there were only a half a dozen bottles of champagne and all kinds of items necessary for the preliminaries, consisting of zakouski, chocolates, fruit drops, and so on. But that the main commission would be packed and dispatched this very instant separately, as on the last occasion, in a special wagon also drawn by a troika, and that it would get there on time, and arrive at the spot perhaps only an hour after Dmitri Fyodorovich. No more than an hour, and put in as many fruit drops and tyagushki as you can. That's what the wenches down there like, Mitya insisted with heat. The tyagushki are all very well. But 4 dozen bottles of champagne, what do you need them for? 1 dozen would be sufficient, Pyotr Ilyich said, nearly losing his temper. He began to haggle, demanded to see the bill, refused to be fobbed off. The end of it was that no more than 300 rubles worth of victuals was procured. Ah, the devil have your hide! Pyotr Ilyich cried, as though he had suddenly changed his mind. What business is it of mine? Throw your money away, if you obtained it for nothing. This way, my thrifty steward, step this way, and don't be angry, said Mitya, hauling him off to the snuggery at the back of the store. Look, they'll serve us a bottle right now, and we'll have a sip or two. Oh, I say, Pyotr Ilyich, let's go together, for you're a dear fellow, I like a man like yourself. Mitya sat down on a little wicker chair at a tiny table that was covered with a most filthy cloth. Pyotr Ilyich found a place for himself opposite him, and in a flash the champagne appeared. The gentlemen were asked whether they would like some oysters, first-class oysters, fresh today. To the devil with your oysters, I shan't have any, and we don't need anything else either, Pyotr Ilyich snapped with something approaching hatred. There's no time for oysters, Mitya observed, and in any case I've no appetite. You know, my friend, he said suddenly with feeling, I have never cared for all this disorder. Well, who does? But 3 dozen bottles of champagne poured down the throats of muzhiks, that would surely make anyone's blood boil. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the higher order. There is no order in me, no higher order. But all that is finished, and there's no point in moaning about it. It's too late, and to the devil with it. All my life has been disorder, and now I must bring some order into it. I'm punning, eh? You're raving, not punning. Glory to on earth the highest, glory to the highest in me. That little verse broke from my soul once upon a time, not a verse, but a tear, composed it myself, though not the day I hauled the second-grade captain by his beard. Why do you suddenly mention him? Why do I suddenly mention him? Rubbish! Everything is coming to an end, everything is being equaled out, a line, and the balance is drawn. Yes, I must say I do still keep thinking about those pistols of yours. The pistols are rubbish, too. Drink and stop fantasizing. I love life, I have loved life too much, so much that it's positively loathsome. Enough! To life, my dear fellow, to life let us drink, to life do I propose a toast. Why am I so pleased with myself? I am base, but am pleased with myself. And yet, I'm tormented by the fact that I am base, but pleased with myself. I bless creation, am this moment ready to bless God in His creation, but I must exterminate a certain stinking insect, so that it does not go creeping about, does not spoil life for others. Let us drink to life, friend brother. What can be more dear than life? Nothing, nothing. To life and to a certain empress of empresses. Let us drink to life, and, I suppose, to your empress too. They each downed a glass. Though Mitya was both ecstatic and incoherent, he was also somehow sad. It was as though some insuperable and heavy concern were standing behind him. Misha, is that your Misha come in? Misha, lad, Misha, come here, drink this glass for me, to golden-curled Phoebus, who will come tomorrow. I say, what are you giving him that for? Fyodor Ilyitch shouted in irritation. Oh, go on, let me, I want him to have some. Ayak. Misha downed the glass, bowed and ran away. He'll remember it longer, Mitya observed. It's a woman I love, a woman. What is woman? The empress of the earth. Do you remember Hamlet? I feel sad, sad, Fyodor Ilyitch. I am so sad, Horatio. Alas, poor Yorick. Perhaps I am Yorick, too. Yes, just now I am Yorick, and shall be the skull later. Fyodor Ilyitch listened and was silent, and Mitya said nothing either. What sort of a dog is that you have there? He suddenly inquired absent-mindedly of one of the shopmen, having noticed in the corner a pretty little Bolognese with black eyes. That is the Bolognese of Varvara Alexeyevna, our mistress, the shopman replied. She brought it with her and left it here with us. It will have to be taken back to her. I once saw a dog like that, in my regiment, Mitya said reflectively. Only, one of its hind legs was broken. Oh, by the way, Fyodor Ilyitch, I meant to ask you, have you ever in your life stolen anything? What kind of a question is that? Oh, I just wanted toast. You know, taken money from someone else's pocket? I'm not talking about the public coffers, everyone has a finger in those, and I'm sure you are no exception. Go to the devil. No, I mean something else, taking it straight from someone's pocket, from his purse, eh? I once stole a 20-kopeck piece from my mother. I was 9 years old, and I took it from the table. I took it on the sly and pocketed it. Well, and then? Well then nothing. I kept it for 3 days, then I grew ashamed, owned up and gave it back. Well, and then? I received a thrashing, of course. What about you, didn't you ever steal anything? Oh yes, Mitya winked, slyly. What? Pyotr Ilyich asked, becoming curious. A 20-kopeck piece from my mother, when I was 9, 3 days later I gave it back. Having said this, Mitya suddenly got up from his seat. Dmitri Fyodorovich, we're in a hurry, aren't we? Andrei suddenly shouted from the door of the delicatessen. Ready? Then let's be off. Mitya cried in a burst of frantic movement. One final tale 7n. Give Andrei a glass of vodka for the road this instant. And give him a large glass of cognac as well. Put this case, the one with the pistols, under the seat for me. Farewell, Pyotr Ilyich, think kindly of me. But I say, you're coming back tomorrow, aren't you? Oh, certainly. Will you do so good as to settle our small account now? The shopman asked, leaping to Mitya's side. Ah, yes, the account. Certainly. He again snatched from his pocket his wad of credit bills, removed from it 3 rainbows, threw them on the counter and quickly went out of the store. They all followed him and, bowing, saw him off with salutations and good wishes. Andrei grunted after the cognac he just downed and leapt onto the seat. But hardly had Mitya begun to sit down, than Fenya appeared before him quite unexpectedly. She came running up quite out of breath, with a scream clasped her hands before him and fell heavily to his feet. Little father, Dmitri Fyodorovich, little dove, please don't hurt the Barinya. I've told you everything, I have. And please don't hurt him either, for he was her former one. He's going to take Agrafena Alexandrovna in marriage, that's why he's come back from Siberia. Little father, Dmitri Fyodorovich, do not ruin other people's lives. Tisk tisk tisk, so that's it. I see, you're going to do some business down there, Pyotr Ilyich muttered to himself. Now it all makes sense, now it all makes perfect sense. Dmitri Fyodorovich, if you want to be a man you must return the pistols to me at once, he exclaimed loudly at Mitya. Do you hear, Dmitri? The pistols? Just wait, dear fellow, I shall throw them in a puddle en route, Mitya replied. Fenya, get up, you mustn't lie in front of me like that. Mitya isn't going to do any ruining, from now on that stupid man isn't going to ruin anyone. And listen, Fenya, he shouted to her, already seated now, I insulted you before, so please forgive me, and if you can, forgive a scoundrel. And if you can't, then it's all the same. Because now everything is all the same. Let's be off, Andrei, drive swiftly. Andrei made the wagon move off, the wagon bell began its tintinnabulation. Farewell, Pyotr Ilyich. To you the final tear. Why, he's not even drunk, yet what rot he spouts. Pyotr Ilyich thought as Mitya left. He had almost been of a mind to stay and oversee the loading of the wagon, pulled, too, by a troika, with the rest of the comestibles and wines, suspecting in advance that Mitya would be cheated and overcharged, but suddenly, growing angry with himself, he spat in indifference and went on to his inn to play billiards. A fool, even though he's a good fellow, Pyotr Ilyich muttered to himself on the way. I've heard of this former Osair of Grishenka's. Well, if he's arrived, then. Oh, those pistols. But the devil, what am I, his uncle, or something? Never mind about them. And anyway, nothing will happen. They're loudmouths, and that's all. They'll get drunk and fight, they'll fight and make it up. Are those men of action? What about all those I step aside and I punish myself? Nothing will happen. 1,000 times he shouted things in that style when he was drunk at the inn. But now he isn't drunk. Drunk in spirit, that's the style scoundrels favor. Am I his uncle, or what? And he must certainly have been in a fight, his ugly mug was covered in blood. With whom, now? I shall find out at the inn. And his handkerchief had blood on it too. Fie, the devil, he left it on my floor. I don't give a spit. He arrived at the inn in a most foul condition of spirit and at once began a game. The game cheered him up. He played another and suddenly began to talk to one of his partners of the fact that Dmitri Fyodorovich had again come into some money, 3,000 no more and no less, he had seen it himself, and that he had once more rolled off on a spree to Mokroy with Grushenka. This was greeted by his listeners with something approaching unusual curiosity. And they all began to talk, not laughing, but somehow with a strange degree of seriousness. They even interrupted their game. 3,000? But where could he have got 3,000? They began to question him further. The information concerning Mrs. Koplakova was greeted with dubious looks. More likely he robbed the old man, that's what. 3,000. There's something not right there. He was boasting out loud that he was going to kill his father, everyone here heard him. And he was talking about 3,000 then, too. Pyotr Ilyitch listened and suddenly began to reply to their questioning in a dry manner, without giving much away. Concerning the blood there had been on Mitya's face and hands he mentioned not a word, though while he had been on his way to the inn he had intended to tell them about it. A third game was begun, and little by little the talk about Mitya subsided. When the third game was ended, however, Pyotr Ilyitch desired to play no more, put away his billiard cue and, without having supper, as he had planned to, walked out of the inn. Emerging onto the square, he stood still in bewilderment, positively marveling at himself. He had suddenly realized that what he intended to do now was to go to Fyodor Pavlovitch's house in order to find out whether anything had taken place. On account of some rubbish, which it's bound to be, I intend to wake up someone else's household and make a scandal. Fie, the devil, am I their uncle, or what? In a most foul condition of spirit he set off straight for his home and then suddenly remembered about Fenya. Ha, the devil, I should have questioned her earlier, he thought in annoyance, I'd know everything now. And to such a degree did there suddenly flare up within him a most impatient and stubborn desire to talk to her and discover everything, that halfway there he took a sharp turn in the direction of Mrs. Morozova's house, in which Grushenka had her lodgings. Going up to the gate, he knocked, and the sound of his knock, resounding in the silence of the night, again appeared suddenly to sober and enrage him. To make matters worse, there was no response, all in the house were asleep. Here too I shall make a scandal, he thought with a kind of suffering in his soul now, but instead of giving up and going away, he suddenly began to knock again, with all his might this time. The noise of it filled the whole street. But no, I shall knock until they respond, I shall knock until they respond, he muttered, his rage at himself increasing with each boom to the point of rabid frenzy, this merely redoubling the violence of his blows at the gate. 6. Here I come. But Dmitri Fyodorovich was flying on his way. To Mokroy it was 20-odd versts, but Andrei's troika galloped so hard that they might be there in an hour and a quarter. The swift passage suddenly seemed to revive Mitya. The air was fresh and rather cold, large stars shone in the clear sky. This was the same night, and possibly the same hour on which Alyosha, having fallen to the earth, frenziedly swore to love it until the end of the ages. But troubled, very troubled was Mitya's soul, and though many things tormented his soul now, at this moment his entire being was swooping irresistibly towards her alone, his empress, to whom he was flying in order to catch one final glimpse of her. I shall say only one thing, his heart did not argue even for a moment. I may perhaps not be credited if I say that this jealous fellow felt for that young man, the new rival who had sprung out of the earth from nowhere, for that Osair, not the slightest jealousy. Of any other man, had such a one appeared, he would have instantly been jealous and would, perhaps, once more have soaked his terrible hands in blood, but towards this one, this first one of hers, he felt now as he flew on his troika, not only an absence of jealous hatred, but even of any hostile feeling at all, though, to be sure, he had not yet set eyes upon him. Here there can be no argument, here it is a question of his right and hers, here is her first love, whom in 5 years she has not forgotten. That means that for these 5 years she has loved only him. So what am I poking my nose in for? What place have I in it? Step aside, Mitya, and give way. And in any case, what am I now? Now even if the Oser were not there it would all be finished, even had he never come along at all, even then it would all be finished. Such were the words in which he might approximately have expressed his feelings, if he had been able to think rationally. But now he was past thinking rationally. The whole of his present resolution had come into being without rational thought, in a single flash, had been experienced and taken in its entirety and with all its consequences earlier, with Fenya, at the first words she had uttered. Yet nonetheless, in spite of all the resolution he had taken, his soul was troubled to the point of suffering. Not even his resolution gave him tranquility. Too much stood behind him, tormenting him. At moments he found this strange, too. After all, he had already written his own sentence with pen and paper, I punish myself and punish, and the scrap of paper lay there, in his pocket, prepared. After all, the pistol was loaded. After all, he had decided how on the morrow he would greet the first intemperate ray of golden-curled Phoebus, and yet with what had gone formerly, with all that stood behind him and tormented him, he could not settle his score. He felt that to the point of torment, and the thought of it dug the fangs of despair into his soul. There was one moment on the way when he suddenly wanted to tell Andrei to stop, to leap out of the wagon, take his loaded pistol and finish it all, without even waiting for daybreak. But that moment had flown by like a spark. And the troika also flew, devouring space, and the closer the goal approached, so also did the thought of her alone, more violently and violently wrenched the breath from him, driving away all the other terrible specters from his heart. Oh, he wanted so much to look at her, even if only fleetingly, even from afar. Now she is with him, well, now I shall see how she is with him, with her former sweetheart, and that is all that I require. And never yet had there arisen in his breast so much love towards this woman who had sealed his fate, so much emotion that was new, and had never been experienced by him before, emotion that was surprising even to himself, emotion tender to the point of prayer, of disappearance before her. And I shall disappear, he said suddenly in a fit of a kind of hysterical ecstasy. They had galloped now for almost an hour. Mitya said nothing, while Andrei, though he was a talkative muzhik, did not utter a word either, as though he were afraid to open his mouth, and merely drove his jades, his skinny but speedy bay-horse troika. When suddenly Mitya exclaimed in terrible anguish, Andrei! But what if they're asleep? This had suddenly flashed into his mind, before it had never occurred to him. I dare say they will be by now, Dmitri Fyodorovitch. Mitya frowned painfully. Here he was, flying to see them, with emotions like these, and they were asleep. Perhaps she was sleeping with him. A shiver of hatred seethed within his heart. Make haste, Andrei, more speed, Andrei, faster, he shouted in a frenzy. But perhaps they won't be asleep yet, Andrei said, after a pause for thought. Timofey said earlier there was a lot of people gathered there. At the station? Not at the station but at Plastinov's, the inn. It's a private posting station, as well. I know, and you say there are a lot of people there? Why? Who are they? Mitya asked, jerking his head up in terrible anguish at the unexpected news. Well, Timofey said they was all gentry, 2 from the town, who they are I don't know, and another 2, from out of town, apparently, and who else is there I didn't ask him in so many words. He said they'd started playing cards. Playing cards? So you see, they may not have gone to bed yet, if they've started playing cards. I dare say it's not more than nigh on 11 o'clock yet, no more. Make haste, Andrei, make haste. Mitya exclaimed again nervously. Sir, there's something I want to ask you, Andrei began again, after another pause, only I don't want to make you angry, Baron, I'm frightened, sir. What do you want to ask me? Just now Fedosia Markovna lay down at your feet, begging you not to hurt the Barinya and someone else, so you see, sir, now that I'm driving you there. Forgive me, sir, it's just my conscience talking, perhaps I've said something stupid. Mitya suddenly seized hold of him from behind, by the shoulders. Are you a yamshik? A yamshik, he began frenziedly. Yes, sir, a yamshik. Then you know that one has to give way. What kind of a yamshik is it who never gives way, but just tramples others under his wheels, saying here I come? No, a yamshik does not trample others down. One must not trample human beings, spoil their lives, and if you have, then punish yourself. As soon as you have spoiled or ruined another man's life, punish yourself and depart. All this seemed to burst from Mitya as though in a fit of complete hysteria. Andrei, though he marveled at the Baron, nonetheless kept the conversation going. That's true, little father, Dmitri Fyodorovich, you're right there. It isn't good to trample other people, nor to go tormenting them, neither, just the same as it isn't good to go tormenting any other creatures, for all brute creatures are a part of God's creation, whether it be the horse, just because somebody wants to break his way through, or whether it be us yamshiks. There's no holding them back, they just keep charging on, they just keep charging straight on. Into hell? Mitya broke in suddenly, and burst into a short, unexpected laugh. Andrei, you simple soul, he said again, seizing him firmly by the shoulders, tell me, will Dmitri Fyodorovich end up in hell or not, what's your opinion? I don't know, my little dove, it depends on you, because to us you're a. You see, sir, when the Son of God were crucified on the cross and died, he went straight down from the cross into hell and freed all the sinners who were in torment there. And hell began to moan because it thought that now nobody would come to it any more, no sinners, that's to say. And then the Lord said to hell, stop moaning, hell, for from this day on there will come to you all kinds of powerful men, rulers, big judges and men of wealth, and you will be just as full as you've ever been until the end of the ages, when I shall come again. That is true, there's a story that goes like that. A popular legend. Splendid. Give the left one more of the lash, Andrei. So those are the folk for whom hell is ordained, Andrei said, giving the left horse more of the lash, but for us, sir, you're not but a little boy. That's how we consider you. And though you're the angry sort, sir, the Lord will forgive you for the simpleness of your soul. And you, will you forgive me, Andrei? What should I forgive you for? You have done me no harm. No, for all men you alone, right now, this moment, here, on the road, will you forgive me for all men? Speak, soul of the simple folk. Oh, sir. It makes me scared to drive you, such a strange way it is you talk. But Mitya did not catch this. In frenzy he prayed, wildly whispering to himself, O Lord, take me in all my lawlessness, but do not judge me. Let me pass without your judgment. Do not judge, for I myself have condemned myself, do not judge, for I love you, Lord. I myself am loathsome, but I love you, if you send me to hell, even there I will love you and will cry from there that I love you until the end of the ages. But let me love to the end. Here, now, let me love to the end, only 5 hours before your intemperate ray. For I love the empress of my soul. I love and I cannot but love. You yourself see the whole of me. I shall fly to her, fall down before her, you were right to walk past me. Farewell and forget your victim, never trouble yourself more. Mo Croy. Andrei shouted, pointing forward with his knout. Through the pale gloom of the night a firm mass of buildings suddenly showed black, scattered over an enormous expanse. The village of Mokroy had 2,000 souls, but at this hour they were all already asleep, and only here and there through the gloom occasional lights still flickered. Make haste, Andrei, here I come. Mitya exclaimed almost in a fever. They're not asleep. Andrei said again, pointing with his knout at Plastinov's inn, which stood right at the entrance to the village, and all 6 windows of which were brightly illumined. "They're not asleep." Mitya caught up, joyfully. "Make thunder and lightning, Andrei, make haste at the gallop, roll up with a crash and a rattle." "I'm on my way." "Here I come," Mitya exclaimed in a frenzy. Andrei launched his exhausted troika into a gallop and did indeed roll up with a crash and a rattle at the tall porchway, and reined in his steaming, half-throttled steeds. Mitya leapt down from the wagon, and just at that moment the landlord of the inn, who really had been on his way to bed, took a curious glance from the porch at who this might be who had rolled up in such a fashion. "Trifon Borisic, is it you?" The landlord bent forward, had a good look, and then ran headlong down the steps of the porch and in servile ecstasy rushed towards the guest. "Little father, Dmitri Fyodorovitch! Do we see you again?" This Trifon Borisic was a thick-set and robust muzhik of average height, with a somewhat corpulent face, of stern and implacable aspect, particularly when faced by the muzhiks of Mokroy, but possessing the gift of swiftly altering his features into a most servile expression when he sensed an advantage to be had. He went around dressed in Russian style, in a side-fastening shirt and a padiavka, had a considerable store of lucre, but also dreamed incessantly of a higher role. Over half of the muzhiks were in his clutches, all were heavily in debt to him. He held land on lease from the local landowners and bought land himself, and the muzhiks worked this land for him in payment of debts from which they could never escape. He was a widower and had 4 grown-up daughters. One was already a widow, lived on his premises with her 2 young girls, his granddaughters, and worked for him like a charwoman. The second of this muzhik's daughters was married to a government clerk, some petty scribe who had worked his way up in the service, and on the wall of one of the inn's rooms there could be seen among the family photographs one, of miniature dimensions, of this petty clerk in his uniform and civil service epaulets. The 2 younger daughters would, on church holidays or when setting off somewhere to pay a social visit, put on blue or green dresses, sewn in fashionable style, close fitting at the rear and with trains and archen long, but would on the following morn, as on any other day, rise at first light and with birch brooms in their hands sweep the chambers, bear out the slops and clear up the litter the guests had left behind. In spite of the dear little thousands he had already acquired, Trifon Borisic was very fond of emptying the coffers of a guest who was on a spree and, recalling that a month had not yet passed since in a single 24 hours he had, thanks to Dmitri Fyodorovitch, during his spree with Grushenka, enriched himself to the tune of 200 or so dear little rubles, if not an entire 3, greeted him now joyfully and with alacrity just because of the very way that Mitya had rolled up to his porch, sneeing his plunder once more. "Little father, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, do we acquire you again?" "Wait, Trifon Borisic," Mitya began, "the important thing first, where is she?"
Agrafena Alexandrovna?
The landlord said, understanding at once, and peering nervously at Mitya's face. "Why, she is present here, too." "With whom?" "With whom?" "Some guests who are traveling through, sir. One of them's a civil servant, a Pole apparently, to judge by the way he talks. It was him who sent the horses over for her from here, and the other fellow with him is either his companion or his fellow traveler, who can tell? They're dressed in civilian clothes." "What are they doing? Are they on a spree?" "What spree? They're not much of a quantity, Dmitri Fyodorovitch." "No? Well, and what about the others?" "The other 2 are from the town, gents, the both of them. They were on their way back from Cherny too and stayed. One of them, a young fellow, is a kinsman of Mr. Myasov, apparently, only I can't remember his name. And the other one I expect you also know, the landowner Maximov. He says he was on a pilgrimage, visited that monastery of yours over there, and now he's traveling with this young kinsman of Mr. Myasov." "And that's all of them?" "That's all of them." "Wait, be quiet, Trifon Borisic, now tell me the most important thing, what of her, how is she?" "Well, she arrived a while ago and she sits with them." "Is she cheerful?" laughing? No, she doesn't seem to laugh much. Completely bored, more like, I'd say she was. She's been combing the young fellow's hair. You mean the Pole, the Osair? Why, he's not young, and he's certainly no Osair, no, sir, not him, but that nephew of Mr. Myasov's, the young one, only I can't remember his name. Kalganov? That's it, Kalganov. Very well, I shall settle the matter myself. Are they at cards? They were, but they've stopped now. They had tea and then the civil servant asked for liqueurs. Wait, Trifon Borisik, wait, dear soul, I shall settle the matter myself. Now tell me the most important thing, are there any gypsies? There's nary a trace of the gypsies, Dmitri Fyodorovich, they got chased out by the police, but there's Jews, who play dulcimers and violins, they're in Rozhestvenskaya, so you could send for them if you like. They'll come. Send for them without fail. Mitya screamed. And you can raise some wenches, too, like last time. Maria particularly, Stepanida too, Arena. 200 rubles for a chorus. Why, for money like that I can raise the whole village for you, though they've gone off to snooze now. But little father, Dmitri Fyodorovich, are our local mujiks worthy of such kindness, or our wenches either? Fancy allotting a sum like that to such villainy and coarseness. Is it for him, our mujik, to smoke cigars, yet you gave him them? Why, after all, he stinks, the brigand. And even though we have ever so many wenches, they all have lice. Why, I will raise my own daughters for you for free, never mind a great big sum like that, only they've gone to bed now. So I'll have to give them a kick in the back and get them to sing for you. Last time you were here you plied the mujiks with champagne, eek. Trifon Borisika's commiseration with Mitya was not genuine. On the previous occasion he had kept back half a dozen bottles of champagne for himself, and had picked up a 100-ruble note from under the table and clutched it in his fist. There it had remained. Trifon Borisik, I threw away a certain little thousand here, didn't I? Do you remember? You did, my dove, how could I not remember? I should think you left us with 3. Well, I've brought the same amount with me this time, too. And he took out his wad of credit bills and held them right under the landlord's nose. Now listen and understand, in an hour's time wine will arrive, zakuski, pies and sweetmeats. I want you to take it all upstairs as soon as it gets here. This hamper Andrei has, I want you to take it upstairs immediately, open it and serve the champagne at once. And the most important thing is the wenches, and make sure that Maria is there. He turned towards the wagon and hauled his case of pistols out from under the seat. In settlement, Andrei, accept. Here's 15 rubles for the troika, and here's 50 for vodka, in recognition of your readiness, your love. Remember Baron Karamazov. I'm frightened, Baron, Andrei began hesitantly. I'll take 5 rubles for tea, but more I won't accept. Trifon Borisik can be my witness. Forgive the stupid things I say. What are you frightened of? Mitya said, measuring him with his glance. Well, the devil with you, if that's how it is, he shouted, throwing him 5 rubles. Now then, Trifon Borisik, take me up there quietly and let me first of all get an eyeful of them, but so that they don't notice me. Where are they? In the blue room. Trifon Borisik looked at Mitya warily, but at once obediently fulfilled what was demanded. Carefully he led him into the passage, entered the first large room, which adjoined the one in which the guests were sitting, and brought the candle out of it. Then on the sly he led Mitya in and stationed him in a corner, in the dark, from where he might freely discern the interlocutors, while remaining unseen by them. But Mitya did not look for long, and indeed could do no discerning. He caught sight of her, and his heart began to hammer, his eyes grew dim. She sat at the table, on one side, in an armchair, and beside her, on the sofa, sat the rather pretty and still very young Kalganov. She was holding his hand and, it seemed, laughing, while the latter, without looking at her, was saying something loudly, as though in vexation, to Maximov, who sat on the other side of the table facing Grushenka. As for Maximov, something was making him laugh a great deal. On the sofa sat he, and beside the sofa, on a chair by the wall, sat another stranger. The one who was lounging on the sofa smoked a pipe, and Mitya had only a fleeting impression that this was some kind of rather fat and broad-faced little man who could not be very tall and who seemed to be angry about something. As for his companion, the other stranger, Mitya thought he looked rather exceptionally tall. More than this, however, Mitya was unable to discern. His breath choked. He was unable to endure it for even another moment. He put his case on a chest of drawers and directly, turning cold and dying inwardly, led his steps towards the interlocutors in the blue room. Ah! Grushenka, who had been the first to notice him, shrieked in fright. 7. The former and beyond dispute. Mitya, with his long, swift strides, stepped right up to the table. "Gentlemen," he began loudly, almost shouting, but stammering with every word, I mean you no harm. "Do not be afraid," he exclaimed. "I mean you no harm, he said suddenly, turning to Grushenka, who in her armchair had moved away towards Kalganov and had firmly seized his hand. I too am traveling. I shall stay here until morning." "Gentlemen, may a passing traveler join you until morning? Only until morning for the last time, in this very room?" He concluded this by turning to the rather fat little man who sat on the sofa with his pipe. The man took the pipe out of his mouth rather grandly and in a stern voice pronounced, "Pani, we are private here. There are other chambers." "Why, is it you, Dmitri Fyodorovitch? What are you doing here?" Kalganov responded suddenly. "Please, sit down with us, greetings." "Greetings, dear man, and beloved one. I have always respected you," Mitya replied joyfully and with alacrity, at once extending his hand to him over the table. "I say, what a handshake! A regular finger crusher." Kalganov laughed. "He always shakes hands like that," Grushenka said brightly, with a timid smile. Suddenly, it seemed, persuaded by Mitya's appearance that he was not going to start any trouble, studying him with intense curiosity and still with unease. There was something about him that she found extraordinarily striking, and indeed she had never expected that at such a moment he would enter and talk like this. "Greetings, sir," the landowner Maximov sweetly echoed from the left. Mitya rushed over to him. "Greetings, you are here, too. How relieved I am that you two are here. Gentlemen, he again turned towards the pan with the pipe, evidently assuming him to be the principal personage here. I flew post-haste. I wanted to spend my last day and my last hour in this room, in this very room, where I too worshipped my empress. Forgive me, Pani," he shouted in frenzy. I flew post-haste and swore a vow. "Oh, do not be afraid, it is my final night. Pani, let us drink a peaceful settlement. Wine will be served in a moment. Look, I have brought this with me." For some reason he suddenly whipped out his wad of credit bills. "Permit me, Pani. I want music, thunder, noise, all of what there was last time. But the worm, the needless worm shall crawl upon the earth, and be no more. The day of my joy I shall commemorate upon my final night." He had almost lost his breath. Many were the things he wanted to say, but all that came out were strange exclamations. The pan looked motionlessly at him, at his wad of credit bills, looked at Grushenka and was in evident bewilderment. "If my Krolwa will permit," he began. "Krolwa, is that a Koroleva, a queen?" Grushenka broke in suddenly. "I keep wanting to laugh, the funny way you talk. Sit down, Mitya, what are you going on about? Please don't frighten me. You won't, will you? You won't frighten me? If you promise not to, then I'm glad to see you." Would I frighten you? Mitya exclaimed suddenly, throwing his arms in the air. Oh, go past, be upon your way, I shall not interfere, and suddenly, quite unexpectedly to all of them and, it need hardly be said, to himself as well, he threw himself onto a chair and burst into tears, turning his head towards the opposite wall, and with his hands tightly encircling the back of the chair, as though he were embracing it. Now, what a fellow you are! Grushenka exclaimed, reproachfully. That's just how he used to come to me, he would suddenly start talking, and I wouldn't understand any of it. And one time he'd burst into tears like that, and the next, oh, the shame there would be. What are you crying for? And would there be any reason for you to, she suddenly added mysteriously, her irritation giving her little remark a special emphasis. I'm not crying. Well, greetings, he said, turning round in a single instant on his chair, and suddenly laughed, not, however, with his jerky, wooden laugh but with one that was strangely long and inaudible, nervous and quaking. Well, here we are again. Well, cheer up, Grushenka said, coaxingly. I am very glad you have come, very glad, Mitya, do you hear what I say? I am very glad. I want him to sit here with us, she said imperiously, as if she were addressing all of them, though her words were plainly intended for the sitter on the sofa. That is what I want, do you hear? And if he leaves, then I shall leave too, so there, she added with eyes that suddenly flashed with light. What my empress wishes, that is the law, the pan pronounced, with gallantry kissing Grushenka's small hand. I ask the pan into our company, he said, addressing Mitya courteously. Mitya again leapt up with the plain intention of once again bursting into a tirade, but something else came out. Let us drink, Pani, he said, breaking off abruptly instead of continuing to talk. They all burst out laughing. Lord! And I thought he was going so start talking again, Grushenka exclaimed nervously. Listen, Mitya, she added, pressingly, stop jumping up and down now, and as for your having brought champagne, that is marvelous. I myself shall have some, for I cannot abide liqueurs. But what is best is that you yourself should have rolled along here, otherwise I think I should have died of boredom. I say, have you come on a spree again? But put that money away in your pocket. Where did you get all that? Mitya, in whose hand the banknotes were still crumpled together, attracting the notice of all and especially of the two Panoi, swiftly and in embarrassment stuffed them into his pocket. He reddened. At that same moment the innkeeper brought an uncorked bottle of champagne on a tray with glasses. Mitya moved to snatch up the bottle, but was so confused that he forgot what he was supposed to do with it. Kalganov took it from him and poured the wine out for him. And another bottle, another one. Mitya shouted to the innkeeper and, forgetting to touch glasses with the pan whom he had so solemnly invited to drink a peaceful settlement, he suddenly downed his entire glass alone, without waiting for anyone. His entire face suddenly altered. Instead of the solemn and tragic expression with which he had come in, there now appeared in it something that was almost infant-like. He suddenly seemed wholly meekened and humbled. He looked at them all timidly and joyfully, with a frequent nervous giggle and the grateful look of a guilty stray dog that has again been fondled and again been admitted to the house. He seemed to have forgotten everything and kept looking round at them all with a childish smile. At Grushenka he looked constantly laughing, and moved his chair right up to her armchair. Little by little he also became aware of the two Panoi, though as yet he could make little sense of them. The pan on the sofa struck him with his bearing, his Polish accent, and principally, his pipe. What on earth? Well, I suppose it's all right if he smokes a pipe, Mitya thought in contemplation. The somewhat podgy, almost 40-year-old face of the pan with its very small nose, under which two very thin sharp mustaches, dyed and insolent, could be seen, likewise did not arouse in Mitya the slightest of questions for the meantime. Even the pan's very wretched little wig, manufactured in Siberia, with most stupidly combed-forward temple locks, made no particular impression on Mitya. "Well, I suppose if he wears a wig then that is as it should be, too," he said to himself, continuing his blissful contemplation. As for the other Pan, who was sitting over by the wall, younger than the Pan on the sofa, surveying the entire company insolently and challengingly and listening to the general conversation with contempt, again Mitya was struck only by his tall stature, which was grossly disproportionate to that of the Pan who sat on the sofa. If he stood up he'd be nearly 7 feet tall, flickered through Mitya's head. It also flickeringly occurred to him that this tall Pan was probably the friend and myrmidon of the Pan on the sofa, something in the order of his bodyguard, and that the little Pan with the pipe was of course issuing the orders to the tall Pan. But to Mitya all this seemed quite terribly good and indisputable. In the little dog there had died all trace of rivalry. Of Grushenka and the mysterious tone of some of her remarks he as yet understood nothing. All he could grasp, with a quaking of his whole heart, was that she was being affectionate to him, that she had forgiven him and that she had sat him down beside her. He nearly went wild with delight when he saw that she had taken a sip of wine from her glass. The silence of the company suddenly, however, seemed to make an impression on him, and he began to look round at them with eyes that were in expectation of something. "But why are we sitting here? Why don't you begin, gentlemen?" his grinning gaze seemed to say. "Well, he keeps talking nonsense, and we've been sitting here laughing," Kalganov began suddenly, as if he had guessed what Mitya was thinking, and pointing to Maximov. "Nonsense?" Mitya said, breaking into his short, wooden laugh, instantly for some reason pleased.
Ah.
Yes. Imagine, he asserts that in the 1820s the whole of our cavalry married Polish girls, but that is the most dreadful rubbish, is it not? Polish girls? Mitya caught up again, in positive delight this time. Kalganov was very well aware of Mitya's relation to Grushenka, and he had a hunch about the Pan as well, but all this did not interest him much, indeed possibly did not interest him at all, for his interest lay most of all with Maximov. He had ended up here with Maximov by chance and had encountered the Panowy here at the inn for the first time in his life. As for Grushenka, he had known her formerly and had once even visited her with someone. At the time she had not cared for him. Here, however, she was giving him very affectionate looks. Before Mitya had got there she had given him a fondle or two, but he had somehow remained insensible to them. This was a young man, not more than 20 years old, stylishly dressed, with a very charming white little face and with beautiful, thick, chestnut-colored hair. But in this white little face there were delightful light blue eyes, with a clever, and sometimes even profound expression, not commensurate with his age even, in spite of the fact that the young man sometimes spoke and looked just like a child and was in no way shy about this, even being aware of it himself. In general he was very original, even capricious, though always affectionate. Sometimes in the expression of his face there flickered something fixed and stubborn. He would stare at you, listen, all the while, it would seem, obstinately dreaming of something all his own. Now he would become languid and lazy, now he would suddenly begin to grow excited, sometimes, it appeared, on the very vainest of pretexts. "Imagine, I have been leading him around for 4 days now," he continued, drawling the words, as it were, somewhat lazily, but without any foppishness, and completely naturally. "You remember, ever since your brother pushed him out of the hackney carriage that day, and he went flying. At the time I found his behavior very interesting, and I took him to my estate, but now he keeps spouting rubbish all the time, so that one really feels embarrassed to be with him. I am going to take him back. The Pan has never seen a Polish pony, and says what can never have been," the Pan with the pipe observed to Maximov. The Pan with the pipe spoke decent Russian, at any rate far better than he pretended. If he used a Russian word he would twist it into a Polish form. "But I mean to say, I myself was married to a Polish pony, sir," Maximov tittered in reply. "I see, so you served in the cavalry then, did you? After all, you're the one who was talking about the cavalry. So you're a cavalry hussar, are you?" Kalganov said, at once entering the fray. Yes, of course, is he a cavalry hussar?
Ah.
Mitya shouted, avidly listening and quickly transferring his questioning gaze to anyone who said anything, as though God only knew what he expected to hear. No, sir, you see, sir, Maximov said, turning to him, what I mean, sir, is that those Penyenki over there, the pretty ones, sir, when they dance the mazurka with our Ulan, when she's danced the mazurka with him she jumps up onto his lap like a kitten, sir, a white one, sir, and the gentleman father and the lady mother see it and they permit it, sir, and on the morrow the Ulan goes and offers his hand. You see, sir, he offers his hand, he. Maximov tittered, in conclusion. Pan Lajdak, the gentleman is a scoundrel, the tall Pole on the chair growled suddenly, placing one leg across the other. Mitya could not help being struck by his enormous grease-blacked boot with its thick and dirty sole. Indeed, both Panowy were dressed in rather grease-stained fashion. Oh, it's Lajdak now. Why the abuse? Grushenka said, growing suddenly angry. Pani Agrippina, the gentleman saw peasant women in Poland, not noble ladies, the pan with the pipe observed to Grushenka. You may count on that, the tall pan snapped contemptuously. There, that's more of it. Let him speak. If people want to speak, why interfere? We're enjoying ourselves. Grushenka bit off. I do not interfere, Pani, the pan in the wig observed meaningfully, casting a long look towards Grushenka and, after a solemn pause, began to suck his pipe again. But I say, the pan was speaking the truth just now, Kalganov said, flaring up again, as though God only knew what the subject of conversation was. After all, he has never been in Poland, so how can he talk about it? It's true, isn't it, you didn't get married in Poland, did you? No, sir, in the province of Smolensk, sir. Only an Ulan had brought her there before that, sir, my spouse, sir, future, sir, with her lady mother and her taunt, and another female relative with a grown-up son, from Poland itself, and he ceded her to me. One of our lieutenants, he was, a very good young man. At first he himself had intended to marry her, but he did not, as she proved to be lame. So you married a girl who was lame? Kalganov exclaimed. That is correct, sir. They both hid it from me at the time, deceived me a little, they did. I thought she was jumping up and down. She kept jumping up and down, and I thought it was because she was so happy. From joy at marrying you? Kalganov howled in a kind of childish, ringing voice. Yes, sir, from joy, sir. But it proved to be for quite a different reason, sir. Later, when we had been wed, she came to me after the service and confessed and asked forgiveness with exquisite sentiment, sir. She said that as a little girl she had once jumped over a puddle and had injured her little foot, Kalganov fairly dissolved in the most childish laughter and almost fell onto the sofa. Grushenka too burst out laughing. As for Mitya, he was at the summit of happiness. You know, he was speaking the truth just now, he wasn't lying. Kalganov exclaimed, addressing Mitya. And after all he's been married twice, it's his first wife he is talking about, his second wife, ran away and is still alive, do you realize that? Really? Mitya said, swiftly turning towards Maximov, an expression of extraordinary bewilderment on his face. Yes, sir, she ran away, sir, I had that misfortune, Maximov confirmed modestly. With a certain monsieur, sir. And the real trouble was that the first thing she did was to transfer the whole of my little estate into her own name. You, she said, are a man of education, you will be able to find a crust of bread for yourself. And with that she settled my hash. A most venerable bishop once observed to me, one of your wives was lame, and the other was far too nimble on her feet. He. Listen. Kalganov fairly bubbled. If he's lying, and he often lies, then he is doing it solely in order to provide everyone with pleasure, and that, after all, is not base, now, is it? You know, sometimes I love him. He is very base, but he is naturally base, HM? What do you think? Another man may act basely because of some reason, in order to gain an advantage, but he does it simply, he does it by nature. Imagine, for example, he claims, yesterday he argued this throughout the whole of our day's journey, that Gobbo wrote about him in Dead Souls. Point 2. If you remember, there is in that book a landowner Maximov who has been flogged by Nozdryov. Nozdryov is brought before the law, for the infliction upon the landowner Maximov of a personal insult by means of the birch while intoxicated, well, you remember? So there, imagine, he claims that that was him and that it was he who received the flogging. Well, I mean, can that be true? Chichikov undertook his travels at the beginning of the 1820s at the very latest, so the years really do not tally. He could not have been flogged at that time. I mean, surely he could not? It was hard to understand why Kalganov was getting so worked up, but he was getting sincerely worked up. Mitya selflessly entered into his interests. Well, what if he was flogged? He shouted, laughing. It was not that I was exactly flogged, sir, but it is so, Maximov suddenly inserted. What do you mean, it is so? Were you flogged, or weren't you? What time is it, sir? The pan with the pipe said, turning to the tall pan on the chair with an air of boredom. The latter shrugged his shoulders in reply, neither of them had a watch. Why shouldn't we do a bit of talking? You must let others talk, too. If you're bored then let others talk, and be quiet, Grushenka said, throwing up her head again, her involvement plainly calculated with purpose. At that moment something seemed to flicker through Mitya's mind for the first time. On this occasion the pan replied, with evident irritation now. Sir, I do not contradict, I did not say anything. Oh, very well, but now you must tell us this story, Grushenka shouted to Maximov. Why are you all so quiet? But there is no point in relating it, madam, for it is all mere stupidity. Maximov caught up at once with evident satisfaction and a drop of affectation, and even in Gogol all that is merely in allegorical form, for he gave all the characters allegorical surnames. You see, Nozdryov was not Nozdryov, but Nosov, and as for Kovshinnikov, that is completely different, because his real name was Shkvornyov. But Finardi really was Finardi, only not an Italian but a Russian, Petrov, madam, and Lee Finardi was pretty, madam, with her feet in bas and tricot, pretty ones, madam, and a short little skirt with spangles, and she did indeed spin round and round, only not for 4 hours, but only for 4 little minutes, madam, and won everyone over. But what were you flogged for? What was the reason for your being flogged? Kalganov howled. Because of Piron 3, sir, Maximov replied. And who might he be? Shouted Mitya. Piron, the famous French writer, sir. At the time we were all drinking wine in high society, at an inn, at that very same fair. They had invited me along, and the first thing I did was to start quoting epigrams. Is thou Boilo? What comic travesty, for in Boilo replies that he is going to a masked ball, or rather to the bathhouse, sir, and they took it as applying to them. And then I quoted another epigram, one that is very well known to all educated men, a cutting one, sir. Thou art Sappho, Phaon I, from that no dispute flow, but to my everlasting woe. The seaward path thou dost not know. 5. They took offense even more at that and began to call me quite indecent names because of it, and in an attempt to set things right again I chose to tell a very educated anecdote about Piron, about how he was refused admission to the French Academy, and how he, in order to take his revenge, wrote his own epitaph for his own gravestone.
Sigy Piron qui ne fut rien pas même académicien.
Well, at that they went and flogged me. But why? What for? Because of my education. Many are the reasons for which people may flog a man, Maximov concluded, meekly and moralizingly. Oh, that's enough, how nasty all that is, I don't want to listen, I thought it would be something amusing, Grushenka said, breaking him off suddenly. Mitya started up and at once stopped laughing. The tall Pan got up from his seat and with the haughty air of one who was bored in company not his own began to pace about the room from corner to corner, his hands held behind his back. "Will you look at him and his pacing?" Grushenka said, giving him a look of contempt. Mitya began to grow restless. Moreover, he had observed that the Pan on the sofa was looking at him with an air of irritation. "Pan," Mitya shouted, "let us drink, Panny." The other Pan, too, "Let us drink, Panowy." In a trice he had moved up 3 glasses and filled them with champagne. "To Poland, Panowy, I drink to your Poland, to the Polish land," Mitya exclaimed. "With the greatest of pleasure, Panny, let us drink," solemnly and benignly pronounced the Pan on the sofa and took his glass. "And the other Pan, what's his name, Hedge, Jasny Wielmazny, your Excellency, take a glass," Mitya said, in a fluster. "Pan Wroblewski," prompted the Pan on the sofa. "To Poland, Panowy, hurrah!" Mitya shouted, raising his glass. All 3 drank. Mitya seized hold of the bottle and at once poured another 3 glasses. "Now to Russia, Panowy, and let us be brothers." "Pour some for us," said Grushenka, "I too want to drink to Russia." "I, too," said Kalganov. "And I shall, also, to dear little Russia, the dear old granny," Maximov tittered. Everyone! Mitya exclaimed. "Landlord, more bottles!" The 3 bottles that remained of those that Mitya had brought with him were brought. Mitya did the pouring. "To Russia, hurrah," he proposed, again. They all, apart from the Panowy, drank, and Grushenka downed the whole of her glass in one. The Panowy did not even touch theirs. "Well now, Panowy?" Mitya exclaimed. "Will you follow us?" Pan Wroblewski picked up his glass, raised it and said in a stentorian voice, "To Russia within the frontiers of before 1772-7. "That is much better," the other Pan shouted, and both at once drained their glasses dry. "You're being silly, Panowy," broke suddenly from Mitya.
Pani.
Both Panowy cried with menace, staring at Mitya like a pair of cockerels. Pan Wroblewski was particularly incensed. "May one not have a soft spot for one's own country?" he proclaimed. "Be quiet. Stop quarreling. There must be no quarrels," Grushenka shouted imperiously, stamping her foot on the floor. Her face was aflame, her eyes glittered. The glass she had just drunk had had its effect. Mitya was horribly alarmed. "Panowy, forgive me. I was the guilty one, I shall not do it again." "Wroblewski, Pan Wroblewski, I shall not do it again." "And please will you sit down and be quiet, you stupid fellow?" Grushenka bit off at him with malicious vexation. They all settled down in their seats again, they all fell silent, they all looked at one another. "Gentlemen, I am the cause of it all," Mitya began again, having taken in nothing of Grushenka's intervention. "Well, what are we all sitting around for? Well, what shall we do, to cheer things up, make things more cheerful again?" "Indeed, they are truly lacking in cheer," Kalganov drawled lazily. "What about a little game of faro again, sir, like earlier?" Maximov tittered suddenly. "Faro? Splendid." Mitya caught up, "That is, if the Panowy." "Pozno, Panny," the Pan on the sofa replied, somewhat reluctantly. "That is true," Pan Wroblewski said, in confirmation of this. "Pozno? What does Pozno mean?" Grushenka asked. "It means Pozno, late, Pani, the hour is late," the Pan on the sofa explained. "With them it's always late, and their answer to everything is always no." Grushenka almost screamed in vexation. They sit looking bored and make everyone else bored, too. To you, Mitya, they've said nothing all the time, and they've puffed themselves up over me. My goddess, the pan on the sofa exclaimed. As you say, so it shall be. I see your ill disposition, and therefore I am sad. I am ready, Panny, he concluded, addressing Mitya. Begin then, Panny. Mitya said, whipping his banknotes out of his pocket and placing 200-ruble bills on the table. I want to lose a lot to you, Pan. Take your cards, make up the bank. The cards ought to be supplied by the landlord, Panny, the little Pan declared insistently and seriously. That is the best way, Pan Wroblewski said in confirmation. By the landlord? Very well, I understand, let it be the landlord who supplies them. That was a good idea of yours, Panowy. Bring us cards. Mitya commanded the landlord. The landlord brought in a fresh, unopened pack of cards and announced to Mitya that the wenches were getting ready, that the dulcimer-playing Jews would no doubt also be there shortly, but that the troika with the provisions had not yet arrived. Mitya leapt up from the table and ran into the next room in order to make the necessary arrangements at once. Only 3 wenches had arrived, however, and of Maria there was as yet no sign. And indeed, he did not know what arrangements to make, or why he had run in. He merely gave instructions that the fruit, boiled sweets, and tyagushki be fetched from the hamper and distributed to the wenches. And vodka for Andrei, he ordered quickly. I offended Andrei. Just then Maximov, who had run in after him, suddenly touched him on the shoulder. I say, I wonder if you could lend me 5 rubles, he whispered to Mitya. I should also like to take a risk at faro, he. Marvelous, splendid. Here, have 10. He again pulled all the credit bills out of his pocket and found a 10-ruble one. And if you lose, come to me again, come again. Yes, sir, Maximov whispered delightedly, and scuttled back into the main room. Mitya also returned at once and tendered his excuses for having made them wait. The Panowy had already sat down and had opened the pack of cards. Now the Panowy wore a much more cordial look, one that was almost kindly. The Pan on the sofa had lit a fresh pipe and had prepared the bank. His features even displayed a certain festive solemnity. To your chairs, gentlemen, Pan Wroblewski proclaimed. No, I shan't play any more, Kalganov responded. I lost 50 rubles to them earlier on. The Pan had no chance. The Pan may have chance again, the Pan on the sofa observed in his direction. How much is in the bank? Will it cover any stake? Mitya asked, heatedly. Listen, Panny, you may stake 100, you may stake 200, as much as you desire. 1,000,000. Mitya roared, laughing. Perhaps the Pan Capitan has heard of Pan Podwysocki? Now which Podwysocki would that be? In Warsaw he kept an unlimited bank, would cover any stake that was made. Comes Podwysocki, sees 1,000 zlotys, lays his stake, the bank. The banker says, Pani Podwysocki, doyeste zlotys, or is it on your honor? On my honor, Pani, says Podwysocki. All the better, Pani. The banker deals the round, and Podwysocki takes 1,000 zlotys. Wait, Pani, says banker, pulls out the drawer and gives him 1,000,000, saying, Here, Pani, these are your winnings. The bank had 1,000,000 in it. I didn't know that, says Podwysocki. Pani Podwysocki, says banker, you staked on your honor, and we on ours. Podwysocki took 1,000,000. That is not true, said Kalganov. Pani Kalganov, in decent society such things are not said. So a Polish gambler would give you 1,000,000, would he? Mitya exclaimed, but at once caught himself up. Forgive me, Pani, I am guilty again. He would give you 1,000,000, on his honor, on Polish honor. You see how I speak Polish, haha. Here, I will stake 10 rubles, the knave leads. And I will stake a little ruble on the queen of hearts, the pretty one, the Panianaka, he. Maximov tittered, moving out his queen, and as if he desired to hide it from all, he came right up and quickly crossed himself under the table. Mitya won. The little ruble won, too. Corner, 8 cried Mitya. And I shall again stake a little ruble, a little simple, Maximov murmured blissfully, in tremendous joy that his little ruble had won. Trumps, cried Mitya. A double on the 7. The double, too, was trumped. Stop now, Kalganov said suddenly. A double, cried Mitya, doubling his stakes, yet whenever he did so, the card was trumped. But the little rubles went on winning. A double. Mitya barked in fury. 200 you have lost, Panny. Will you stake another 200? The pan on the sofa inquired. What, lost 200, have I? Then here's another 200. The whole 200 on a double. And, whipping the money out of his pocket, Mitya was about to throw 200 rubles on the queen when Kalganov suddenly covered the notes with his hand. Enough, he cried in his resonant voice. Why did you do that? Mitya said, staring at him. Enough, I don't wish it. You shall play no more. Why? Just because. Spit and leave, that's why. I won't let you play anymore. Mitya gazed at him in astonishment. Leave it now, Mitya, he's probably right, and anyway you've lost enough already as it is, Grushenka, too, chimed in, a strange little note in her voice. Both Panowy rose from their seats with an air of tremendous offense. Is this a joke, Panny? Said the little Pan, looking Kalganov up and down, severely. How dare you do this, Panny? Pan Wroblewski, too, barked at Kalganov. Do not dare to shout, cried Grushenka. Oh, you turkey cocks! Mitya looked at them all in turn, but something in Grushenka's face suddenly struck him, and at that same instant something completely new flickered in his mind, a strange new thought. Pani Agrippina, the little Pan began, completely red with insolent challenge, when suddenly Mitya, going up to him, clapped him on the shoulder. Jasny Wielmazny, 2 words with you. What do you want, Panny? Into the other room, into the other chamber, I want to say 2 nice little words to you, of the very best, you will be pleased with them. The little Pan was astonished and looked at Mitya warily. At once, however, he consented, though on the sole condition that Pan Wroblewski accompany him. The bodyguard, is it? Very well, let him come too, we need him as well. Mitya exclaimed. Quick march, Panowy! Where are you off to? Grushenka asked uneasily. We shall be back in 1 instant, Mitya replied. A kind of boldness, a kind of unexpected cheerfulness had begun to sparkle in his face. Quite different was it from the face with which he had entered that room an hour ago. He led the Panowy into a small room on the right, not the other, large one, in which the chorus of wenches was getting ready and the table being laid, but into a bedroom in which there were trunks, chests, and 2 large beds with a small mountain of cotton pillows on each. Here on a small plank table right in the furthest corner a candle burned. The Pan and Mitya accommodated themselves at this table facing each other, while the enormous Pan Wroblewski stood at their side, his hands clasped behind his back. The Panowy looked stern, but plainly curious. How may I serve the gentleman? The little Pan began to babble. This way, Panny, I will not beat about the bush, here is some money for you. He pulled out his credit bills. If you want 3,000, then take it and go you know where. The Pan looked searchingly, staring with all his might, his gaze fairly boring into Mitya's face. TRZY 1,000, Panny? He exchanged looks with Wroblewski.
3, panowie, 3.
Listen, Panny, I can see you're a reasonable man. Take the 3,000 and clear off to all the devils in hell, and take Wroblewski with you, do you hear? But I want you to do it right now, this very minute, and forever, do you understand, Panny, forever march out of this door? What do you have in there, an overcoat, a fur? I shall bring them out for you. They'll harness a troika for you this very second and au revoir, Panny. Eh? Mitya awaited the reply with confidence. He had no doubts. Something exceptionally resolute flickered in the Pan's features. And the rubles, Panny? The rubles we shall do this way, Panny, 500 rubles this minute for you in order to hire a cab and his earnest money, and 2,500 tomorrow in the town. I swear on my honor, the money will be there, I will get it from under the ground if I have to. Mitya shouted. Again the Poles exchanged looks. The face of the Pan began to alter for the worse. 700, not 500, right now, this moment, in your hands. Mitya said, increasing the offer, and sensing that something unpleasant was afoot. What's wrong, Pan, don't you believe me? I can't give you the whole 3,000 at once. If I do, you may come back to her tomorrow. And in any case, I don't have the whole 3,000 on me just now, some of it's back in my lodgings in the town, Mitya babbled, getting cold feet and losing his resolve with each word he spoke. I swear to God it's true, the money's over there, hidden away. In one instant an emotion of extraordinary personal dignity began to radiate in the features of the little Pan. Is there anything else you would like? He asked ironically.
Fie, for sham.
And he spat. Pan Wroblewski spat, too. You are spitting, Panny, Mitya said like a man in despair, realizing that the game was up, because you think you can get more out of Grushenka. You're a couple of castrated cockerels, the two of you, that's what you are. I am offended to the last degree, the little Pan said, suddenly turning as red as a crayfish, and quickly, in the most terrible indignation, as if he desired to listen no further, made an exit from the room. After him, swaying from side to side, went Wroblewski, and after them both went Mitya, embarrassed and taken aback. He was afraid of Grushenka, he sensed that the Pan was about to raise a hue and cry. So it happened. The Pan entered the large room and stood theatrically in front of Grushenka. Pani Agrippina, I am offended to the last degree, he exclaimed, but Grushenka suddenly seemed to lose all patience, as though she had been touched on her most tender spot. Russian, speak Russian, let there be not another word of Polish, she shouted at him. You used to speak Russian in the old days, have you really forgotten it in 5 years? She was red all over with anger. Pani Agrippina. My name is Agrafina, Grushenka, speak Russian, or I won't listen to you. The Pan began to puff and pant with honor and, murdering the Russian tongue, quickly and pompously pronounced. Pani Agrafina, I have come here to forget old times and to forgive them, to forget what was before today. What do you mean, forgive? Do you come here to forgive me? Grushenka broke in, leaping up from her seat. Just so, Pani, I am not small of soul but great of soul. But I was surprised, when I saw your lovers. Pan Mitya in this chamber gave me TRZY thousands, so I should depart. I spat Pan in the fizz. What? He gave you money for me? Grushenka shrieked hysterically. Is that true, Mitya? But how could you dare? Am I a venal creature and for sale? Pani, Mitya howled, she is pure and radiant, and never have I been her lover. That is something you've made up. How dare you defend me in front of him? Grushenka howled back, not from virtue have I been pure and not because I was afraid of Kuzma, but so I could be proud before him and so I could have the right to say scoundrel to him when I met him. And did he really refuse to take the money from you? No, he took it, he took it. Mitya exclaimed, except that he wanted the whole 3,000 at once, but I would only give him 700 as earnest money. Ah, now I understand, he'd heard that I had money, and that's why he came to wed me. Pani Agrippina, the pan shouted, I am chevalier, I am aristocrat, and not lajdak. I have come to take you as my spouse, but I see new Pani, not she who was before, but capricious and without shame. Oh, clear off to wherever you came from. I shall order them to kick you out of here, and kick you out they will. Grushenka screamed in a frenzy. Fool was I, to have tortured myself for 5 years. And not because of him did I torture myself, I tortured myself out of spite. And in any case this isn't him. Was he ever like this? This is father, or someone. Where did you get that wig? The other was a falcon, but this is a drake. The other laughed and sang songs to me. And I spent 5 years drowned in tears, cursed fool that I am, base and shameless one. She collapsed on her armchair and covered her face with her hands. At that moment there suddenly resounded from the neighboring room on the left the choir of the now at last assembled Mokroy wenches, a devil-may-care dance song. This is Sodom! Pan Wroblewski suddenly roared. Landlord, drive out shameless hussies! The landlord, who had been peeping round the door with curiosity for some time now, hearing the shouting and realizing that the guests were quarreling among themselves, at once appeared in the room. You, what are you shouting about, yelling your mouth off like that, he said, addressing Wroblewski with a lack of courtesy that was almost beyond the latter's comprehension. Filthy brute! Pan Wroblewski began to bawl. Filthy brute? And what kind of cards were you using to play with just now? I brought you a pack, but you hid it. You were playing with fake cards. I could have you sent to Siberia for playing with fake cards, do you know that, because it's the same as using fake banknotes, and, going up to the sofa, he stuck his fingers between the back and the cushion, and extracted from them the unopened pack of cards. Here it is, my pack, and it hasn't been opened. He raised it up and showed it all around. You see, I saw him putting my pack in there, and switching it for his own. You are a cheat, sir, not a pan. And I saw the other pan cheating twice, Kalganov shouted. Oh, how shameful, oh, how shameful! Grushenka exclaimed, throwing up her hands, and in truth blushing for shame. Merciful Lord, what a terrible man he's become! I thought as much, too. Mitya cried. But hardly had he managed to get this out than Pan Wroblewski, taken aback and brought to the point of rabid fury, turning to Grushenka and threatening her with his fist, shouted. Public harlot! Hardly was this exclamation out of his mouth, however, than Mitya threw himself upon him, seized him with both arms, raised him aloft and in a single instant bore him out of the large room into the one on the right into which he had just led them both. I've put him on the floor in there, he announced, returning at once, panting with excitement. He's a fighter, the villain, but I don't think he'll come back. He shut one half of the double doors and, holding the other wide open, bellowed out to the little pan. Jasny Wielmazny, won't you come back and join us? I beg you. Little father, Mitary Fyodorovich, Trifon Borisik piped up, why don't you take back the money you lost to them? After all, it's the same as if they'd stolen it from you. I shall not reclaim my 50 rubles, Kalganov suddenly responded. And I shan't take my 200 back, either. Mitya exclaimed, not for anything will I take it back, let him keep it as a consolation prize. Bravo, Mitya! There's a good fellow! Grushenka cried, and a note of terrible malice sounded in her cry. The little pan, who was purple with rage, but had in no wise lost any of his dignified bearing, approached the door, but stopped and suddenly said, addressing himself to Grushenka. Pani, if you want to follow me, then let us go, but if not, then farewell. And sullenly, hooing and pee-ewing with indignation and umbrage, he passed through the doorway. He was a man of character. Even after all that had happened, he still had not lost hope that the Pawnee might follow them, to such a degree did he value himself. Mitya slammed the door after him. "Lock it," said Kalganov. But the lock sprang to on the Panoese side of the door. They had locked themselves in. "Bravo!" Grushenka cried again, with malice and no mercy. "Bravo! We're well rid of them." 8. Delirium. There began something approaching an orgy, a cornucopia of a feast. Grushenka was the first to shout that she be served with wine. "I want to drink. I want to drink myself completely drunk, like last time. Do you remember, Mitya? Do you remember how well we got along together then?" As for Mitya, he was in a kind of delirium, sensing that his happiness was nigh. In fact, though, Grushenka kept constantly chasing him away. "Off you go, make merry, tell them to dance, tell them all to make merry, Heidi, Izba, and Heidi, stove, one like last time, she continued to exclaim. She was horribly roused. And Mitya would rush off to make the arrangements. The chorus had assembled in the neighboring room. The room in which until now they had sat was in any case too confined, being partitioned by a cotton curtain, behind which there was again appointed an enormous bed with a plump feather mattress and the same small mountain of cotton pillows. Indeed, in all 4 guest rooms of this and there were beds everywhere. Grushenka had made herself comfortable right in the doorway. Mitya had brought her an armchair there. Precisely thus had she sat last time, on the day of their first spree here, from this vantage point watching the chorus and dancing. All the same wenches as had been there on that occasion were together here now. The Jews with violins and zither had also arrived, and at last arrived too the so long-awaited wagon and troika with the wines and provisions. Mitya bustled about. People who had no direct business to be there were also entering the room, mujiks and peasant wives who had been asleep but had woken up, sensing that a fabulous regalement was about to begin, as it had done a month back. Mitya hailed and embraced those he knew, remembered faces, uncorked bottles and poured out glasses for all who came. A particular eye for the champagne was shown only by the wenches. The mujiks preferred rum and cognac and, more than anything else, hot punch. Mitya had hot chocolate prepared for all the wenches and saw to it that 3 samovars, which were to be kept bubbling all night and were not to be moved, were available for tea and punch for anyone who came along. Whoever wished could treat himself. In a word, there began something disorderly and preposterous, but Mitya was as if in his native element, and the more preposterous things became, the more animated grew his spirits. Had one or other of the mujiks come and asked him for money in these moments, he would have instantly hauled out his entire wad and would have distributed it to right and to left without keeping count of it. It was no doubt for this reason, in order to guard Mitya, that the landlord, Trifon Borisik, who had by now, it appeared, given up all thought of retiring to bed for the night, kept scurrying around him almost continuously, drinking little. However, he only consumed 1 small tumbler of punch, and vigilantly supervising in his own way Mitya's interests. At the necessary moments he would with affection and servility stop him and endeavor to talk him out of handing out cigars and Rhine wine or, God forbid, money to the mujiks like last time, and was particularly indignant at the fact that the wenches were drinking liqueurs and eating chocolates. "There's nothing but lice in those girls, Dmitry Fyodorovich," he would say. "I kick them in the backside with my knee and tell them to consider it an honor, that's the sort they are." Mitya once again called Andrei to mind and instructed that punch be sent out to him. "I offended him earlier," he kept saying in a voice that was slackened and filled with tender emotion. Kalganov had not intended Todrink, and the chorus of wenches had not appealed to him much initially, but, having downed another 2 goblets of champagne, he grew fearfully mirthful, striding about the rooms, laughing and praising everything and everyone, both singers and orchestra. Maximov, blissful and, yes, drunk, never left his side. Grushenka, who was also beginning to grow intoxicated, drew Mitya's attention to Kalganov. "What a nice boy! What a wonderful boy he is!" And Mitya ran with ecstasy to exchange kisses with Kalganov and Maximov. Oh, much did he anticipate, as yet she had said nothing of this kind to him and had even, plainly, been holding herself back from saying it, merely giving him a glance from time to time with an affectionate, but intemperate eye. At last she suddenly seized him tightly by the hand and drew him to her with force. She was at this time sitting in her armchair by the door. "What was the idea, coming in like that the way you did just now, eh? The way you came in. I was quite terrified. So you were going to let him have me, were you? Were you really? I did not want to spoil your happiness." Mitya babbled to her in bliss. His reply was, however, superfluous to her. "Well, off you go, enjoy yourself," she said, chasing him away again, "and don't cry, I shall call you over again." And off he ran, and once again she proceeded to listen to the songs and watch the dancing, following him with her gaze, wherever he went, but within a quarter of an hour she again summoned him back, and again he came running. "Well, now sit down beside me, and tell me how you knew I had come here yesterday. Who did you hear it from first?" And Mitya began to tell her everything, in an incoherent, disorderly, intemperate fashion, but the way in which he told it was strange, and he often frowned and lost his way in what he was saying. "Why are you frowning?" she asked. "It's nothing. I left a man who was ill back there. If only he'd get better, if only I knew he'd get better, I would give up 10 years of my life right now. Well, God will look after him, if he's ill. So did you really mean to shoot yourself tomorrow, you stupid fellow, and why? Actually, I like reckless men like you," she prattled to him with a slightly heavy tongue. "So you'll go to any lengths for my sake, will you? Eh? And did you really mean to shoot yourself tomorrow, you foolish man? No, stay a while, tomorrow I may have a certain little word to say to you, not today, but tomorrow." "But you'd like me to say it today?" "No, I don't want it today." "Well, off you go now, enjoy yourself." On one occasion, however, she beckoned him over in a kind of bewilderment and as if she were worried. "What are you sad about? I can see that you're sad." "Yes, I can see that you are," she added, peering vigilantly into his eyes. "Though you're over there kissing moujiks and shouting, I can see there's something. No, you must make merry, for I am merry, and so must you be. There is someone here whom I love, can you guess who it is? Ah there, will you look, my boy has fallen asleep, he's had a drink too many, the poor dear." She spoke of Kalganov. The latter had indeed had a drink too many, and had fallen asleep for a moment as he sat on the sofa. Not from drink alone had he fallen asleep, though, for he had suddenly for some reason grown melancholy or, as he said, fed up. He had also, moreover, been thoroughly depressed by the songs of the wenches, which had begun to pass, during the gradual progress of the drinking, into something all too unlenten and unbridled. And the same was true of their dancing. 2 wenches had dressed up as bears, and Stepanida, a pert little thing with a stick in her hand, playing the bearman, began to put them through their paces. "Let's have a bit more life in it, Maria," she would shout, "or else I'll give you the stick." At last the bears collapsed on the floor in a manner that was really now quite indecent, to the loud laughter of the densely assembled and multifarious audience of moujiks and women. "Well, let them laugh, let them," Grushenka said sententiously with a look of bliss on her face. "If a day comes along when they can make merry for once, why should people not rejoice?" As for Kalganov, he looked as though someone had spattered something on his clothes. "It is mere swanishness, all this national folk stuff," he observed, as he walked away. "It's like those springtime games of theirs, when they cherish the sun for the whole of a summer night." But he had particularly not liked a certain new ditty set to a sprightly dance melody, which described how a baron came riding and sounded out the girls. The baron sounded out the girls. Did they love him, did they not? But the girl's opinion was that the baron could not be loved. "The baron he will whip me sore, and I will love him never more." Then a gypsy, Tsigan, only they pronounced it Tsigan, with the stress on the first syllable, came riding, and he too did the same. The gypsy sounded out the girls. Did they love him, did they not? But the gypsy could not be loved, either. The gypsy he will thieving go, and he'll bring me naught but woe. And many were the men who came thus riding, to sound out the girls, even a soldier. The soldier sounded out the girls. Did they love him, did they not? But the soldier was turned away with contempt. The soldier'll wear his bag of kit, while I behind him wade through. Here there had followed a line of most uncensored character, which was sung quite openly and produced a furor among the listening audience. At last the matter was settled with a merchant. The merchant sounded out the girls. Did they love him, did they not? And it turned out that they loved him very much, because, as they said, the merchant he will deal in trade, and I, the queen, will have it made. Kalganov had even lost his temper. That song can really only have been written yesterday, he observed out loud, and who is it writes things like that for them, anyway? All that's needed is for a Jew or a railway ocile to come riding through and sound out the girls. The Jew and the railway ocile would conquer them all. And, with something approaching a sense of personal injury, he announced then and there that he was fed up, sat down on the sofa and suddenly fell into a drowse. His pretty little face had grown slightly pale and had settled back against the cushion of the sofa. "Look how pretty he is," Grushenka said, leading Mitya over to him. "I was combing his sweet little head of hair earlier. It's like flax, his hair, so thick." And, stooping over him in tender emotion, she implanted a kiss on his forehead. In a single instant, Kalganov opened his eyes, glanced at her, got to his feet and with a look of the utmost worry inquired, "Where is Maximov?" "So that's who he wants," Grushenka laughed. "But sit with me for a moment. Mitya, run and get his Maximov." Maximov turned out to be firmly ensconced with the wenches, only occasionally running back to pour himself a liqueur. He had had 2 cups of hot chocolate. His little face had flushed red, his nose had turned purple, and his eyes had become moist and sugary. He came running over and announced that now, to the accompaniment of a certain little motif, he was going to dance the saboteur. "You see, sir, when I was small I was instructed in all these well-bred high society dances." "Well, Mitya, off you go with him, and I shall watch him dance from here." "No, I too shall come and watch," exclaimed Kalganov, refusing Grushenka's offer to sit with him in most unsophisticated fashion. And so they all directed their steps across the room in order to watch. Maximov did indeed perform his dance, but it failed to provoke any particular admiration in anyone apart from Mitya. The entire dance consisted of some kind of bobbings up and down with wrigglings of the feet to one side and the other, soles uppermost, and with each bob Maximov would strike the palm of his hand against his sole. Kalganov did not like it at all, but Mitya positively showered the dancer with kisses. "Well, thank you, perhaps you are tired now. What would you like from over here? A sweetmeat, eh? Or maybe a cigar?" "A cigarette, sir." "What about a drink?" "I'll have a drop of this liqueur here, sir." "I say, have you any chocolates, sir?" "Why, there's a whole wagon load of them on the table here. Pick any one you please, my dove-like soul." "No, sir, I mean the kind that are made with vanilla, for old folk, sir, he." "No, brother, such special ones we do not have." "Listen," the old man said suddenly, stooping right down to Mitya's ear. "This girl here, Maryushka, sir, how would it be if it were possible for me to get to know her, by your kind graces?" "Well, that's what you want, is it?" "No, brother, you're talking nonsense." "After all, I am not doing anyone any harm, sir," Maximov whispered mournfully. "Oh, very well, very well. All they're doing here, brother, is singing and dancing, but come to think of it, the devil! You'll have to wait for a bit. In the meanwhile have some of what there is, eat, drink, make merry." Do you need money? Perhaps later, sir, Maximov smiled. Very well, very well. Mitya's head was burning. He went out into the passage onto the small wooden upstairs gallery that ran round a part of the whole building on the inside, overlooking the yard. The fresh air revived him. He stood alone, in the dark, in one corner, and suddenly clutched his head in both hands. His scattered thoughts suddenly united, his sensations fused into one, and it all gave light. A ghastly, horrible light. Well, if I'm going to shoot myself, then when shall I do it, if not now, rushed through his mind. Go down and fetch the pistol, bring it up here and make an end of it all in this same dark and dirty corner. Almost for a minute did he stand in irresolution. Earlier, as he had flown here, behind him had stood disgrace, the utter thievery he had already committed, and that blood. But then it had been easier, oh, easier. After all, then it had all been finished, he had lost her, given her up to another, as far as he was concerned she had perished, disappeared. Oh, the sentence of doom had been easier for him then, had at least seemed unavoidable, necessary. For what reason was there left to remain in the world? But now? Was now the same as then? Now at least he was finished with one of the specters, the scarecrow, that former one, her indisputable, that fatal man had disappeared without leaving a trace. The terrible specter had suddenly turned into something so small, so comical, it had been carried into the bedroom and locked in. Never would it return. She was ashamed, and from her eyes he could now clearly see whom it was she loved. Well, now all he had to do was live and yet it was impossible to live, impossible, oh, a curse on it. Oh God, give life again to the man cast down by the fence. Let this terrible cup pass from me, too after all, it was for sinners such as me that you performed your miracles, O Lord. But what if the old man is alive? Oh, then I shall destroy the shame of the rest of my disgrace, I shall return the stolen money, I shall return it, even if I have to dig it up from under the earth. No vestiges of my disgrace will remain, except in my heart forever. But no, oh, impossible, cowardly dreams. Oh, a curse on it. But even so a ray of some bright hope seemed to flash towards him in the dark. He leapt up and rushed back to the rooms, to her again, to his empress forever. Is not 1 hour, one single minute of her love worth all the rest of life, though it be in the torments of disgrace? This wild question seized hold of his heart. To her alone, to see her, hear her, and not to think of anything, to forget everything, though it be only for this night, for an hour, a moment. Right outside the entrance to the passage, still on the gallery, he collided with the landlord, Trifon Borisik. The latter appeared gloomy and concerned about something and, it appeared, had come out to look for him. What is it, Borisik, are you looking for me? Oh no, not you, sir, the landlord said suddenly, as if taken aback. Why would I be looking for you? But, where have you been, sir? Why are you looking soft up? Are you annoyed, or something? Just wait a bit, soon you'll be able to go to bed. What time is it now? Well, it must be all of 3 o'clock. Or even getting on for 4. We shall finish. Upon my word, it doesn't matter, sir. In fact, you may be as late as you please, sir. What is wrong with him? Mitya wondered fleetingly, and ran into the room where the wenches were dancing. But she was not there. She was not in the blue room, either, only Kalganov was there, asleep on the sofa. Mitya looked behind the curtain, she was there. She sat in a corner, on a clothes chest, and, bent forward with her hands and head on the bed alongside, was bitterly weeping, restraining herself with all her might and suppressing her voice so as not to be heard. On catching sight of Mitya, she beckoned him to her, and, when he had run over to her, seized him tightly by the hand. Mitya, I loved him, you see, she said to him in a whisper. I loved him so much, all these 5 years, all this time. Was it him I loved or only my own spite? No, it was him. Oh, it was him. You see, I am lying when I say I loved only my own spite, and not him. Mitya, look, I was only 17 then. He was so affectionate to me, so full of fun, he used to sing songs for me. Or at least that was how he seemed to the foolish little girl I was then. But now, oh Lord, he is not like that, he is not like that at all. He doesn't even have the same face, it isn't him at all. I did not recognize him by his face. I rode here with Timofey and kept thinking, all the way I kept thinking, how will I greet him, what will I say, how will we look at each other? The whole of my soul was dying inwardly, and then it was just as if he had poured a tub of slop water over me. He spoke like a teacher, all of it so learned, so solemn, he greeted me so solemnly that I was quite nonplussed. There was no way I could get a word in. At first I thought he was embarrassed by that long pole of his. I sat looking at them and thought, why is it I'm unable to say anything to him now? You know, it was his wife who had spoiled him, the one for whom he abandoned me that time and got married. It was she who had changed him. Mitya, the shame of it. Oh, I'm ashamed, Mitya, ashamed, oh, for the whole of my life I'm ashamed. A curse on those 5 years, a curse on them. And again she dissolved in tears, without, however, releasing Mitya's hand, holding it tightly in her own. Mitya, little dove, wait, don't go away, I want to say one little word to you, she whispered, suddenly raising her face to him. Listen, you tell me, who is it I love? There is someone here whom I love. Who is he? That is what you must tell me. On her tear-swollen face a smile began to light up, her eyes were shining in the semi-dark. A certain falcon came in a while ago, so that my heart dropped. Fool that you are, why, there is the one you love, my heart whispered at once. When you came in you filled everything with light. But what's he afraid of? I wondered. For I mean, you were afraid, completely afraid, you couldn't speak. It isn't them he's afraid of, I thought. For could you ever be frightened of anyone? It's me he's afraid of, I thought, only me. For after all, Fenya had told you, you little fool, that I'd shouted out of the window to Alyosha that I loved Matenka for one small hour, and that now I was off to love another. Mitya, how could I ever think, fool that I was, that I loved another after you? Do you forgive me, Mitya? Do you forgive me, or not? Do you love me? Do you love me? She leapt up and seized him by the shoulders with both arms. Mitya, speechless with ecstasy, stared into her eyes, her face, at her smile, and suddenly, embracing her tightly, hurled himself to kiss her. But will you forgive me for tormenting you? Why, I have worn you all out with torment because of my spite. I mean, I purposely drove that old codger out of his mind because of spite. Do you remember how you once drank a goblet at my house and then smashed it? I remembered that, and today I too smashed a goblet, to my base heart I drank. Mitya, my falcon, why don't you kiss me? Kiss me harder, there, like that. If you love, then love. Now I shall be your slave, all my life your slave. 'Tis sweet to be a slave. Kiss me. Beat me, be rough with me, do what you will with me. Oh, indeed I deserve rough treatment. Wait a while, later, I do not want it like this, she said, suddenly pushing him away. Off you go, Mitka, now I shall go and drink more wine, I want to be drunk, now I'm going to dance while I'm drunk, I want to. She tore herself from him and went out through the curtain. Mitya went out after her, like one who is drunk. Let it be, then, let it be, whatever happens now, for one single moment I will give up the world, flickered through his head. Grushenka had indeed drunk down in one gulp another glass of champagne and had suddenly grown very intoxicated. She sat down in her armchair, in her previous place, with a blissful smile. Her cheeks had begun to blaze, her lips were aflame, her flashing eyes had acquired a light sheen, her passionate gaze beckoned. Something even seemed to have taken hold of Kalganov's heart, and he went over to her. "Well, did you feel me kiss you just now as you slept?" she whispered to him. "I'm drunk now, so there." "But are you not drunk? And why is Mitya not drinking?" "Why aren't you drinking, Mitya? I have had lots, but you've hardly had any." "I'm drunk. Drunk already, from you, but now I want to be drunk on wine as well." He downed another glass and, strange did it seem to him, only from his most recent glass grew intoxicated, subtly intoxicated, whereas all the time until now he had been sober, he himself remembered that. From that moment everything began to spin around him as in a delirium. He walked, laughed, talked to everyone and all of it almost as though he were not conscious. Only one fixed and burning emotion affected him every moment, like a burning coal in my soul, as he remembered it later. He would go up to her, sit down beside her, stare at her, listen to her. As for her, she became tremendously talkative, called everyone over to her, would suddenly beckon to her some wench from the chorus who would approach, while she would either kiss her and let her depart, or else sometimes make the sign of the cross over her with one hand. One more moment or two, and she might have begun to cry. The old codger, as she called Maximov, cheered her up no end. At every moment he kept running up to kiss her dear hand, and every dear finger of it, and finally performed yet one more dance to a certain old ditty which he himself sang. With a special ardor did he dance to the song's refrain. Little pig gru-gru, gru-gru, little calf moo-moo, moo-moo, little duck quack-quack, quack-quack, little goose gia-gia, gia-gia. Little hen walked in the passageway, Tyuriuraya, Ryuraya she did say, ah, she did say. Give him something, Mitya, Grushenka said. Make him a present, after all, he is poor. Oh, the poor, the insulted. You know, Mitya, I shall go to a nunnery. No, really, someday I shall go to one. Alyosha said some words to me today that I shall remember all my life. Yes. But today at least let us dance. Tomorrow the nunnery, but today let us dance. I want to be naughty, good people, and what if I do, God will forgive me. If I were God, I'd forgive everyone, my dear little sinners, from this day hence I forgive you all. And I will go and ask forgiveness, forgive a stupid woman, good people, so there. A wild beast, that is what I am, so there. And I want to pray. I have given my onion. An evildoer such as I, and she wants to pray. Mitya, let them dance, don't stop them. All the people on the earth are good, each single one of them. The world is a good place. Even though we are bad, the world is a good place. We are good and bad, both good and bad. No, tell me, I want to ask you, come close all of you, and I shall ask you, tell me this, why am I so good? For you see, I am good, I am very good. Well then, why am I so good? Thus did Grushenka babble, growing more and more intoxicated, and finally announced straight out that now she too wished to dance. She rose from her armchair, and fell, staggering, to one side. Mitya, don't let me have any more wine, if I ask for it, don't let me have it. Wine doesn't give any peace. And everything spins round, even the stove, everything spins round. I want to dance. Let everyone watch me dance, how well and beautifully I dance. The intention was a serious one. She took a white cambric handkerchief out of her pocket and took it by one end, in her right hand, in order to wave it as she danced. Mitya began to bustle about, the wenches fell quiet, preparing to break into a dance song in chorus at the first nod. Maximov, upon learning that Grushenka, too, wished to dance, squealed with ecstasy and began to bob up and down in front of her, crooning. Legs so slim, sides so plump, and a tail so curly. But Grushenka waved her handkerchief at him and chased him away. Shoo, shoo. Mitya, why isn't anyone coming? Let everyone come. And watch. Call those others, too, the ones who are locked out. Why did you lock them out? Tell them I'm dancing, let them also see me dancing. Hey you! Podwisakis! Come out, she's going to dance, she wants you to come in and watch. Lajdak, one of the panelly shouted in reply. And you're a sub-Lajdak. You're a little sub-Lajdak, that's what you are. I do wish you would stop making fun of Poland, came the sententious observation of Kalganov, also now intoxicated beyond the limits of his capacity. Be quiet, boy. If I called him a scoundrel, that doesn't mean that I was calling the whole of Poland scoundrels. One Lajdak does not make a Poland. Be quiet, my pretty boy, and have a chocolate. Oh, what men! It's as though they weren't human beings at all. Why won't they make it up with one another, said Grushenka, going out to dance. The chorus broke into, oh, you passage, my passage. Point 3. Grushenka began to go through the motions of throwing back her head, half opening her lips, smiling, starting to wave her handkerchief, and then suddenly, swaying violently on the spot, stood amidst the room in bewilderment. I'm too weak, she said in a strange, exhausted voice. Forgive me, I'm too weak, I can't. I'm sorry. She bowed to the chorus, and then proceeded to bow to all four corners of the room in turn. I'm sorry. Forgive me. You're tipsy, Barinka, tipsy, pretty Barinka, voices were heard to say. Her ladyship is tight, Maximov explained, tittering, to the girls. Mitya, take me away, take me, Mitya, Grushenka said, helplessly. Mitya rushed over to her, seized her in his arms and ran off behind the curtain with his precious prey. Well, I'm off now, Kalganov thought, and he left the blue room, closing both halves of the door behind him. But the feast in the main room thunderously continued, thundering even louder. Mitya put Grushenka down on the bed and bit into her lips with a kiss. Do not touch me, she murmured to him in an imploring voice. Do not touch me until I am yours. I said I was yours, but you must not touch me, have mercy. In their presence, while they are here, it's impossible. He is here. It's horrible here. I shall obey. I would not dream of. I adore you, Mitya muttered. Yes, it is horrible here, oh, despicable. And, without releasing her from his embrace, he lowered himself onto the floor beside the bed, on his knees. I know that even though you may be a wild beast, you are a noble one, Grushenka enunciated heavily. It must be honest, henceforth it must be honest, and that we too should be honest, that we should be good and kind, not beasts, but good and kind. Take me away, take me far away, do you hear? I don't want to be here, I want to be far, far away. Oh yes, yes, that is certain. Mitya said as he pressed her in his embrace. I shall take you away, we shall fly. Oh, all my life for 1 year I would give away now, only to know about that blood. What blood? Grushenka interposed in bewilderment. Never mind. Mitya said, grinding his teeth. Grusha, you wanted to be honest, but I am a thief. I stole money from Katka. The disgrace, the disgrace. From Katka? The young mistress, you mean? No, you did not. Give the money back to her, take some from me. Why are you shouting? Now all that is mine is yours. What do we need money for? We shall squander it all in any case, we're the kind of people who can't help squandering it. But you and I would do better to go and plow the earth. I want to scrape the earth with these hands of mine. We must work, do you hear? Alyosha has commanded it. I shall not be your lover, I shall be faithful to you, I shall be your slave, I shall work for you. We shall go to the young mistress and both bow to her, ask her to forgive us, and we shall go away. And even if she does not forgive us, we shall still go away. You must take the money to her, and love me. And not love her. Not love her anymore. And if you do, I shall strangle her. I shall stab both her eyes out with a needle. It is you I love, you alone. In Siberia I will love you. Why Siberia? Though what of it, even Siberia will do. If that is what you want, it is all the same. We shall work. There is snow in Siberia. I love to drive over the snow, and there must be a sleigh bell. Can you hear the bell ringing? Where is that bell ringing? People must be coming. There, now it has stopped ringing. In exhaustion, she closed her eyes and suddenly seemed to fall asleep for a single moment. Somewhere in the distance a coach bell really had been ringing and had then suddenly ceased. Mitya inclined his head on to her breast. He had not noticed the ceasing of the bell, but then neither had he noticed that the singing too had ceased, and that in place of it and the drunken clamor that had filled the whole house dead silence suddenly reigned. Grushenka opened her eyes. What happened? Was I asleep? Yes, the bell. I slept and had a dream. I dreamed I was riding over the snow, the sleigh bell was ringing, and I was drowsing. With the man who was dear to me, it must have been you. And we went far away, far away. I embraced you and kissed you, pressed you to me. I was cold, and the snow was gleaming. You know, when the snow gleams at night, and the moon stares down, and it's as if I were not on the earth. I woke up, and my dear one was at my side, and how good that was. At your side, Mitya muttered, kissing her dress, her bosom, her arms. And suddenly he fancied something strange. It seemed to him that she was gazing straight in front of her, but not at him, not into his face, but above his head, fixedly and strangely motionless. Surprise suddenly displayed itself in her face, fear almost. Mitya, who was that staring at us? She whispered suddenly. Mitya turned round and saw that indeed someone seemed to have moved the curtain apart and was watching them. And whoever it was, it seemed, was not alone. He leapt up and quickly strode towards the watcher. Through here, come through here too where we are, if you please, someone's voice said, not loudly, but firmly and insistently. Mitya came in through the curtain and stood motionless. The entire room was full of people, not, however, those who had been here earlier, but people who were completely new. A momentary chill ran along his spine, and he shuddered. He recognized all these men, in a single flash. There was that big, plump old man, in a paletot and a cap with a cockade, that was the Ispravnik, the district chief of police, Mikhail Makarik. And that consumptive type, the neatly dressed dandy, who always wore such shiningly polished boots, that was his colleague the public procurator. He has a chronometer that cost 400 rubles, he showed it to me. And that rather young little man in glasses, his surname had just slipped Mitya's mind for a moment, but he knew him too, had seen him before. That was the investigator, the local state investigator, who had recently arrived from jurisprudence. Point 4. And there was the local police inspector, Mavriky Mavrikich, him he knew without question, he was an acquaintance. Yes, and what about those men with metal badges, what were they doing here? And those two, muzhiks, they looked like. And there in the doorway were Kalganov and Trifon Borisik. Gentlemen. What is this about, gentlemen? Mitya started to say, but suddenly, almost beside himself, almost not himself at all, exclaimed loudly, at the top of his voice.
In der Stand.
The young man in glasses suddenly moved forward and, stepping up to Mitya, began, though with dignity, yet almost hurrying slightly. We have with you, in short, I must ask you to step this way, over here, to the sofa. There exists a pressing need to have a talk with you. The old man. Mitya cried in a frenzy. The old man and his blood.
In der Stand.
And as though the legs had been cut from under him, he sat down as though he had fallen there, on a chair that stood nearby. You understand? He understands. Parasite and monster of cruelty, the blood of your aged father cries out against you, the old chief of police roared suddenly, stepping up to Mitya. He was beside himself, had turned purple and was shaking all over. But this is impossible, the small young man exclaimed. Mikhail Makarych. Mikhail Makarych. This is not right, sir. I ask that I alone be permitted to speak. I would never have anticipated from you an episode of this kind. But this is delirium, gentlemen, delirium, howled the chief of police. Look at him, at night, drunk, with a licentious whore and covered in the blood of his father. Delirium. I beg you with all my might, Mikhail Makarych, dear fellow, for once to restrain your emotions, the public procurator who was his colleague began to whisper, otherwise I shall be compelled to take. But the little investigator did not let him finish, he turned to Mitya and firmly, loudly and solemnly pronounced. Mr. Retired Lieutenant Karamazov, it is my duty to inform you that you are accused of the murder of your father, Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov, which took place last night. He said a few other things as well, and the public procurator also seemed to put in something, but though Mitya was listening to them, he no longer understood what they were saying. With a wild gaze he looked round at them all. Book 9. The Preliminary Investigation. 1. The beginning of the civil servant Perkatin's career. Pyotr Ilyich Perkatin, whom we left knocking with all his might at the massive barred front gate of the house of the shop owner Morozova, eventually, of course, succeeded in eliciting a response. On hearing such a violent battering at the gate, Fenya, who 2 hours earlier had been so frightened and who because of agitation and thinking still could not bring herself to go to bed, was now afraid again almost to the point of hysterics. She fancied that this was Dmitri Fyodorovich knocking again, even though she herself had seen him leave, because only he could knock so brazen-like. She rushed out to the yard-keeper, who had already upon being roused from slumber by the sound of the knocking gone out to the gate, and began to beg him not to let him in. But the yard-keeper questioned the knocker and, having learned who he was and that he wanted to see Fedosia Markovna concerning a very important matter, decided at last to unbar the gate for him. On entering the same said kitchen of Fedosia Markovna, its occupant, doubting and feared, imploring Pyotr Ilyich to let the yard-keeper come in too, Pyotr Ilyich began to interrogate her and in an instant landed on the very pith of the matter, that is to say, that Dmitri Fyodorovich, in running off to look for Grushenka, had snatched a pestle from a mortar, and had returned without the pestle, but with his hands covered in blood, and the blood it were still dripping from them, fair dripping. Fenya howled, having apparently created this dreadful piece of evidence within her own distraught imagination. The bloody hands had, however, been seen by Pyotr Ilyich himself, though by then they had not been dripping, and he himself had assisted in the process of washing them, and in any case the question was not how quickly the blood had dried, but where precisely Dmitri Fyodorovich had gone running off to with the pestle, whether it had really been to the house of Fyodor Pavlovich, and on what grounds it might so resolutely be affirmed that this was so. On this point Pyotr Ilyich thoroughly insisted, and though in the last result he discovered no firm proof, he nonetheless nurtured what almost amounted to a conviction that Dmitri Fyodorovich could have gone running nowhere but to the house of his parent, and that consequently something must without question have taken place there. And when he came back, Fenya added with agitation, and I told him everything I knew, I began to ask him, why, Dmitri Fyodorovich, little dove, are your hands covered in blood? It appeared that he had replied to her that this was human blood and that he had just killed a man, admitted it, he did, confessed his guilt to me, and then suddenly he went rushing off like a madman. I sat down, and began to wonder, where had he gone rushing off like a madman to? He'll go to Mokroy, I thought, and he'll murder the Barinya there. At that I ran off to beg him not to murder the Barinya, to his lodgings I went, and on the way I was passing Plotnikov's shop and I saw he was already leaving and that his hands didn't have any blood on them now. Fenya had observed and remembered this. The old woman, Fenya's grandmother, confirmed all her granddaughter's testimony. Having asked her a further question or two, Pyotr Ilyich left the house in an even greater state of agitation and anxiety than that in which he had entered it. One might have thought that the simplest and most direct thing for him to have done would be to go now to Fyodor Pavlovich's house and find out if anything had taken place there, and, if it had, then what exactly, and then, having thus attained a conviction beyond all dispute, only then to go to the chief of police, as Pyotr Ilyich had already firmly decided to do. But the night was dark, the gate of Fyodor Pavlovich's house a massive one, again he would have to knock. There was also the fact that Fyodor Pavlovich was only a remote acquaintance, and then, when he obtained a response and the gate was opened to him, and it suddenly became clear that nothing had happened there, tomorrow the derisive Fyodor Pavlovich would go around town relating the anecdote of how the civil servant Pigeon, whom he did not know, had forced his way into his house in order to find out if someone had killed him. A scandal. And a scandal was what Pyotr Ilyich was afraid of more than anything else in the world. Even so, the emotion that swept him up was so powerful that, having stamped his foot on the ground and again roundly cursed himself, he at once rushed off in a new direction, not to Fyodor Pavlovich's house now, but to that of Mrs. Koplikova. If, he thought, she would answer the question, had she lent 3,000, at such and such a time, to Dmitri Fyodorovich, then in the event of a negative reply he would at once go to the chief of police, without dropping in on Fyodor Pavlovich, but in the event of her reply being positive, he would postpone the whole thing until the morrow and return to his home. Here, of course, one is directly faced with the consideration that in the young man's decision to enter at night, almost at 11 o'clock, the house of a society lady with whom he was not at all upon terms of acquaintance, quite possibly raising her from her bed in order to ask her a question astonishing in consequence of its surroundings, carried with it perhaps an even greater chance of producing a scandal than were he to have gone to Fyodor Pavlovich. Such is, however, sometimes the case in situations like the present one, with the decisions of the most escient and phlegmatic of men. For Pyotr Ilyich, at that moment, was anything but a phlegmatic man. All his life thereafter he recalled how an unmasterable sense of anxiety, which had by degrees taken control of him, had at last attained within him the quality of torment and had carried him away against his will. It goes without saying that all the way there he nonetheless continued to rail at himself for the fact that he was going to the house of this lady. But I shall follow this through, I shall follow this through to the end, he repeated for the 10th time, grinding his teeth, and fulfilled his intention, through he did follow. It was just on 11 o'clock when he entered the precincts of Mrs. Koplikova's house. Admittance to the yard was granted to him without much delay, but to the question, was the Barinya asleep or had she not retired, the yard keeper was unable to give a precise reply, beyond saying that normally by this time she had retired. You'll have to go upstairs and have yourself announced. If the Barinya wants to receive you she'll receive you, and if she doesn't, she won't. Pyotr Ilyich ascended the stairs, but here things went with rather more difficulty. The manservant was unwilling to announce him, and at last summoned out the maid. Pyotr Ilyich politely but insistently requested her to announce to the Barinya the arrival of a certain local civil servant named Pigeon, on a matter of particular significance, and to tell her that were not the matter so very important he should never have dared to arrive there. Announce it to her in precisely those words, he requested the maid. The maid withdrew. He remained waiting in the vestibule. In fact, Mrs. Koplikova, though she was not yet asleep, had already retired to her bedroom. She had been unsettled by Mitya's most recent visit and already sensed that tonight she would not escape the migraine she customarily suffered after such occasions. Upon hearing the maid's announcement and greeting it with astonishment, she irritably gave instructions that the man be turned away, in spite of the fact that this unexpected visit from a local civil servant whom she did not know had interested her lady's heart in the extreme. This time, however, Pyotr Ilyich dug in his heels with the stubbornness of a mule. Having heard that he was to be turned away, he requested with extreme insistence that he be announced to her once again and that she be informed in precisely those words that he was here on a matter of extreme importance and that the lady would possibly herself regret it if she did not receive him now. It felt like tumbling over a precipice, was how he himself related it subsequently. The chambermaid, looking him up and down with surprise, went to announce him a second time. Mrs. Koklakova was taken aback, thought for a moment, questioned the maid, asking what the man looked like, and learned that he was very proper dressed, ma'am, young and polite-like. Let us observe in parenthesis and in passing that Pigeon was, after all, a rather handsome young man, and was himself aware of this. Mrs. Koklakova decided to come out. She was already in her dressing gown and slippers, but over her shoulders she threw a black shawl. The civil servant was requested to enter the drawing-room, the very same one in which she had earlier received Mitya. Mrs. Koklakova came out to greet her visitor with a sternly inquiring air and, without inviting him to sit down, began directly with the question, "What can I do for you?" "I have taken it upon myself to disturb you, madam, on the matter of our common acquaintance, Dmitri Fyodorovich Karamazov," Pigeon began. No sooner had he pronounced this name, however, than there suddenly manifested itself in the features of the mistress of the house an expression of the most intense irritation. She very nearly uttered a shriek and with fury broke into his words. How much longer am I to be tormented with this dreadful man?" she exclaimed in a frenzy. "How dare you, my dear sir, take it upon yourself to disturb a lady you do not know in her own home and at such an hour, and to present yourself to her in order to speak of a man who here, in this very room, only 3 hours ago, came to kill me, stamping his feet and leaving in a manner no one leaves a respectable house. I think you ought to know, dear sir, that I shall file a complaint with the authorities against you, that I shall make you pay for this. Now be so good as to leave me this very instant. I am a mother, I shall this very moment. I kill you, did you say? So he intended to kill you too, did he? Why, has he killed someone already?" Mrs. Koklakova asked, impetuously. "If you will have the good inclination to hear me out, madam, for only half a minute, I shall in 2 words explain everything to you," Pigeon replied with firmness. "This day, at 5 o'clock of the afternoon, Mr. Karamazov borrowed from me, on comradely terms, the sum of 10 rubles, and I know as a matter of positive fact that at that time he had no money, yet at 9 o'clock this evening he entered my home bearing in his hand what looked like a wad of 100-ruble banknotes, to a total, I should say, of 2 or even 3,000 rubles. His hands and face were, moreover, covered in blood, and he himself appeared like a man almost demented. To my question, where had he got so much money from, he replied most precisely that he had just the moment before got it from you, that you had lent him the sum of 3,000 so that he could travel to the goldfields." In Mrs. Koklakova's features there was suddenly expressed an extraordinary and morbid agitation. "Oh God! He has killed his old father," she exclaimed, throwing up her hands. "Never did I lend him any money, never. Oh, you must run, you must run. Do not say another word. Save his old father, run to him, run to him. Let me be clear about this, madam, so you lent him no money? You definitely recall that you lent him no sum whatsoever?" I did not. I refused him, because he was unable to appreciate it. He left in a rabid fury, stamping his feet. He charged at me, but I leapt out of the way. And I will also tell you, as one from whom I no longer intend to conceal anything, that he even spat at me. Can you imagine? But why are we standing up like this? Oh, please sit down. Forgive me, Or perhaps it is better if you run. Yes, run, you must run and save the unhappy old man from a dreadful death. But what if he has already killed him? Oh good heavens, yes indeed. Then what shall we do now? What do you suppose, what ought one to do now? In the meantime she had made Fyodor Ilyitch sit down and herself sat down opposite him. Fyodor Ilyitch briefly but rather clearly set before her the history of the case, or at any rate that part of its history to which he himself had that day been a witness, and also related to her what he had learned during his recent visit to Fenya, including the news about the pestle. All these details shook the excited lady to an impossible degree, and she would scream and cover her eyes with her hands. Can you imagine? I had a presentiment of all this. I am endowed with this quality, that anything I imagine to myself does in fact take place. How many times have I gazed upon that dreadful man and thought, there is the man who will one day kill me. And so indeed it has happened, that is to say, if he has not now killed me, but only his father, then that is probably because the hand of the Lord is at work protecting me, and on top of that he was too ashamed to kill me, because I myself, here, in this very place, who hung around his neck a little icon from the holy relics of Saint Varvara the great martyr. And how near I was to death at that moment. After all, I went right up to him, right up close, and he stretched out the whole of his neck to me. You know, Pyotr Ilyitch, forgive me, I think you said your name was Pyotr Ilyitch, you know, I do not believe in miracles, but that little icon and this outright miracle that has happened to me now, that overwhelms me, and I again begin to believe in anything. Did you hear about the elder Zosima? Though as a matter of fact, I do not know what I am saying. And can you imagine, why, even with that little icon around his neck he spat at me, that is to say, he only spat at me, did not kill me, and then went galloping off over there. But where are we to go? Where are we to go now? What do you suppose? Pyotr Ilyitch got up and announced that he would now go straight to the chief of police and tell him everything, and let him do as he thought fit. Oh, he is a wonderful, wonderful man, I know Mikhail Makarovich. You must most certainly go to him. How resourceful you are, Pyotr Ilyitch, and how well you have thought all this out. You know, in your place I should never have thought of that. All the more so since I myself am a good friend of the chief of police, Pyotr Ilyitch observed, still standing and, apparently, wishing somehow to tear himself away as soon as possible from the clutches of this impetuous lady who on no account would allow him to make his farewells and be on his way. And you know, she babbled on, you must come, and tell me what you see there and find out, and what is discovered, and how they deal with him and what they sentence him to. I say, we don't have the death sentence, do we? But you must come without fail, even if it is at 3 o'clock in the morning, even at 4, even at 4:30. You must have me woken, shaken awake if I won't get up. Oh God, in any case I shall not even be able to sleep. You know, don't you think I ought to go with you? And no, madam, but if you were to write 3 lines right now in your own hand, just in case, saying that you never lent Dmitri Fyodorovich any money, that would, I believe, not be superfluous, just in case. Certainly. Mrs. Koklakova darted off in ecstasy to her writing desk. And you know, you astonish me, you simply overwhelm me with your resourcefulness and your ability in these matters. Do you work in the service here? How pleasant to hear that you work here. And, as she was still saying this, she rapidly inscribed in large handwriting on a half-sheet of notepaper the following lines. Never in my life did I lend the unhappy Dmitri Fyodorovich Karamazov, as whatever else he may be, he is now unhappy, 3,000 rubles, and never have I lent him any other money either, never, never. To this I swear by all that is holy in our world. Koplakova. Here is that note, she said, quickly turning to Pyotr Ilyitch. Now go, and save. It is a great podvig, a great deed of piety, on your part. And 3 times she made the sign of the cross over him. She even came running out as far as the vestibule in order to see him off. How grateful I am to you. You will not believe how grateful I am to you now for having come to see me first. How is it that we have not met before? I should be very charmed to receive you in my house in future. And how pleasant it is to hear that you are in our local civil service, and so escient, so resourceful. But they must value you, must come to understand you, and if there is anything I can do for you, then please believe me. Oh, I am so fond of youth. I am in love with youth. Young men, they are the foundation of all our present-day suffering Russia, all her hope. Oh, go, go. But Pyotr Ilyitch had already gone running off, for otherwise she would not have released him so soon. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Koklakova had struck him rather agreeably, and this had even allayed somewhat his uneasiness at having been dragged into such a nasty business. Tastes may vary extremely, that is well known. And she's not really all that old at all, he thought with an agreeable sensation. On the contrary, I would have taken her for her daughter. As for Mrs. Koplakova, she was simply enchanted with the young man. So much ability, so much conscientiousness, and in such a young man in our time, and all of it with such manners and outward elegance. Why, it is said of our contemporary young men that they are not capable of anything. Well, here is an example for you of one who is, etc., etc. As a result, she even quite forgot about the dreadful happening, and, no sooner had she gone to bed, she suddenly recalled once more how near to death she had been, and said, "Oh, this is dreadful, dreadful." At once, however, she sank into a most sweet, sound slumber. As a matter of fact, I should not have devoted so much space to such trivial and episodic details, had not this eccentric encounter I have just described between a young civil servant and a widow woman not at all yet old served in days that followed as the foundation of the entire life career of this prompt and escient young man, a fact which even to this day is remembered with amazement in our little town and concerning which we may perhaps add a special remark or two when we conclude our long narrative concerning the Brothers Karamazov. 2. The Alarm. Our local police chief Mikhail Makarovich Makarov, a retired lieutenant colonel who had been renamed a court counselor, was a good and widowed man. He had first honored us with his presence only 3 years previously, but had already earned general sympathy for the principal reason that he knew how to unite society. There were always plenty of guests at his house, and without them, it appeared, he would have been unable to continue his residence. Someone dined with him every day without fail, whether it was 2 guests or even only 1. Without guests, however, no one sat down at table. There were also dinner parties, arranged on all kinds of pretexts, sometimes even the most unexpected ones. The food that was served, though it was not exquisite, was nevertheless abundant. The kolabiakis were magnificent, while the wines, though they did not excel in quality, made up for this in quantity. In the lobby stood a billiard table in a most respectable setting, that is to say, even with pictures of English racehorses in black frames along the walls, which, as is well known, constitute the essential ornament of any billiard room in the home of a bachelor. Every evening there was a game of cards, even if only on a single table. But very frequently there also gathered there all the best society of our town, with mammas and daughters, to dance. Mikhail Makarovich, though in a widowed condition, nevertheless kept a family household, retaining in his home his long-since widowed daughter, in her turn a mother with 2 unmarried girls, Mikhail Makarovich's granddaughters. These girls were by now grown up and had finished their education, were of not unpleasing appearance and of merry disposition, and though everyone knew that no dowry would ever accrue to either of them, they nonetheless managed to draw into their grandfather's house the young men of our society. In affairs of business Mikhail Makarovich was not particularly clever, but he executed his duties no worse than many other men. To put it bluntly, he was, after all, a rather uneducated man and was even somewhat carefree when it came to a clear understanding of the limits of his administrative authority. There were certain reforms passed during the present reign which he less completely failed to make sense of than comprehended, with certain errors, sometimes highly noticeable ones, and not at all because of any particular incapacity on his own part, but simply because of the carefree nature of his character, because there was simply not time to go into the details of it all. "I am, gentlemen, more of a military soul than a civilian one," was how he would describe himself. Even concerning the precise foundations of the peasant reform he had still not apparently formed any definite or firm conception, and learned of them, as it were, from year to year, augmenting his knowledge in practical, involuntary fashion, yet all the while he was a landowner. Pyotr Ilyitch knew with precise certainty that this evening he would encounter some of Mikhail Makarovich's guests, though he did not know who they would be. And meanwhile who should be sitting with him at a game of Yaralash one than the public procurator and our Zemstvo doctor, Varvinsky, a young man who had only recently arrived among us from St. Petersburg, one of those who had brilliantly completed his course of studies at the St. Petersburg Medical Academy. As for the public procurator, or rather the deputy public procurator, though everyone in our town called him the public procurator, Ippolit Kirillovich. He was one of our more singular individuals, still on the young side, only 35, but with a strong consumptive tendency, and yet married to a very fat and childless lady, vain and irritable, with a mind that was very solid, however, and a soul that was even good. It appeared that the entire problem with his character was that he had a somewhat higher opinion of himself than his real merits would permit. And this was why he forever appeared uneasy. There were within him, moreover, certain feeble impulses of a higher and even an artistic sort, towards psychologism, for example, a special knowledge of the human soul, a special gift for the analysis of the criminal and of his crime. In this regard he considered himself to have been somewhat discriminated against and passed over at work, and was invariably certain that there, in the higher spheres, he had been insouciantly appreciated and that he had enemies. At moments of bloom he would even threaten to defect to the advocacy, and take up criminal cases. The unexpected parricide case concerning the Karamazovs seemed to have stirred him to the roots of his being. It's a case of a kind that could become famous all over Russia. But this I insert myself, and run ahead. In the neighboring room, with the young ladies, sat also our young state investigator, Nikolai Parfenovich Nelyudov, who only 2 months previously had arrived among us from St. Petersburg. Later on it was said, even with some surprise, that all these persons seemed to have assembled together as if by special design on the evening of the crime in the house of the executive authority. Yet the truth of the matter was far more straightforward and involved an extremely natural course of events. For 2 days now the spouse of Ippolit Kirillovich had had toothache, and he was compelled to go somewhere in order to escape from her groans, and the doctor by his very nature could spend the evening nowhere other than at cards. As for Nikolai Parfenovich, he had even for 3 days now been planning to arrive on this evening at the house of Mikhail Makarovich, as it were, by chance, in order suddenly and insidiously to spring on his elder daughter Olga Mikhailovna the fact that he was privy to her secret, that today was her birthday and that she especially desired to conceal it from our society, so as not to have to invite the town to a ball. There lay ahead the prospect of much laughter and many hints as to her age, that she was afraid to make it known, that now he was the master of her secret he would on the morrow tell it to everyone, etc., etc. The charming young mannequin was on this account an arrant knave, and indeed the ladies of our town had christened him the knave, something that apparently pleased him no end. As a matter of fact, he was of very good society, good family, good upbringing and good feelings, and though a bon vivant, a very innocent and always decent one. In respect of outward appearance, he was small of stature, weak and delicate in constitution. On his pale and slender little fingers there invariably sparkled several extremely large rings. When, however, he was discharging his duty, he would become extraordinarily solemn, as though construing his significance and his obligations to a point where these to him were as a sacred shrine. He was particularly good at pulling the rug from under the feet of murderers and other villains of the common folk during interrogations, and really did inspire in them if not respect then at any rate a certain wonder. Pyotr Ilyitch, as he entered the house of the police chief, was simply stunned. He suddenly saw that everything was already known there. Indeed, the cards had been abandoned, all were on their feet and arguing, and even Nikolai Parfenovich had come running over from the young ladies with a most pugnacious and impetuous air. Pyotr Ilyitch was greeted by the astounding news that old Fyodor Pavlovitch had indeed and in reality been murdered that evening in his own home, murdered and robbed. This had been discovered only an instant before, in the following manner. Marfa Ignatyevna, the spouse of Grigory the cast down by the fence, though she had been fast asleep in her bed and might easily have continued to slumber there until morn, suddenly, however, woke up. This was promoted by a fearful epileptic howl from Smerdyakov, who was lying unconscious in the neighboring small room, the howl with which his fits of the falling sickness always began and which always, all her life, terribly frightened Marfa Ignatyevna and had a morbid effect upon her. Never had she been able to accustom herself to them. Still with the sleep in her eyes, she leapt up and almost beside herself rushed into Smerdyakov's little closet of a room. In there, however, it was dark, and all she could discern were the sounds of the sick man beginning to snort and thrash about in fearsome manner. At this point Marfa Ignatyevna herself screamed aloud and began to call to her husband, when she suddenly realized that Grigory had not seemed to be in the bed when she had risen from it. She ran back to the bed and felt about in it again, but the bed really was empty. That meant he must have gone off somewhere, but where? She went running out onto the porch and timidly called him from the top of the steps. No answer, of course, did she receive, but on the other hand amid the still of night she heard from somewhere, far away in the garden, it seemed, the sound of moans. She listened closely, the moans were repeated again, and it became clear that they were indeed coming from the garden. Merciful Lord, 'tis like that time with Lizaveta Smerdyashkia, rushed through her distraught head. Timidly she descended the steps and managed to make out that the wicket gate that led into the garden was open. He must be in there, poor thing, she thought, went over to the gate and then all of a sudden clearly heard Grigory calling her name, Marfa, Marfa, in a feeble, moaning, terrible voice. Merciful Lord, preserve us from harm, Marfa Ignatyevna whispered, rushed in the direction of the call and in such manner found Grigory. Found him, however, not by the fence, where he had been cast down, but some 20 paces therefrom. It later transpired that, having come to, he had crawled, and, doubtless, crawled long, losing consciousness several times and once again sinking into oblivion. She instantly noticed that he was covered all over in blood and began to scream at the top of her voice. As for Grigory, he babbled softly and incoherently, "He's killed him, killed his father. What are you screaming for, you silly idiot? Run and call for help." But Marfa Ignatyevna would not be quietened and continued her screaming, and suddenly, having seen that the Baron's window was open and that there was light in it, she ran over to it and began to call Fyodor Pavlovitch. Taking a glance through the window, however, she saw a terrible sight. The Baron lay supine and motionless on the floor. His light-colored dressing gown and the front of his white shirt were drenched in blood. The candle on the table brightly illuminated the blood and the motionless, dead face of Fyodor Pavlovitch. In the last stages of horror now, Marfa Ignatyevna rushed away from the window, fled from the garden, unbarred the front gate and went running by way of the rears to her neighbor Maria Kondratyevna. Both neighbors, mother and daughter, were by this time in bed, but in response to Marfa Ignatyevna's urgent and violent knocking at the shutters and to her screams they woke up and leapt to the window. Incoherently, shrieking and screaming, Marfa Ignatyevna managed, however, to inform them of the salient facts and called them to assist. It so happened that the wandering Foma was passing that night under their roof. In a flash they had him up, and all three went running to the place of the crime. On the way Maria Kondratyevna succeeded in recalling that earlier, at 9 o'clock, she had heard a fearsome and penetrating howl that had been audible all over the neighborhood, coming from their garden, and this must of course have been that very same cry uttered by Grigory when, having seized hold of the leg of Dmitri Fyodorovitch, who had by then been sitting astride the fence, he had shouted, "Father murderer!" Someone on his own howled something and then suddenly stopped, Maria Kondratyevna testified, as she ran. Arriving at the place where Grigory lay, the two women, with Foma's assistance, carried him over to the outbuilding. A candle was lit and they saw that Smerdyakov had not quietened down but was still thrashing about in his closet, his eyes squinting, and foam trickling from his lips. They bathed Grigory's head in water and vinegar, and at the touch of the water he completely regained consciousness and instantly asked, "Is the Baron killed or is he not?" At that, the two women and Foma went over to the Baron's house and, entering the garden, saw this time that not only the window but also the door that led from the house into the garden stood wide open, when all week the Baron had locked himself up tight every evening, not even permitting Grigory to knock at his door on any pretext whatsoever. At the sight of this open door, they all of them, the two women and Foma, were instantly afraid to enter the Baron's house, in case there's trouble later on. But when they came back, Grigory instructed them to run at once to the chief of police himself. It was at that point that Maria Kondratyevna had run off and startled everyone at the police chief's house. Her arrival had preceded that of Pyotr Ilyich by only 5 minutes, so that the latter presented himself not merely with his conjectures and deductions, but as an obvious witness, who by the tale he had to tell confirmed even more the general conjecture as to the identity of the criminal, something which, as a matter of fact, in the depths of his soul, right up until that final moment, he had still refused to believe. They decided to deal with the matter energetically. The assistant chief constable was at once charged with the selection of 4 docile witnesses, and with observance of all the legal regulations, which I shall not describe here, gained entry to the house of Fyodor Pavlovich and performed an investigation on the spot. The Zemstvo doctor, a man of eager enthusiasm, new to his task, almost fell over his feet to be allowed to accompany the police chief, public procurator, and state investigator. I shall merely note in brief, Fyodor Pavlovich proved to have been murdered beyond all question, his skull broken, but with what? Most probably, the very same weapon with which Grigory, too, had subsequently been struck down. And lo and behold, the weapon too was tracked down after Grigory, to whom what possible medical assistance had been administered, fairly coherently, though in a feeble and jerky voice conveyed to them the story of how he had been cast to the ground. A lantern search was begun by the fence, and there, where it had been thrown down right on the garden path, in full open view, lay the brass pestle. In the room where Fyodor Pavlovich had lain no particular disorder was observed, but behind the screen, by his bed, a large envelope of thick paper, manufactured to government OC specifications, was picked up from the floor. It bore the inscription, "A little present of 3,000 rubles for my angel Grushenka, if she decides to come," and below had been added, probably later, by Fyodor Pavlovich himself, "and for my little chicken." The envelope bore 3 large red wax seals, but it had already been opened and was empty. The money had been taken out of it. They also found on the floor a slender pink ribbon, which had been used to tie up the envelope. In the testimony of Pyotr Ilyich there was one circumstance, among others, which produced an exceptional impression upon the public procurator and the state investigator, and this was his conjecture that Dmitri Fyodorovich was most certainly going to shoot himself at dawn, that he himself had determined to do this, had talked to Pyotr Ilyich of it, had loaded a pistol in front of him, had written a note, put it in his pocket, etc., etc. That when Pyotr Ilyich, still reluctant to believe him, had threatened to go and tell someone in order to avert the suicide, Mitya had said, baring his teeth in a grin, "You won't have time." This meant that it was necessary to hurry to the spot, to Mokroy, in order to catch the criminal while the crime was still fresh and before he really did take it into his head to shoot himself. "It's self-evident, the public procurator kept saying in extreme excitement. That is exactly the way that madcaps like him think. Tomorrow I shall kill myself, but a spree before I die. The story of how Mitya had bought wines and provisions at the delicatessen only got the public procurator even more worked up. Remember that young fellow, gentleman, the one who killed the merchant Alsafive, robbed him of 1,500, went straight off and had his hair curled, and then, without even bothering to hide the money properly, almost carrying it about in his hand like this fellow's been doing, set off to visit the girls. A delay was, however, imposed upon them all by the investigation, the search of Fyodor Pavlovich's house, the formal procedures, etc. All of that required time, and so some 2 hours ahead of them they dispatched to Mokroy the district superintendent Mavriky Mavrikyevich Shmertsov, who just so happened to have arrived in town on the morning of the previous day to collect his salary. Mavriky Mavrikyevich was given special instructions that upon his arrival in Mokroy he was, without raising any sort of alarm, to shadow the criminal untiringly until the proper authorities arrived, as well as to appoint docile witnesses, village police auxiliaries, etc., etc. Thus did Mavriky Mavrikyevich act, preserving his incognito, the only person whom he, only partially, initiated into the secret of the affair being Trifon Borisovich, who was an old acquaintance of his. This period of time coincided with that during which Mitya had encountered the landlord out in the dark on the gallery looking for him, and when he had noticed a sudden change in Trifon Borisovich's features and manner of talking. Thus neither Mitya nor anyone else knew that he was being observed. As for his case of pistols, it had long ago been appropriated by Trifon Borisovich and hidden away in a secluded spot. And only at 5 in the morning, at dawn, almost, did the authorities arrive, the chief of police, the public procurator and the state investigator, in 2 carriages and with 2 troikas of horses. As for the doctor, he remained in Fyodor Pavlovich's house, his object being to conduct on the morrow an autopsy of the murdered man's corpse, but finding his interest principally drawn by the condition of the sick manservant Smerdyakov, such long and violent fits of the falling sickness, being constantly repeated over a period of 2 days, are rarely encountered, and are a matter for scientific analysis, he pronounced in excitement to his departing colleagues, and they congratulated him laughingly on his discovery. Moreover, the public procurator and the state investigator recalled very clearly that the doctor had added in the firmest tone of voice that Smerdyakov would not live until morning. Now, after this long, but apparently necessary explanation, we have returned to precisely that point in our narrative where we interrupted it in the preceding book. 3. The passage of a soul through the torments. Torment the first. And so, Mitya sat looking round at those present with a wild gaze, not comprehending that which was said to him. Suddenly he rose, threw his arms aloft and shouted loudly, "Not guilty! Of this blood I am not guilty! Of the blood of my father I am not guilty! I wanted to murder him, but I am not guilty! Not I!" No sooner had he managed to shout this, however, than in from behind the curtains leapt Grushenka, and fairly collapsed in a heap at the police chief's feet. "It is I, accursed that I am, it is I who am the guilty one," she shouted in a wail that rent the soul, tears pouring down her cheeks, and stretching her arms out to all. "It was because of me that he killed. It was I who drove him to the end of his tether and brought him to that. I also drove that poor little old man who is dead now to the end of his tether. I did it because of my malice, and brought him to that. I am the guilty one, I am the first, I am the principal, I am the guilty one. Yes, you are the guilty one. You are the principal culprit. You are violent, depraved, the principal culprit," the police chief howled, threatening her with his fist, but at that point he was swiftly and firmly put in check. The public procurator even circled him with his arms. "This is going to turn into complete mayhem, Mikhail Makarovich," he exclaimed. "You are positively obstructing the investigation, ruining the case," he almost choked. "Take measures, take measures, take measures." Nikolai Parfenovitch bubbled in fearful agitation also. "Otherwise it positively will not do. Together judge us." Grushenka continued to wail in frenzy, still on her knees. "Together punish us, I will go with him now even to the scaffold. Grusha, my life, my blood, my sacred shrine," Mitya said, throwing himself on his knees beside her and pressing her tightly in his embrace. "Do not believe her," he shouted. "She bears no guilt for anything, neither for blood nor for anything." He later recalled that several people had dragged him away from her by force, but that she had suddenly been led away, and that he had regained his senses while sitting at the table. Beside him and behind him stood the men with metal badges. On the other side of the table from him, on the sofa, sat Nikolai Parfenovitch, the state investigator, who kept trying to persuade him to drink a little water from a glass that stood on the table. "It will refresh you, it will calm you, do not be afraid, do not be worried," he added with extreme politeness. As for Mitya, he recalled, acquired an intense curiosity regarding the investigator's large rings, the one set with amethyst, and the other with some bright yellow, transparent stone that had a wonderful sheen. And long thereafter he remembered with astonishment that those rings had held an irresistible attraction for his gaze even during those terrible hours of interrogation, so that he was somehow unable to tear himself away from them and forget them as objects that bore no relevance to his situation. At Mitya's left, to one side of him, in the chair where Maximov had sat at the onset of the evening, the public procurator had now made himself comfortable, while on Mitya's right, in the chair where Grushenka had sat then, there was a certain young man of ruddy complexion dressed in some kind of very threadbare hunting jacket, before whom were an inkwell and paper. It turned out that this was the investigator's clerk, whom he had brought with him. As for the chief of police, he now stood over by the window, at the other end of the room, beside Kalganov, who had also made himself comfortable on a chair by that very same window. "Take a drink of water," the investigator repeated gently for the umpteenth time. "I have taken one, gentlemen, I have taken one, but go on, gentlemen, squash me, punish me, decide my fate," Mitya exclaimed, turning upon the investigator a bulging gaze of terrible fixity. "So, you positively assert that you are not guilty of the murder of Fyodor Pavlovitch, your father?" the investigator asked gently, but insistently. "Yes. I am guilty of other blood, the blood of another old man, but not of my father's. And I mourn it. I killed an old man, I killed him and cast him down. But it is hard to answer for that blood with another blood, a terrible blood, of which I am not guilty. A terrible accusation, gentlemen, as though I had been discombobulated on the forehead. But who did kill my father, who? Who could have killed him, if not I? A miracle, preposterous, impossible. Yes, now who could have killed him, the investigator began, but Ippolit Kirillovich the public procurator, really the deputy public procurator, but we too for the sake of brevity shall call him public procurator, having exchanged glances with the investigator, pronounced, turning to Mitya. "In vain do you trouble yourself on account of the old manservant Grigory Vasiliev. Know that he is alive, has recovered consciousness and will, it appears, in spite of the grievous beating you administered to him, according to his own testimony and that which you have just supplied, most certainly remain alive, at any rate according to the doctor's report." "Alive? So he is alive?" Mitya suddenly cried out, throwing his hands in the air. His whole face beamed and shone. "O Lord, I thank you for this very great miracle which you have worked with me, a sinner and evildoer, in answer to my prayers. Yes, this is in answer to my prayers. All night I have prayed, and 3 times he made the sign of the cross over himself." He was almost choking. "So you see, from this same Grigory we have obtained such significant testimony concerning you, that," the public procurator began to resume, but Mitya suddenly leapt up from his chair. "One moment, gentlemen, in the name of God, just one small moment, let me go and see her. Permit me. At this moment that is on no account possible." Nikolai Parfenovitch even very nearly shrieked, also leaping to his feet. Mitya was circled round by the men with metal badges on their fronts, but in the end he sat back down on the chair of his own accord. "Gentlemen, what a pity! I was only going to see her for a single instant, in order to tell her that it has been washed away, has disappeared, that blood which all night has sucked at my heart, and that I am not a murderer now. Gentlemen, why, she is my bride," he said suddenly, in ecstasy and reverence, scanning them all with his eyes. "Oh, I thank you, gentlemen. Oh, how you have regenerated, resurrected me in one single instant. That old man, why, he bore me in his arms, gentlemen, washed me in the trough, when as a child of 3 years old I had been abandoned by everyone, was my kindred father." "So, you," the investigator began. "Permit me, gentlemen, permit me just one little minute more," Mitya broke off, placing both elbows on the table and covering his face with the palms of his hands. "Let me gather my thoughts just a little, let me draw breath, gentlemen. All of this is a terrible shock, after all a man is not a drumskin, gentlemen." "You'd better have another drink of water," Nikolai Parfenovitch babbled. Mitya took his hands away from his face and burst out laughing. His gaze was cheerful, he seemed to have wholly altered in a single instant. The whole tone of his demeanor had likewise altered. The man who sat here was again the equal of all these people, all these old acquaintances of his, every bit as much as if they had all assembled yesterday, when nothing had yet taken place, somewhere in the town's society. Let us, however, observe in passing that in the early days that followed his arrival among us, Mitya had been cordially received in the police chief's home, but that later, particularly over the last month, Mitya had hardly visited him at all, while the police chief, whenever he had encountered him, out in the street, for example, had frowned intensely and returned his bow merely out of politeness, something that Mitya had noted all too well. His acquaintance with the public procurator was even more remote, but to the public procurator's spouse, a nervous and fantastic lady, he sometimes paid visits, of the most respectable kind, it should be said, without even really knowing why he did so, and she would invariably receive him kindly, for some reason having taken an interest in him of recent time. As for the investigator, with him he had not yet succeeded in striking up an acquaintance, though he had met him too and had even spoken with him once or twice, on both occasions concerning the female sex. "Nikolai Parfenik, I can see that you are a most skillful investigator," Mitya said suddenly, breaking into cheerful laughter again, "but now I am going to assist you of my own accord. Oh, gentlemen, I am resurrected, and please do not complain at my addressing you so simply and so bluntly. What is more, I am slightly drunk, I tell you that frankly. Nikolai Parfenik, I believe I have had the honor and the pleasure of meeting you in the home of my relative Mr. Myasov. Gentlemen, I make no claim to be your equal, after all, I understand in what capacity I sit before you now. There is concerning me, if Grigory has given testimony against me, there is concerning me, oh, of course there is, a terrible suspicion. A horrible thing, you see, I understand it. But let us set to work, gentlemen, I am ready, and we shall settle the matter in a single instant now, because, well, listen, gentlemen. You see, if I know that I am not guilty, then of course we can settle the matter in a single instant. Is that not so? Is it not?" Mitya spoke swiftly and volubly, nervously and expansively, and as if he decidedly thought his listeners were his best friends. "So, we shall for the moment put down that you categorically reject the accusation that has been brought against you," Nikolai Parfenovitch said imposingly and, turning to the scribe, dictated to him in an undertone the necessary form of what was to be set down. "Put down? You're going to put this down in writing? Very well, go ahead, I consent, I give my complete consent, gentlemen. But look. Wait, put it down like this: he is guilty of violent and disorderly conduct, of having inflicted grievous bodily harm on a poor old man. Well, and I am also guilty inside myself, in the depths of my heart, but you do not need to put that down," he said, suddenly turning to the scribe, "they are my inward life. Gentlemen, they do not really concern you, those depths of my heart, that is. But of the murder of my old father, I am not guilty. That is an outlandish idea. That is a perfectly outlandish idea. I shall prove it to you, and you will be instantly persuaded. You will laugh, gentlemen, you yourselves will roar with laughter at your own suspicion. Please calm yourself, Dmitri Fyodorovitch," the investigator reminded him, apparently, it seemed, desiring to calm the frenzied fellow with his own equanimity. "Before we continue with the interrogation, I should like, if you will agree to reply, to hear from you a confirmation of the facts submitted in evidence that you apparently did not like the deceased Fyodor Pavlovitch, were engaged in some kind of perpetual quarrel with him. Here at least, a quarter of an hour ago, you apparently were so good as to state that you even wanted to kill him. I did not kill him, you exclaimed, but I wanted to. Did I say that? Oh, that may well be so, gentlemen. Yes, I am afraid that I did want to kill him, many times wanted to. Unfortunately. You wanted to. Will you not consent to explain what precisely were the principles that guided you in such hatred of the person of your father? What is there to explain, gentlemen? Mitya said, morosely shrugging his shoulders and lowering his eyes. After all, I have never hidden my feelings, the whole town knows of this, everyone at the inn knows of it. Only recently at the monastery I declared it, in the cell of the elder Zosima. That same day, in the evening, I beat my father and nearly killed him, and swore that I would return and murder him, in the presence of witnesses. Oh, 1,000 witnesses! For a whole month I have shouted it, everyone is a witness. The evidence is at hand, the evidence speaks, shouts, but feelings, gentlemen, feelings, they are something else. You see, gentlemen, Mitya said, frowning, it seems to me that you have no right to ask me questions about feelings. Though you may be invested with power, that I understand, they are none the less my affair, my own inward, intimate affair, but, as I did not conceal my feelings before, in the inn, for example, and spoke them to each and all, then I shall make no secret of them now. You see, gentlemen, after all, I understand that in this case there is fearsome evidence against me. I told everyone that I would kill him, and suddenly he was killed, so how could it not be me, in that case?
Ah.
I excuse you, gentlemen, I completely excuse you. After all, I myself have been struck to the epidermis, because who could have killed him, in the end, if not I? That is true, is it not? If not I, then who? Gentlemen, he suddenly exclaimed, I want to know, I even demand of you, gentlemen, where was he killed? How was he killed, with what and how? Tell me, he asked quickly, scanning the public procurator and the investigator with his eyes. We found him lying supine on the floor of his study, with his skull broken, the public procurator said. That is terrible, gentlemen. Mitya said suddenly with a shudder and, leaning his elbows on the table, covered his face with his right hand. We shall continue, Nikolai Parfenovich broke in. So, what was it that guided you in your feelings of hatred? I believe that you publicly declared it was an emotion of jealousy? Well, yes, jealousy, and not jealousy alone. Arguments about money? Yes, those too. I believe there was an argument about the 3,000 you claimed had not been paid to you according to your inheritance. What do you mean, 3,000? It was more, Mitya said, jerking up, more than 6, more than 10, perhaps. I told it to everyone, shouted it to everyone. But I made up my mind that I would accept it, would reconcile myself to 3,000. I needed the 3,000 to the point of murder, so that the envelope containing the 3,000 I knew was under his pillow, ready for Grushenka, I really considered as having been stolen from me. There you have it, gentlemen, I considered it my own, just as though it were my own property. The public procurator exchanged a significant look with the investigator and succeeded in passing him an imperceptible wink. We shall come back to this topic again, the investigator said at once, but for now you must permit us to note and record precisely that small point, that you considered that money, in that envelope, more or less your own property. Record away, gentlemen, after all, I understand that that is another piece of evidence against me, but I am not afraid of the evidence and speak against myself of my own accord. Of my own accord, do you hear? You see, gentlemen, I believe you think I am quite a different person from the one I am, he suddenly added blackly and with melancholy. It is a noble man who speaks with you, a person of the noblest kind, and above all, please do not lose sight of this, a man who has committed a huge number of villainous acts, but who has always been and has remained a most noble creature, a creature, inwardly, in the depths, well, in short, I am unable to express myself. That is what I have struggled for in torment all my life, thirsting for nobility. I have been, as it were, a martyr to nobility and its seeker with a lamp, the lamp of Diogenes, and yet all my life I have committed nothing but base actions, like all of us, gentlemen, that is to say, like myself alone, gentlemen, not all of us, but myself alone, I have erred, alone. Gentlemen, I have a headache, he frowned with a martyred look. You see, gentlemen, I did not like his outward appearance, there was something dishonorable about it. His boasting and his flouting of every sacred thing, his mockery and unbelief, loathsome. But now that he is dead, I think otherwise. What do you mean, otherwise? Well, perhaps not otherwise, but I regret that I so hated him. You feel remorse? No, not remorse, please do not write that down. I myself am not a good man, gentlemen, that is what. I myself am none too attractive, and so I had no right to consider him repulsive either, that is what I mean. That is what I should like you to record. Having got this out, Mitya suddenly became extremely sad. For some time now, gradually, as he gave his answers to the questions of the investigator, his mood had been growing blacker and blacker. And suddenly, just at that moment, an unexpected scene again broke out. The fact was that although Grushenka had been removed, she had not been taken very far, only as far as the third room along from the blue one in which the interrogation was now in progress. It was a small room with only one window, right behind the large room in which all night there had been dancing and sumptuous feasting. There she sat, and with her for the moment only Maximov, terribly startled, terribly frightened and sticking close to her as though in her proximity he sought salvation. At their door stood some kind of muzhik with a metal badge on his front. Grushenka had been weeping, and then suddenly, when misery had approached her soul too nearly, she leapt up, threw her arms in the air and, shouting in a loud wail, "Misery, misery me," rushed out of the room to him, to her Mitya, and so unexpectedly that no one had time to stop her. As for Mitya, at the sound of her wail he shook all over, leapt up, uttered a howl and rushed headlong to meet her, as though he were beside himself. Once again, however, they were not permitted to consort, even though they had caught sight of each other. He was seized firmly by the arms, he struggled, tried to tear himself free, and 3 or 4 men were needed in order to restrain him. She too was seized, and he saw her stretching her arms out towards him as she was dragged away. When the scene was over, he came to his senses again in his previous seat, at the table, facing the investigator, and he shouted, addressing him. "What do you want with her? Why are you tormenting her? She is innocent, innocent." The public procurator and the state investigator attempted to talk him to reason. In this fashion a certain period of time went by, some 10 minutes. At last into the room in a hurry came Mikhail Makarovich, who had until now been kept outside, and loudly, in agitation, said to the public procurator, "She has been removed, she is downstairs. Will you not permit me, gentlemen, to say just one word to this unhappy man? In your presence, gentlemen, in your presence?" "You are welcome to do so, Mikhail Makarovich," the investigator replied. "In the present instance we have no objection to it." "Dmitri Fyodorovich, listen, good fellow," Mikhail Makarovich began, turning to Mitya, and the whole of his agitated face expressed a warm, almost fatherly compassion for the unhappy man. "I myself took your Agrafena Alexandrovna downstairs and entrusted her to the landlord's daughters, and that old chap Maximov is with her now, won't leave her side, and I have made her see reason, do you hear? I have made her see reason and I have made her calm down, have got it into her head that what matters is to free you from suspicion, and so she must not interfere, must not make you miserable, otherwise you may become confused and make the wrong kind of depositions concerning yourself, do you understand? Well, in short, I have told her, and she has understood. She's a clever woman, brother, she's a good woman, she made to kiss the hands of an old man like me, she interceded with me for you. It is she who has sent me here to tell you not to worry about her, and I must, dear fellow, I must go back and tell her that you are not worried and are consoled regarding her. So, you must calm down, please grasp that. I am guilty before her, she is a Christian soul, yes, gentlemen, this is a meek soul that is guilty of nothing. So what am I to tell her, Dmitri Fyodorovich, will you sit quietly or will you not? The kindly fellow had said much that was superfluous, but Grushenka's grief, the grief of humankind, had penetrated his kindly soul, and the tears even stood in his eyes. Mitya leapt up and rushed to him. "Forgive me, gentlemen, permit me, oh, permit me," he cried. "Angelic, angelic soul that you are, Mikhail Makarovich, I thank you for her. I shall sit quietly, I shall be of good cheer, please, from the limitless bounty of your soul tell her that I am of good cheer, that I shall even begin to laugh in a moment, knowing that with her there is such a guardian angel as yourself. In a moment I shall bring all this to an end, and as soon as I am set free I shall go straight to her, she will see, let her but wait. Gentlemen," he said, suddenly turning round to the public procurator and the state investigator, "now I shall reveal to you all of my soul, I shall pour it all out, we shall bring this to an end in an instant, bring it to an end with good cheer, for at last we shall laugh, shall we not? But, gentlemen, this woman is the empress of my soul. Oh, permit me to say this is what I shall reveal to you. For after all, I see that I am with men of the most noble sort. She is my light, she is my sacred shrine, if you only knew. You have heard her cries, I will go with you even to the scaffold. Yet what have I given her, I, a beggar, a bare breeches? Why does she show me such love? Do I deserve it, clumsy, shameful brute with a shameful face that I am, such love that she will go into penal servitude with me? For my sake she threw herself at your feet just now, she, a proud woman and one who was guilty of nothing. How can I fail to worship her, to cry out, to strive to her, as I did just now? Oh, gentlemen, forgive me. But now I am consoled. Consoled. And he fell back onto his chair and, covering his face with the palms of both hands, burst into sobs. But these were now the tears of happiness. In a flash he recovered himself. The old police chief was very satisfied, as were, it seemed, the jurists, too. They had a sense that the interrogation was just on the point of entering upon a new phase. When he saw the police chief leave the room, Mitya grew positively euphoric. Well, gentlemen, now I am yours, entirely yours. And, were it not for all these trivial matters, we should right now be able to come to an agreement. I again speak of trivial matters. I am yours, gentlemen, but I swear that what is needed is mutual trust, yours of me and mine of you, or else we shall never bring the matter to an end. It is for yourselves that I speak. Let us set to work, gentlemen, let us set to work, and, above all, please do not rummage so in my soul, do not torment it with trivia, but ask only concerning the facts of the case, and I shall at once render you satisfaction. And to the devil with trivial matters. Thus did Mitya vociferate. The interrogation began anew. 4. Torment the second. You will not believe how you restore our spirits, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, by this readiness of yours, said Nikolai Parfenovitch with a lively air and with evident satisfaction, which shone in his large, light-gray protuberant, though, as a matter of fact, very short-sighted eyes, from which a moment earlier he had removed his spectacles. And that was a true remark you made just now with regard to this mutual confidentiality of ours, without which sometimes it is impossible to make any headway in cases of such importance, in the sense and instance that the person under suspicion really desires, hopes, and is able to free himself from it. We for our part shall make every effort to do what it behoves us, and you yourself can see even now how we are going to conduct this case. Do you approve, Ippolit Kirillovitch? He said, turning to the public procurator suddenly. Oh, indubitably, the public procurator said in assent, though somewhat coldly in comparison with Nikolai Parfenovitch's transport of emotion. I shall observe once and for all, our new arrival Nikolai Parfenovitch had, from the very beginning of his career with us, felt towards our public procurator, Ippolit Kirillovitch, an uncommon degree of respect and had almost united with him in heart. This was almost the only person who had an unconditional faith in the extraordinary psychological and oratorical talent of our discriminated against in the service Ippolit Kirillovitch and who fully believed that the latter had indeed suffered discrimination. He had heard of him while he had still been in St. Petersburg. What was more, the in his turn somewhat youngish Nikolai Parfenovitch also turned out to be the only person in the entire world to acquire a sincere liking for our discriminated against public procurator. On their journey hither they had had time to make certain agreements and arrangements concerning the impending case, and now, at the table, the rather sharpish intellect of Nikolai Parfenovitch caught in flight and decoded every indication, every movement in the features of his elder colleague, with hardly a word being uttered, from a mere glance alone, from the merest wink of an eye. Gentlemen, just let me tell it all alone, do not interrupt with trivia, and I shall in an instant set it all before you, Mitya bubbled. Very well, sir. I thank you. But before we pass to the audition of your statement, I think you must permit me to confirm just one small fact, one that is very interesting to us, namely that concerning those 10 rubles which yesterday, at around 5 o'clock you borrowed against the pledge of your pistols from your friend Pyotr Ilyich Perkotin. I pawned them, gentlemen, I pawned them for 10 rubles, and what more can I say? That is all there was to it. As soon as I returned to the town from my journey, I pawned them. So you had returned from a journey? You had been out of town? Yes, gentlemen, I had made a journey of 40 versts, did you not know? The public procurator exchanged a glance with Nikolai Parfenovich. And in any case, how about beginning your story with a systematic description of the whole of the way you spent yesterday, starting from the morning? Permit us, for example, to know, why did you absent yourself from town and when precisely did you leave and when return, and all the rest of those facts. Well, you should have asked me for the story from the very beginning, Mitya said, bursting into laughter, and, if you like, I shall begin not yesterday but with the day before, and from its morning, and then you too will understand where, how, and why I walked and traveled. On the morning of the day before yesterday, gentlemen, I went to see a local merchant here named Samsonov in order to borrow 3,000 in cash from him on the most reliable security. It was a sudden necessity, gentlemen, a sudden necessity. Permit me to interrupt you, the public procurator broke in courteously, but why did you suddenly need it, and why precisely that sum, 3,000 rubles, that is to say? Oh really, gentlemen, not more trivia, how, when and why precisely that amount of money, and not some other, and all that rigmarole? I mean, if you go on like that it will fill at least 3 volumes, and you'll need an epilogue as well. All this Mitya said with the good-natured but impatient familiarity of a man who desires to speak the whole truth and is filled with the best intentions. Gentlemen, he said, as if suddenly reflecting on something, you must not complain of my being recalcitrant. Again I ask you, once more have faith that I have complete respect for you and that I understand the present position of the case. Do not suppose that I am drunk. I have now sobered up. And even were I drunk, it would not be the slightest obstacle. After all, with me it's like in the saying. Sobered up, got wise, became stupid. Got drunk, became stupid, got wise.
Ah.
But as a matter of fact, gentlemen, I see that it is as yet unseemly for me to crack witticisms before you, while we have not yet explained ourselves to one another, that is. Permit me also to observe the demands of my own dignity. For I understand the present difference between us. After all, whatever the rights and wrongs of it, I sit before you as a criminal, and therefore as one in the highest degree not your equal, and you have been entrusted with the task of watching over me, for you are not going to pat me on the head for my treatment of Grigory. After all, it really is not possible to go breaking the skulls of old men and not be punished for it. After all, because of him you are going to put me away in the house of correction for 6 months, say, or a year. I don't know what sentence you have for that, though I think it may be without disfranchisement. Is that not so, public procurator? Well, so you see, gentlemen, I understand this difference. But you will also agree that you could put the Almighty himself off balance with questions like where did you go, how did you go, when did you go, and into what did you go? You will set me off balance if you go on like that, and then you will weave it all into the pattern against me, and what will be the result? Nothing will be the result. And finally, if I have begun to talk nonsense now, then I shall conclude, and you, gentlemen, being men of the highest education and of most noble character, will forgive me. And in fact, I shall conclude with a plea. Please, gentlemen, unlearn this red-tape manner of interrogation, that is to say this business of beginning with some wretched, insignificant details concerning what I felt like when I got up, what I had to eat, the way in which I spat, and, having distracted the attention of the criminal, suddenly catching him out with a dumbfounding question, whom did you kill, whom did you rob?
Ah.
Why, that is your red tape for you, that is the way it's prescribed in your textbooks. That is what all your cunning is builded upon. But I mean, it is moujiks you will distract with such cunning tricks, not me. After all, I understand what is what, I myself have been in the service, ha! You are not angry, gentlemen, you forgive my impudence, he shouted, looking at them with a good nature that was almost astonishing. After all, Mitka Karamazov said it, and so it may be excused, for in any man of wisdom it would be inexcusable, but in Mitka it is excusable.
Ah.
Nikolai Parfenovich listened and also laughed. The public procurator, though he did not laugh, studied Mitya keenly, without lowering his eyes, as though he did not wish to miss either his slightest word, his slightest movement, or the slightest quiver of the slightest line upon his face. "But that is how we began with you originally," Nikolai Parfenovich retorted, still continuing to laugh, "by not attempting to throw you off balance with questions about how you felt when you got up in the morning or about what you had to eat, but by even beginning with matters that are all too essential. I understand, I have understood it and appreciated it, and even more do I appreciate your present kindness to me, a kindness that is unparalleled, and worthy of most noble souls. The three of us are gathered here as men of noble intention, and let everything between us be founded on the mutual trust of men of education and society who are bound together by gentle birth and honor. At any rate, permit me to consider you at this moment the best friends I have ever had in my life, at this moment of the degradation of my honor. Now that does not offend you, gentlemen, that does not offend you? On the contrary, you have expressed it almost satisfactorily, Dmitri Fyodorovich," Nikolai Parfenovich agreed solemnly and approvingly. "And the trivia, gentlemen, away with all these pettifogging trivia," Mitya exclaimed ecstatically, "or the devil knows what may come of it, do you not agree?" "I shall entirely follow your sensible counsel," the public procurator intervened suddenly, turning to Mitya, "but shall nonetheless persist with my question. It is too vitally essential for us to discover why precisely you required such a sum of money, that is to say, why precisely 3,000. Why I required it? Well, in order to pay off a debt. To whom, precisely? That I positively refuse to say, gentlemen. Look, it is not because I cannot, or dare not, or am afraid to, for all of this is not worth talking about, it's a completely trivial matter. No, I refuse to say because here a principle is involved, this is my private life, and I shall not permit you to invade my private life. There is my principle. Your question is not material to the case, and all that is not material to the case is my private life. I wanted to pay off a debt, I wanted to pay off a debt of honor, but to whom, I shall not say. Permit us to record that, said the public procurator. Please do. Record it as follows, that I absolutely refuse to say. You may write, gentlemen, that I even consider it dishonorable to reveal the identity of the person concerned. Good heavens, what a lot of time you use up with your recording. Permit me to warn you, dear sir, and once again remind you, if you were not aware of it, the public procurator said in tones of especial and most severe reprimand, that you have a perfect right not to answer the questions that are being put to you now, while we, on the other hand, have no right to force answers from you, if you yourself decline to answer for one reason or another. That is a matter for your own personal consideration. In instances like the present one, however, our task also consists in explaining and drawing your attention to the degree of harm that you may incur to yourself by refusing to make this deposition or that. And now I request you to continue. Gentlemen, why, I am not angry. Mitya began to mutter, slightly embarrassed by the reprimand. Look, sir, you see, gentlemen, that same Samsonov whom I went to visit that day. We shall not, of course, adduce the details of his narrative, for they are already familiar to the reader. In his impatience, the narrator wished to tell everything right down to the last little nuance and at the same time do it as swiftly as possible. But as the depositions were made, so were they recorded, and thus it was inevitable that from time to time he was stopped. Dmitri Fyodorovich took a dim view of this, but submitted, was angry, but for the moment at least in a good-humored sort of way. It was true that he would sometimes scream, "Gentlemen, this would infuriate the Lord Almighty himself," or, "Gentlemen, do you realize that you are merely irritating me to no purpose," but even so, as he exclaimed these things did not for the present alter his amicably expansive mood. Thus he narrated how 2 days before Samsonov had duped him. He had by this time fully realized that he had been duped that day. The sale of his watch for 6 rubles in order to obtain money for his journey, a fact hitherto completely unknown to the investigator and the public procurator, at once aroused their extreme attention, and this time to Mitya's boundless indignation. They thought it necessary to record this fact in detail, in the form of a secondary confirmation of the circumstance that even the day before he had scarcely a groat of money upon him. Little by little Mitya began to grow morose. Then, having described his journey to see Lyagavy and the night he had passed in the fume-filled izba, etc., he led his narrative up to his return to town, and at that point began, without being particularly requested, to give a detailed description of the torments of jealousy he had suffered with Grushenka. He was listened to with silent attention, and particular scrutiny was given to the circumstance that he had long had an observation post for watching Grushenka in Fyodor Pavlovich's garden at the rears of the house of Maria Kondratyevna, and that Smerdyakov brought him information. This was noted and recorded in much detail. Of his jealousy he spoke hotly and at length, and though he was inwardly ashamed at exhibiting his most intimate emotions, as it were, to public disgrace, he plainly made an effort to overcome his shame in order to be truthful. The fixity and impersonal sternness of the way in which the investigator and the public procurator looked at him during the delivery of his narrative at last troubled him rather intensely. This boy Nikolai Parfenovich, with whom only a few days ago I was passing stupid remarks about women, and this invalid of a public procurator, they don't deserve my telling them this, flickered sadly through his mind, and I'm exposing myself to disgrace. Endure, resign thyself, and silent be, he thought, concluding his reflections with a line of poetry. One but again mustered his energies in order to continue further. Passing to the tale of Mrs. Koklikova, he even recovered his cheerfulness again, and even wanted to tell concerning that dear lady a certain recent small anecdote not material to the case, but the investigator stopped him and politely suggested to him that he proceed to things of a more essential nature. At last, having described his despair and having told of that moment when, upon leaving Mrs. Koklikova's house, he had even thought of cutting someone's throat as soon as possible and obtaining 3,000 that way, he was again stopped, and the fact that he had wanted to cut someone's throat recorded. Mitya let them write it without saying a word. At last he reached the point in his narrative when he had suddenly learned that Grushenka had deceived him and had left Samsonov's house as soon as he had brought her there, while she herself had said that she would stay with the old man until midnight. If I did not kill Fenya then, gentlemen, it was only because I had not the time, suddenly burst from him at that juncture in the story. This too was thoroughly recorded. Mitya gloomily continued and began to tell of how he had run to his father in the garden, when the investigator suddenly stopped him and, opening his large briefcase that lay beside him on the sofa, took from it a brass pestle. "Is this object familiar to you?" he asked, showing it to Mitya. "Oh yes," he smiled blackly, "how could I fail to recognize it? Here, let me take a look at it. Or rather, the devil, I don't want to." "You forgot to mention it," the investigator observed. "The devil! I would not have concealed it from you, for I don't think we could have managed without it. What do you suppose? It just flew out of my memory. Be so good as to tell us in detail how you came into possession of the weapon." "Certainly, I shall oblige you, gentlemen." And Mitya described how he had taken the pestle and gone running off. "But what purpose did you have in view when you furnished yourself with a weapon of this kind?" "What purpose? None. I just grabbed it and ran off." "But why, if you had no purpose?" Within Mitya vexation was seething. He gave the boy a fixed look and thinly smiled a smile of black hatred. The fact was that he had been growing more and more ashamed of having just then so sincerely and with such outpourings told men like these the story of his jealousy. A fig for the pestle suddenly burst from him. "But, sir—" "Oh, I took it with me to fend off dogs. You know, the darkness. Just in case." "And previously, were you also in the habit of taking some weapon with you when you went out at night, if you have always been so afraid of the dark?" Ha, the devil, fie. Gentlemen, it really is literally impossible to talk to you. Mitya screamed in the last degree of irritation and, turning to the scribe, red all over with hatred, quickly said to him with a note in his voice that was almost one of frenzy. Write this down at once, at once. I took the pestle with me in order to go and kill my father. Fyodor Pavlovitch, with a blow on the head. Well, now are you satisfied, gentlemen? Worked it all out of your system now, he said, staring with provocative challenge at the investigator and the public procurator. We understand all too well that your deposition just now was made because you were irritated with us and vexed by the questions we have been putting to you, questions which you consider trivial but which, in essence, are most essential, the public procurator said to him in reply. Oh, for pity's sake, gentlemen. All right, I took the pestle. Well, why do people usually take something with them in such cases? I don't know why. I just grabbed it and ran. That is all. For shame, gentlemen, passons, or else I swear I shall bring my story to a halt. He leaned his elbows on the table and propped his head in his hand. He was sitting sideways to them, looking at the wall, trying to keep a check on the evil surge of emotion within him. In actual fact, he horribly wanted to get up and declare that he would not say another word, not even if you take me to the scaffold. You see, gentlemen, he said suddenly, mastering himself with difficulty, you see, I hear what you are saying, and it seems to me. You see, I sometimes have a certain dream, a certain kind of dream, and I have it often, it repeats itself, that someone is chasing me, someone of whom I am horribly afraid, chasing me in the dark, at night, looking for me, and I hide somewhere from him, behind a door or a cupboard, I hide in a degrading way, and above all in such a way that he knows perfectly well my whereabouts, but seems to pretend on purpose not to know where I am, in order to torment me longer, in order to take pleasure in my terror. That is what you are doing now. It's the same sort of thing. So that's the kind of dream you have, the public procurator inquired. Yes, that's the kind of dream I have. Don't you want to write it down in the record? Mitya smiled crookedly. No, sir, it's not anything for the record, but all the same those are interesting dreams you have. But now it is not a dream. It is realism, gentlemen, the realism of real life. I am the wolf and you are the hunters, well, and you are running the wolf to ground. You should not make such a comparison, Nikolai Parfenovitch began extremely gently. I should, gentlemen, I should. Mitya seethed again, even though, having plainly relieved his soul by this manifestation of sudden wrath, he had again begun to grow more mellow with each word. You may not believe every criminal or suspect whom you torture with your questions, but a man of the most noble inclinations, gentlemen, a man whose soul knows the most noble impulses, boldly do I cry it. No. Such a man you cannot fail to believe, you do not even have a right not to, but, be silent, heart. Endure, resign thyself, and silent be. Well, what then, shall I continue? He broke off, blackly. Very well, by all means, Nikolai Parfenovitch replied. 5. The third torment. Mitya, though he had spoken with severity, had apparently begun to try more and more neither to forget nor to omit one single small detail from his account. He described how he had jumped across the fence into his father's garden, how he had walked up to the window and then described all that had taken place as he had stood below it. Clearly, precisely, almost rapping out the words, he rendered an account of the feelings that had agitated him during those moments in the garden when he had so horribly wanted to know whether Grushenka was with his father or not. But it was a strange thing, this time both public procurator and investigator seemed to listen with the utmost restraint, their gazes shorn of emotion, their questions far less numerous. From their faces Mitya could deduce nothing. They've lost their temper and I've put their backs up, he thought. Well, to the devil. And when he described how he had at last determined to give his father the signal that Grushenka had arrived and that he was to open the window, the public procurator and the investigator paid no attention whatsoever to the word signal, as though they had not grasped at all the significance this word possessed, and even Mitya noticed it. When at last he reached the moment when, having caught sight of his father leaning his head out of the window, he had begun to boil with hatred and had snatched the pestle from his pocket, he suddenly paused, as though by design. He sat staring at the wall and was aware that the eyes of the other two men were fairly boring into him. "Well, sir," the investigator said, "so you snatched out the weapon and what happened after that?" "After that? After that I killed him, bashed him on the temple and opened his skull." "At any rate, that is your version of it," he said with a sudden flash of his eyes. All his suppressed wrath suddenly rose with extraordinary violence within his soul. "Our version of it," Nikolai Parfenovitch said, talking him down. "Well, and what is your version?" Mitya lowered his eyes and for a long time said nothing. "In my opinion, gentlemen, in my opinion it was like this," he began quietly. "Whether someone had shed tears for me, or whether it was my mother who had beseeched God for me, or whether some radiant spirit had kissed me in that moment, I do not know, but the devil was vanquished. I rushed away from the window and ran towards the fence. My father took fright and for the first time made me out in the dark, screamed and leapt away from the window, I remember that very well. And I ran through the garden towards the fence. It was then that Grigory caught me up, when I was already sitting astride the fence." At this point he at last raised his eyes to his listeners. They, it appeared, were staring at him with an attention that was quite untroubled. A kind of convulsion of indignation passed through Mitya's soul. "Why, gentlemen, I do declare that at this moment you are mocking me," he burst out suddenly. "What makes you think that?" Nikolai Parfenovitch observed. "Not one word do you believe, that is what makes me think it. You see, I realize that I have reached the principal point of my story. There the old man lies with a broken skull, while having tragically described how I wanted to kill him and had already snatched out a pestle in order to do it, suddenly run away from the window. A poem. In verse. One may take the fine fellow at his word.
Ah.
Mockers is what you are, gentlemen." And with his whole body he swung round on the chair, making it creak. "But did you not notice," the public procurator began suddenly, as though he had paid no heed to Mitya's agitation, "did you not notice as you ran away from the window whether the door, the one that leads into the garden and is situated at the other end of the outbuilding, was open or not?" "No, it was not open." "Are you sure?" "On the contrary, it was closed, and who could have opened it?" "Ha, the door, wait," he said, as if suddenly coming to his senses, and very nearly started. "Did you find the door open?" "Yes, we did." "So who could have opened it, if not yourselves?" Mitya asked suddenly in fearful astonishment. "The door was open, and there can be no doubt that your parents' murderer entered by that door and, having committed the murder, left by it also," the public procurator articulated, almost rapping out the words, slowly and distinctly. "That is quite clear to us. The murder obviously took place in the room, and not through the window, something that is unquestionably clear from the report that has been made, from the position of the body, and from all the other evidence. There can be absolutely no doubt of that circumstance." Mitya was horribly shocked. "But that cannot be, gentlemen," he exclaimed, totally at a loss. I did not go in. I tell you categorically, I am absolutely certain that the door was closed all the time I was in the garden and when I fled from it. All I did was stand under the window and see him through the window, and that is all, that is all. I remember it all right up to the very last moment. And even if I did not, I would still be certain, for the signals were only known to me, to Smerdyakov and to him, the deceased, and he, without signals, would never in the world have opened the door to anyone. Signals? What signals are those? The public procurator said with avid, almost hysterical curiosity, losing in a flash all his dignified restraint. He asked in a manner of timid, creeping approach. He had smelt an important piece of evidence, one hitherto unknown to him, and at once felt an intense fear that Mitya might possibly refuse to reveal it in its entirety. "Oh, didn't you know?" Mitya said, winking at him and smiling a smile of mockery and hatred. "And what if I refuse to tell you? Who will you learn it from then? For after all, the signals were known to the deceased, myself and Smerdyakov, and no one else, unless one includes heaven, which also knows them, but it is not going to tell you. It's an interesting little piece of evidence, the devil knows what one might build on it, ha! It's all right, gentlemen, be comforted, I'll tell you it, your minds are full of stupid thoughts. You do not know with whom you are dealing. You are dealing with a suspect who is prepared to make depositions against himself, to his own detriment. Yes, sir, for I am a knight of honor, and you are not." The public procurator had swallowed all the pills, and now he merely trembled with impatience to learn the new piece of evidence. Mitya set before them in lengthy detail all that concerned the signals Fyodor Pavlovitch had devised for Smerdyakov, described for them the precise significance of each knock at the window, even making the knocks on the table, and in response to Nikolai Parfenovich's question as to whether he, Mitya, in knocking at the old man's window, had also used the signal which denoted that Grushenka had arrived, he replied unambiguously that he had indeed used precisely that signal. "There, now you may build your tower," Mitya said, breaking off, and turning away from them again in contempt. "And the only people who knew these signals were your deceased parent, yourself, and the manservant Smerdyakov? No one else?" Nikolai Parfenovich inquired once more. "Yes, the manservant Smerdyakov and also heaven. You must make a note of heaven, too, in your record, that would not be superfluous. And you yourselves will require the assistance of God." And of course, they began to enter all this in the record, but as they were doing so, the public procurator suddenly, as though he had quite unexpectedly stumbled upon a fresh idea, said, "But I mean, if Smerdyakov also knew about these signals, and you categorically reject any accusation against you of responsibility for the death of your father, then was it not he who, having delivered the prearranged signals, caused your father to open the door to him, and then, committed the crime?" With eyes that were deeply mocking but at the same time also filled with terrible hatred, Mitya gave him a stare. He stared long and silently, until the public procurator's eyes began to blink. "You've caught the fox again," Mitya said at last. "You've tweaked the little scoundrel by his tail, heh. I can see through you, public procurator. Why, you thought I was going to leap up straight away, seize hold of what you're suggesting to me, and shout at the top of my voice, 'Yes, it was Smerdyakov, he is the murderer.' Come on, own up that that is what you thought, own up, and then I shall continue." But the public procurator did not own up. He spoke no word, and waited. "You're wrong, I'm not going to put the blame on Smerdyakov," said Mitya. "You do not even suspect him at all? Do you?" "We have had our suspicions of him, too." Mitya set his gaze upon the floor. "Let us leave joking aside," he said, blackly. "Listen, right from the start, almost from the time when I came out to you from behind that curtain, that thought flickered through my mind, it was Smerdyakov. Here I have sat at the table, shouting my innocence of this blood, yet all the while I have been thinking, it was Smerdyakov. And Smerdyakov would not leave my soul alone. Now, a moment ago, I suddenly thought the same thing again, it was Smerdyakov, but only for a second, my instant, my very next thought was, no, it was not Smerdyakov. This is not his work, gentlemen. Do you in that case suspect some other person?" Nikolai Parfenovich cautiously inquired. "I know not who nor what the person, whether it be the hand of heaven or the hand of Satan, but it is not Smerdyakov," Mitya snapped, decisively. But why do you so firmly and with such insistence assert that it is not he? Because I am convinced. Because that is my impression. Because Smerdyakov is a man of the basest nature, and a coward. Or rather, not a coward but a combination of all the manifestations of cowardliness in the world taken together, walking on two legs. He was born of a hen. When he spoke to me, on each occasion he trembled lest I kill him, while I never even raised a finger against him. He fell at my feet and wept. He kissed these very boots, literally, begging me not to frighten him. What kind of a remark is that? And I even tried to give him money. He is a sickly hen with the falling sickness and a weak mind, a fellow whom an 8-year-old schoolboy could flatten to the ground. Is that a human being? No, gentlemen, it was not Smerdyakov, and in any case he has no love of money, has never taken any presents from me whatsoever. And why should he kill the old man? After all, he may possibly be his son, his natural son, do you know that? We have heard that legend. But then you too are the son of your father, and you yourself had been telling everyone you wanted to kill him. A thrust. And a mean and nasty one. I am not afraid. Oh, gentlemen, perhaps you think it too vile to say it to my face. Vile, because I myself told you it. Not only did I want to kill him, I could have killed him, and indeed I voluntarily confessed that I very nearly did kill him. But you see, I didn't do it, my guardian angel rescued me. That is what you have not taken into consideration. And that is why it seems vile to you, vile. Because I did not kill him, I did not. Do you hear, public procurator, I did not kill him. He very nearly choked. This was the first time in the course of the entire interrogation that he had been in a state of such excitement. And what did he tell you, gentlemen, that Smerdyakov, he said in sudden conclusion, after a pause. May I ask you that? You may ask us about anything, the public procurator replied with a mien of cold severity, about anything connected with the factual aspect of the case, and we, I repeat this, are even obliged to satisfy you on every point. We found the manservant Smerdyakov, about whom you ask, lying unconscious in his bed in an extremely intense fit of the falling sickness, possibly the 10th he had suffered in a row. The medic who was with us, having witnessed the condition of the patient, even told us that he might not live until morning. Well, in that case it was the devil who killed my father, suddenly burst from Mitya, as though until that moment he had all the time been wondering, was it Smerdyakov or was it not? We shall return to this part of the evidence again, Nikolai Parfenovich decided. But for the present please be so good as to continue with your deposition. Mitya asked to take a rest. This he was courteously permitted. Having taken his rest he began to continue. But he was plainly in a bad way. He was at the end of his tether, morally outraged and shaken. To make matters worse, the public procurator now seemed as if on purpose to be playing on his nerves more and more each minute by his relentless fastening upon trivia. Barely had Mitya described how, sitting on the fence, he had struck Grigory, who had gripped him by the left leg, over the head with the pestle and then immediately jumped down to the injured man's side, then the public procurator made him stop and asked him to describe in greater detail the manner in which he had sat on the fence. Mitya was astonished. Why, like this, astride it, one leg here and one leg there, and the pestle? I was holding it. It wasn't in your pocket? Do you really remember that so clearly? Tell me, did you swing your arm down hard? I must have done. Why do you ask that? I wonder if you would mind sitting on your chair in the manner you sat then on the fence, and demonstrating visually to us, for purposes of clarification, how and in what direction you swung your arm. You're mocking me again, aren't you? Mitya said, giving his interrogator a disdainful look, but the latter did not even blink. Mitya turned round convulsively, sat down astride the chair and swung his arm. Look, that's how I struck him. That's how I killed him. What more do you want? I thank you. Now I wonder if you would be so good as to explain precisely why you jumped down, with what purpose and with what precise intention in view. Oh, the devil! I jumped down because the man was injured. I don't know why. Even though you were in a state of such agitation? And on the run? Yes, even though I was both of those things. Did you want to help him? What do you mean? Yes, possibly I wanted to help him, I don't remember. You were not in control of your thoughts? In other words, you were even in a certain state of oblivion? Oh no, certainly not oblivion, I remember everything. Everything right down to the last little detail. I jumped down to take a look and I wiped the blood from his head with my handkerchief. We saw your handkerchief. Did you hope to return the victim to life? I don't know. I simply wanted to ascertain whether he was alive or not. Ah, so you wanted to ascertain it, did you? Well, and what did you decide? I am not a medic, I couldn't tell. I ran away, thinking I had killed him, and yet now he has recovered consciousness. That will do admirably, sir, the public procurator said in conclusion. I thank you. That is all I required. Now please be so good as to continue. Alas, it never even crossed Mitch's mind to tell them, even though he remembered it, that he had jumped down out of pity, and, standing over the man he believed he had murdered, had even uttered a few pathetic words. You've made your bed, old fellow, there's naught to be done, so now you must lie in it. The public procurator, on the other hand, merely drew the conclusion that the man had jumped down at a moment like that and in a state of agitation like that, only in order to ascertain beyond all doubt whether or not the sole witness to his crime was alive. And that, consequently, what must have been the strength, determination, sang-froid and calculation of the man, if, even at a moment like that, etc., etc. The public procurator was satisfied, reflecting that he had played on the nerves of the sickly fellow, and he went and let the cat out of the bag. Mitya continued, in torment. But at once he was again made to stop by Nikolai Parfenovitch. How could you have gone in to see the serving maid Fedosia Markova, if your hands were so covered in blood and, as it subsequently appears, your face also? But I had not noticed I was covered in blood at the time. Mitya replied. He may have a point there, that does sometimes happen, the public procurator said, exchanging a glance with Nikolai Parfenovitch. Exactly, I had not noticed, that was an admirable contribution of yours, public procurator, Mitya said in sudden approval. But now followed the story of Mitya's sudden decision to step aside and let the fortunate ones pass. And now he could no longer, as before, bring himself to divulge the contents of his heart and tell them of the empress of his soul. The thought of speaking of her to these cold men who were leeching on him like bedbugs made him feel sick. And so to their repeated questions he declared curtly and sharply. Well, I had decided to kill myself. What was there left to live for? That question came up of its own accord. Her lover, former and beyond dispute, who had outraged her honor but who at the end of 5 years had come galloping back with his love in order to complete the outrage by means of lawful wedlock. Well, then I understood that as far as I was concerned it was all lost. Behind me was disgrace, and now this blood, the blood of Grigory. What did I have to live for? Well, I went to redeem the pistols I had pawned, in order to load one and put a bullet through my noddle at dawn. And in the night you had an extravagant feast? That is correct. Ha, the devil, gentlemen, let us get this over with quickly. I quite certainly intended to shoot myself, not far from here, on the outskirts of town. I would have dispatched myself at 5 o'clock in the morning. I even had a note in my pocket, I wrote it at Perkiton's, when I loaded the pistol. Here is the note, you may read it. What I am telling is not intended for you, he suddenly added in contempt. He took the note from his waistcoat pocket and threw it in front of them on the table. The investigators read it with interest and, according to procedure, filed it away. And you never thought of washing your hands, even when you entered the home of Mr. Percotin? Consequently, you were not afraid of attracting suspicion? What suspicion? It wouldn't have made any difference whether anyone had suspected me or not. I would have come out here at the gallop and shot myself at 5 o'clock, and you could have done nothing about it. After all, had it not been for what happened to my father, you would never have discovered anything and would never have come here. Oh, this is the devil's work. It was the devil who killed my father, and it was through the devil that you learned of it so quickly. How did you manage to get here so quickly? It's a marvel, a fantasy. Mr. Percotin told us that when you entered his home you were holding in your bloodied hands your money, a large sum of money, a wad of 100-ruble banknotes, and that this was also observed by the lad who works as his servant. Yes, gentlemen, I seem to remember that was so. Well, now a certain little question is encountered. I wonder if you would mind telling us, Nikolai Parfenovich began, extremely gently, where you could suddenly have obtained such a large sum of money, when the facts of the case demonstrate, even when calculations of time are taken into account, that you did not visit your lodgings? The public procurator frowned slightly at this question, put as it was in such point-blank manner, but did not interrupt Nikolai Parfenovich. No, I did not visit them, Mitya replied, to all appearances with the utmost calm, but looking at the floor. In that case, permit me to repeat the question, Nikolai Parfenovich continued, with a kind of creeping approach. From where could you have obtained such a large sum, when by your own confession, at 5 o'clock on the evening of that day, I needed 10 rubles and pawned my pistols with Percotin, then I went to ask Mrs. Koplakova for 3,000. But she wouldn't lend me them, Mitya interrupted suddenly. Yes, there, gentlemen, I needed the money, and there I was suddenly with 3,000 in my hands. You know, gentlemen, why, you are both now afraid that I'm not going to tell you where I got it. And you're right to be afraid, for I shall not tell you, gentlemen, your guess is correct, you shall not discover it. Mitya rapped out suddenly with extreme resolve. For a second or two the investigators fell silent. You must realize, Mr. Karamazov, that it is absolutely essential for us to know this fact, Nikolai Parfenovich said softly and meekly. I do, but still I shall not tell you. The public procurator, too, added his voice and again reminded Mitya that a person under interrogation was permitted not to answer questions if he considered this the most advantageous course for him to take, etc., but that in view of the prejudice the suspected person might inflict upon himself by his silence, and especially in view of the fact that the questions were of such an importance as to, and so on, gentlemen, and so forth. Enough, I have heard this rigmarole before. Mitya said, again interrupting. I am perfectly aware of the importance of the matter at stake and of the fact that here is the most essential point, but even so I shall not tell you. You see, sir, that is not our affair, but yours, and you will do damage to yourself, Nikolai Parfenovich commented nervously. Look, gentlemen, let us leave joking aside, Mitya said, raising his eyes quickly and looking at them both with firmness. From the very outset I knew that we were going to lock horns on this point. But at first, when I began to make my depositions earlier, all this was in the remotest fog, it was all in flux, and I was even so naive as to begin by proposing mutual trust between us. Now I myself see that such trust could not possibly have existed, because we should, willy-nilly, have arrived at this accursed fence. Well, and so here we are. I cannot tell you, and that is all. As a matter of fact, I do not attach any blame to you. It is impossible for you to take me at my word, I understand that. He lapsed into black silence. But could you not, without in any way violating your resolve to remain silent about the most important point, could you not at the same time give us at least one little hint as to what were the powerful motives that could have led you to silence at a juncture in your present testimony so fraught with risk to yourself? Mitya smiled a sad, ironic, almost reflective smile. I am far kinder than you give me credit for, gentlemen. I shall tell you why, and shall give you your hint, even though you do not deserve it. I remain silent, gentlemen, because here I am involved in disgrace. Were I to reply to the question concerning where I obtained that money, I should bring upon myself disgrace of such magnitude that it could not stand comparison with even the murder and robbery of my father, had I indeed murdered him and robbed him. That is why I cannot speak. Because of the disgrace. Well, gentlemen, are you not going to take that down? Yes, we are, Nikolai Parfenovitch babbled. You ought not really to take down the part about disgrace. I only told you that out of the kindness of my heart, and I could have withheld it. It was, so to say, a gift, and there you go, weaving it into the pattern. Oh well, write it down then, write what you will, he concluded in disdainful contempt. I am not afraid of you and am proud before you. But will you not tell us the nature of this disgrace? Nikolai Parfenovitch began to babble. The public procurator frowned horribly. Absolutely not, say Feeney, you're wasting your time. And in any case, there is no point in my soiling my hands. I've already soiled them enough with you. You do not deserve it, neither you nor anyone else. Enough, gentlemen, I rest my case. This was said too decisively. Nikolai Parfenovitch ceased to press, but from Ippolit Kirillovitch's glances he saw in a flash that the latter had not yet given up hope. Will you not at least tell us what the sum was you were holding when you entered the home of Mr. Perkatin, that is Tosi, precisely how many rubles? I am unable to tell you that, either. It appears that you told Mr. Perkatin about 3,000 you had received from Mrs. Koplakova? Perhaps I did. Enough, gentlemen, I shall not tell you how much money I had. In that case, will you please be so good as to describe how you traveled here, and all that you did when you reached here? Oh, you can ask any of the local people here about that. Though I suppose, if you like, I can tell you. He told the story, but we shall not go over it again. He told it cursorily, without emotion. Of the ecstasies of his love he did not speak at all. He did, however, tell how his resolve to shoot himself had passed in view of the new facts. He gave his account without offering reasons or going into detail. And indeed the investigators themselves were not particularly troubled on this occasion. It was clear that for them, too, the principal point did not now lie there. We shall check all this, we shall return to it all again during the interrogation of the witnesses, which will, of course, take place in your presence, Nikolai Parfenovitch said, concluding the interrogation. And now we must ask you to put on the table all the items in your possession, and particularly all the money you now have upon your person. Money, gentlemen? By all means, I understand what is required. I am even astonished that you did not show an interest earlier. To be sure, there is nowhere I could have slipped away to, for here I sit for all to see. Well then, here is my money, here, count it, take it, that's it all, I think. He took all the money out of his pockets, even the small change, fishing out 2 20-kopeck pieces from the side pocket of his waistcoat. The money was counted and found to total 836 rubles and 40 kopecks. And is that all? The investigator asked. Yes. You were so good as to say just now, in giving your evidence, that you left 300 rubles at Plotnikov's delicatessen, gave 10 to Mr. Perkatin, 20 to the yamshik, lost 200 at cards here, then. Nikolai Parfenovitch recounted it all. Mitya helped with alacrity. Every kopeck was remembered and accounted for. Nikolai Parfenovitch quickly did a sum. If we include the 800 you have here, that means you must originally have had only about 1,500? I suppose I must, Mitya snapped. Then why does everyone assert that you had far more? Let them. But you yourself have asserted it. Yes, I have. We shall check all this against the testimony of the other persons who have not yet been questioned. Please do not be concerned about your money. It will be kept in a proper place and will be at your disposal at the end of the proceedings, if it proves, or, as it were, is proven, that you have an undisputable right to it. Well, sir, and now? Nikolai Parfenovitch suddenly got up and firmly announced to Mitya that he was compelled and duty-bound to institute a most detailed and thorough examination both of your garments and of all the rest. By all means, gentlemen, I shall turn out all my pockets for you, if you wish. And he really did begin to turn out his pockets. We shall also have to ask you to remove your clothing. What? Must I undress? Fie, the devil! Search me as I am. Can I not be as I am? I am afraid you can't, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, there is no way round it. You must take off your clothes. As you wish, Mitya said, blackly submitting. Only, please, not here, but behind the curtain. Who is going to conduct the examination? Very well, naturally, behind the curtain, Nikolai Parfenovitch replied, inclining his head in token of consent. His little face displayed an even quite a special solemnity. 6. The public procurator catches Mitya. What now began was something Mitya found totally unexpected and astonishing. He would never on any account, even a moment earlier, have supposed that anyone might behave towards him, Mitya Karamazov, in such a fashion. Above all, a certain element of degradation had manifested itself, and on their part a disdainful attitude, contemptuous of him. He would not have minded taking off his coat, but he had been asked to undress further, too. And he had not really been asked either, but rather ordered to do so. He understood that very well. Out of pride and contempt he submitted completely, without a word. Behind the curtain, in addition to Nikolai Parfenovitch, went the public procurator, and several muzhiks were also present, to provide manpower, Mitya thought, and perhaps for some other purpose as well. Well, do I also have to take off my shirt? He began sharply, but Nikolai Parfenovitch did not reply to him. Together with the public procurator he was immersed in the examination of Mitya's coat, trousers, waistcoat and cap, and it was plain that they had both now taken a lively interest in the examination. There is no ceremony at all in their behavior, flitted through Mitya's mind. They are not even observing common courtesy. I ask you a second time, do I or do I not have to take off my shirt? He said even more sharply and on edge. Don't worry, we shall inform you, Nikolai Parfenovitch replied, even somewhat domineeringly. Or so, at any rate, it appeared to Mitya. Between the investigator and the public prosecutor a worried conference was meanwhile in progress, held in an undertone. There had proved to be, on the coat, and especially on its left skirt, at the back, some enormous patches of blood, which had dried, caked, and not yet loosened to any great degree. The same was true of the trousers. Nikolai Parfenovitch had, moreover, with his own hands, in the presence of the witnesses, passed his fingers along the collar, the cuffs and all the seams of the coat and trousers, evidently searching for something, money, of course. Above all, to Mitya they made no secret of their suspicions that he might have sewn, and was capable of sewing, money into the garments. This is simply the way they would deal with a thief, not an osaire, he muttered to himself. They were also exchanging their ideas about him with one another in a strangely unconcealed manner, in his presence. For example, the clerk, who was also behind the curtain, fussing about and providing his services, drew Nikolai Parfenovitch's attention to the cap, which they also felt about in. Remember Gridenko the scribe, sir, the clerk observed, last summer he went to collect the salaries of the whole OCE, but when he came back he said he'd lost them while drunk, and where do you think they found them? Right in that very same edging, on his cap, sir, he had 100-ruble notes rolled up into little cylinders and sewn into the edging, sir. The public procurator and the investigator recalled the case of Gridenko only too well, and so Mitya's cap, too, was placed to one side, while they decided that all this would have to be seriously looked at later on, and indeed a special examination made of all Mitya's garments. Permit me, Nikolai Parfenovich suddenly yelped, having observed the rolled-up right cuff of the right sleeve of Mitya's shirt, and seen that it was entirely saturated in blood. Permit me, but what is that blood? Yes, Mitya snapped. But where has it come from, sir, and why is the cuff rolled back into the sleeve? Mitya told how he had got blood on the cuff while tending to Grigory, and had rolled it up at Perkitin's when he had washed his hands there. We shall also have to take your shirt, it is highly important, as material evidence. Mitya reddened and flew into a violent rage. What am I supposed to do, stand naked? He cried. Don't worry, we shall find a way of setting it right, but for the moment please be so good as to remove your socks, too. Is this some kind of joke you are playing on me? Do I really have to do that? Mitya asked, his eyes flashing. We have no time for jokes, Nikolai Parfenovich parried sternly. Well, if I have to. Mitya muttered and, sitting down on the bed, began to take off his socks. He felt intolerably embarrassed. Everyone else was dressed except he, and it was a strange thing. Without his clothes on, he himself felt guilty before them, and, above all, was himself almost ready to agree that he had suddenly become inferior to all of them and that now they had a perfect right to treat him with contempt. If everyone were undressed I should not be so ashamed, but to be the only one without my clothes while all the rest look on, that is dishonor, flickered again and again through his mind. It is as though I were dreaming. I have sometimes had dreams in which I suffered dishonor like this. But he found taking his socks off a positive torture. They were not very clean, and neither was his linen, and now everyone could see this. Above all, he did not like his feet. For all his life he had considered the big toes on both of them to be deformed, especially a certain coarse, flat, inward-turned toenail on the right foot, and now all of them could see it. His unendurable shame suddenly made him even more uncouth, even intentionally so. He himself tore the shirt from his body. Would you not care to search in a few other places as well, if you are not too embarrassed? No, sir, for the present that will not be required. Well, am I to remain naked? He added in rage. Yes, for the time being that will be necessary. Please be so good as to sit down here. You may take a blanket from the bed and wrap yourself in it, while I make all the necessary arrangements. All the items and articles were shown to the witnesses, a report was compiled, and at last Nikolai Parfenovich went out of the room, the garments being taken out after him. Ippolit Kirillovich also went out. With Mitya only the muzhiks remained. They stood without saying anything, never lowering their eyes from him. Mitya wrapped himself in a blanket, for he had begun to feel cold. His bare feet stuck out, and no matter how hard he tried he could not manage to pull the blanket over them and cover them up. It was for some reason a long time before Nikolai Parfenovich returned, a torturingly long time. Mitya ground through his teeth. He considers me a young whelp. That no good public procurator has also gone out, doubtless because he feels contempt for me. He finds it too loathsome to gaze upon a naked man. In spite of all this, Mitya still supposed that his garments would be examined somewhere and then brought back again. But what was his indignation when Nikolai Parfenovich suddenly returned with some quite different garments, borne by a muzhik who followed behind him. Well, here are some clothes for you, he said casually, evidently very pleased with the success of his foray. Mr. Kalganov has contributed these for this curious eventuality, as well as a clean shirt for you. He fortunately happened to have all these things in his trunk. As for socks and underwear, you may keep your own. Mitya boiled with terrible rage. I don't want someone else's clothes, he shouted threateningly. Give me my own. That is not possible. Give me my own, to the devil with Kalganov, and his clothes, and with him himself. It took a long time for them to talk him round. Somehow, however, they managed to calm him. It was impressed upon him that his garments, being stained with blood, must be added to the body of material evidence, and that they had not even any right to let him wear them, in view of how the case might end. Somehow, Mitya at last managed to grasp this. He lapsed into gloomy silence and began hurriedly to dress. His only observation in putting the garments on was that they were of better quality than his own and that he did not want it to be thought he was taking advantage of this. Moreover, he said that they were degradingly tight for him. What am I supposed to do, play the buffoon in them for you, for your enjoyment? It was again impressed upon him that here too he was exaggerating, that Mr. Kalganov, though taller than him in stature, was only slightly so, and that perhaps only the trousers might possibly be a little too long for him. The coat, however, really was too tight in the shoulders. The devil take it, I can't even button it up properly, Mitya muttered again. Please be so good as to tell Mr. Kalganov that I did not ask him for his garments and that I have been made to dress up as a buffoon. He understands that very well, and tenders his regrets, not about his garments, of course, but rather about this whole case. Nikolai Parfenovitch began to mumble. A fig for his regrets. Well, where are we going now? Or are we going to go on sitting here? He was requested to go back into the other room. Mitya went, sullen with hatred, and trying not to look at anyone. Wearing someone else's clothes he felt totally disgraced, even before these muzhiks and Trifon Borisovich, whose face had for some reason suddenly flickered in the doorway and then disappeared. He's come to take a look at the mummer, thought Mitya. He sat back down on the chair he had occupied earlier. Something nightmarish and preposterous seemed to fill his consciousness, and he had a sense of not being in his right mind. Well, what are you going to do now, start to give me a birching? That must surely be the next step, he ground out, addressing the procurator. To Nikolai Parfenovitch he was reluctant to turn, as though he did not consider him worthy of being spoken to. He's been staring at my socks far too closely, and he even had them turned inside out, the scoundrel. He did that on purpose in order to show everyone what dirty linen I have. Now we must proceed to the interrogation of the witnesses, Nikolai Parfenovitch announced, as though in reply to Dmitri Fyodorovitch's question. Yes, sir, the public procurator said reflectively, as if he too had something on his mind. Dmitri Fyodorovitch, we have done what we could to protect your interests, Nikolai Parfenovitch continued, but, having received such a categorical refusal on your part to give us an explanation of the source of the sum that has been found upon your person, at the present moment we— What is that stone in your ring? Mitya interrupted suddenly, as though he were emerging from some kind of reverie, and pointing at one of the 3 large rings that adorned Nikolai Parfenovitch's dainty right hand. In my ring? Nikolai Parfenovitch asked in astonishment. Yes, that one, the one on your middle finger, with those little veins in it. What kind of stone is it? Mitya insisted with a kind of nervous irritation, like a stubborn child. It's a smoky topaz, Nikolai Parfenovitch smiled. Would you like to take a look? I'll remove it. No, don't remove it. Mitya shouted ferociously, suddenly coming to his senses and getting angry at himself. Don't remove it, don't bother. The devil. Gentlemen, you have besmirched my soul. Do you really suppose that if I really had murdered my father I would try to conceal it from you, that I would prevaricate, lie, and hide? No, Dmitri Karamazov is not that sort. He would not be able to endure that, and were I guilty, I swear that I would not have awaited your arrival and the rising of the sun, as I originally intended. I would have exterminated myself before then, without even waiting for the dawn. I feel that now in my being. In 20 years of life I could not have learned as much as I have learned in this accursed night. And do you suppose that during this night and at this moment now I would have been like this sitting here with you now? Do you suppose I would have spoken like this, behaved like this, looked at you like this, and at the world, if I really were a parricide, when not even the idea that I had unintentionally murdered Grigory has given me any peace all night, but not because of fear, oh, not simply because of fear of your punishment. No, because of the disgrace. And yet you want me also to reveal to you and tell you, mockers like yourselves who see nothing and believe in nothing, blind moles and mockers, yet one more villainy, one more disgrace, even though it might save me from your accusation? No, I would rather go into penal servitude. Whoever it was who unlocked the door to my father's house and entered by that door, that person was his murderer, and that person robbed him. As to his identity, I am at a loss and in torment, but it is not Dmitri Karamazov, let me tell you that, and that is all that I can tell you, and now enough, and press me no more. Send me into exile, have me flogged, but do not play upon my nerves any longer. I opt for silence. Summon in your witnesses. Mitya delivered his sudden monologue as though he had in advance quite decided to opt for total silence. The public procurator had been keeping an eye on him, and no sooner did he stop talking than, with an air of utter coldness and calm, he suddenly said, as though it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Well, you see, in connection with that open door which you have just mentioned, we are as it so happens now in a position to inform you, and precisely now, at the present juncture, of a certain extremely curious deposition, one highly significant, both to you and to ourselves, made by the old man whom you injured, Grigory Vasiliev. In response to our inquiries, upon regaining consciousness, he has insisted quite unambiguously that at the time when, coming out onto the porch and hearing a certain sound in the garden, he determined to enter the garden through the wicket gate, which was open, and that, having done so, even before he observed you running away in the darkness, as you have informed us, from the open window through which you had seen your parent, he, Grigory, taking a glance to the left and observing that the window was indeed open, at the same time noticed, far closer to him, that the door which you maintain was closed all the time you were in the garden was in fact wide open. I shall not conceal from you that Vasiliev himself firmly concludes and testifies that you must have run out of the door, though, of course he did not see you do so with his own eyes, having espied you for the first time only when you were at some distance from him, in the middle of the garden, running to the side of the fence. Before this discourse was halfway at an end, Mitya leapt up from his chair. Rubbish, he howled in sudden frenzy. Brazen deceit. He could not possibly have seen the door open, for it was closed. He is lying. I consider it my duty to repeat to you that his deposition is unambiguous. He is in no doubt. He stands by it. We have questioned him several times. Indeed, we have questioned him several times. Nikolai Parfenovitch confirmed with heat. It is not true. Not true. It is either a slander upon my person or the hallucination of a madman, Mitya continued to shout. It's quite simply because he was in a delirium, bleeding from his injury, when he came to he must have thought. He is raving. Yes, sir, but after all, he noticed that the door was open not when he came to, but before that, when he had gone into the garden from the outbuilding. But it is not true, it is not true, it cannot be. He is making it up in order to slander me, out of malice. He could not have seen that. I did not run out of the door, Mitya choked. The public procurator turned to Nikolai Parfenovitch and said to him imposingly, "Show it to him. Is this object familiar to you?" Nikolai Parfenovitch said, suddenly placing on the table a large envelope of government OCE dimensions, made of thick paper, on which 3 torn seals were still visible. The envelope was empty and torn open at one side. Mitya's eyes bulged at it. That must be father's envelope, he muttered, the one with the 3,000, and let me see, if the inscription is there, permit me, for my little chicken, yes, there it is, it's the 3,000, he exclaimed, the 3,000, do you see? Naturally we see, sir, but we did not find the money in it, it was empty, lying on the floor next to the bed, behind the screen. For several seconds Mitya stood like a man dumbfounded. Gentlemen, it was Smerdyakov, he suddenly exclaimed with all his might. He is the murderer, he the robber. He alone knew where the old man kept the envelope. It was he, that is clear now. But after all, you too knew about the envelope and that it was under the pillow. No, I didn't, I never saw it at all, this is the first time I have seen it. Before I had only heard about it from Smerdyakov. He alone knew where the old man kept it. I did not, Mitya said, completely choked for breath. Yet you yourself testified to us earlier that the envelope was under your parents' pillow. You said in so many words that it was under the pillow, so consequently you knew where it was. We have a written record of it. Nikolai Parfenovich confirmed. Rubbish, preposterous. I had absolutely no knowledge that it was under the pillow. Why, it may not even have been under the pillow at all. That was a random guess of mine, about its being under the pillow. What does Smerdyakov say? That is the principal thing. For I purposely exposed myself to doubt. When I told you it was under the pillow, I lied to you without thinking, and now you. Oh, you know how it is, a word slips from one's tongue, and one says something that is not true. No, only Smerdyakov knew, Smerdyakov alone, and no one else. He did not even tell me where it was. But it was he, it is beyond all doubt that he is the murderer, that is as clear as daylight to me now. Mitya howled in a frenzy that grew more and more intense, incoherently repeating himself in a passion of bitter rage. You ought to get that into your heads, and arrest him as soon as possible. He did the murder after I had run away and while Grigory still lay unconscious, that is clear now. He gave the signals, and father unlocked the door for him. Because he alone knew the signals, and without the signals father would never have unlocked the door for anyone. But again you forget the circumstance, still with the same restraint, but with a kind of triumph now. The public procurator observed that if the door was already open there would have been no need to give the signals, while you were still present, while you were still in the garden. The door, Mitya muttered, then stared at the public procurator without a word and helplessly sagged back onto the chair. They all fell silent. Yes, the door. It is a phantom. God is against me, he exclaimed, staring in front of him quite without thought now. So see, the public procurator said solemnly, and judge for yourself, Dmitri Fyodorovich, on the one hand there is this deposition concerning the open door, out of which you ran, and which overwhelms both you and ourselves. On the other hand there is your incomprehensible, stubborn and almost embittered silence concerning the source of the money which had suddenly appeared in your hands, while only 3 hours earlier you had, by your own testimony, pawned your pistols in order to obtain a mere 10 rubles. In view of all this you may determine for yourself whom we are to believe and on what we are to dwell. And please do not complain of us that we are cold cynics and men of mockery, who are constitutionally unable to believe the noble impulses of your soul. Try instead to see the matter from our point of view. Mitya was in a state of unimaginable agitation, and had turned pale. Very well, he suddenly exclaimed. I shall reveal to you my secret, I shall reveal from where I obtained the money. I shall reveal the disgrace, in order that later no blame may attach either to you or to myself. And do be assured, Dmitri Fyodorovich, Nikolai Parfenovich chimed in a little voice of what sounded like blissful joy, that every sincere and complete admission from you, made now, at this present moment, may subsequently contribute towards an immeasurable mitigation of your lot and may even, moreover. But the public procurator gave him a slight nudge under the table, and he managed to pull up in time. To be sure, Mitya was not even listening to him. 7. Mitya's great secret. Hist OSS the stage. Gentlemen, he began, still in the same agitation, that money. I want to confess completely, that money was my own. The faces of the public procurator and the investigator positively dropped, so little was this what they had been expecting. How can it have been your own? Nikolai Parfenovich babbled. Why, even at 5 o'clock that afternoon, by your own admission, hot to the devil with 5 o'clock that afternoon and my own admission, that is not important now. That money was my own, or rather not my own, but stolen by me, and it amounted to 1,500, and I had it on me all the time. But where did you get it? From around my neck, gentlemen, I got it from around my neck, this very neck of mine. I had it here, around my neck, sewn up in a rag and hanging from my neck. I had been carrying it there for a long time, a month, to my shame and disgrace. But from whom did you appropriate it? Steal it, you mean, don't you? Let us call things by their proper names. Yes, I consider that I more or less stole it, or, if you like, did indeed appropriate it. Though in my opinion I stole it. And yesterday evening I stole it beyond all doubt. Yesterday evening? But you have just said that it was a month ago that you obtained it. Yes, but not from my father, not from my father, do not worry, I stole it not from my father, but from her. Let me tell you, and please do not interrupt. You see, it is painful. Look, a month ago Katerina Ivanovna Verkhovtseva, my former betrothed, summoned me to her house. Do you know her? Yes, sir, naturally we do. And I can well understand that you do. She is a most noble soul, the most noble of noble souls, but she has long hated me, oh, long, and deservedly has she hated me. Katerina Ivanovna, the investigator asked in astonishment. The public procurator also stared horribly. Oh, do not take her name in vain. I am a scoundrel for bringing her into this. Yes, I have seen that she hates me. I saw it long ago. From the very first time, when she came to see me at my lodgings that day. But enough, you are not even worthy of knowing that, let us leave that entirely alone. And merely note instead that a month ago she summoned me to her house, gave me 3,000 to pass on to her sister and another female relative in Moscow, as though she could not have sent it to them herself, and this was precisely at that fateful moment of my life when well, in short, when I had just fallen in love with another, with her, my present betrothed, the woman whom you have downstairs in your custody, Grushenka. That day I spirited her off here to Mokroy and within the space of 2 days blew half of that cursed 3,000, keeping the other half for myself. Well, here is the 1,500 I kept back. I have been carrying it around on my neck instead of an incense bag, and yesterday I unsealed the wad and blew it. What you hold in your hands now is the change, Nikolai Parfenovich, the 800 rubles change that is left from the 1,500 I had yesterday. Permit me, but how can that be? After all, it was 3,000 that you squandered here a month ago, not 1,500, everyone knows that. Who knows it? Who has counted it? Whom have I allowed to count it? But my dear sir, why, you yourself told everyone that at that time you spent exactly 3,000. To be sure, I did. I told the whole town and everyone thought that was so, even here, in Mokroy, they thought it was 3,000. The thing is, though, that I blew not 3,000, but only 1,500, and sewed the rest of the money into an incense bag. That is what happened, gentlemen, and that is where the money I had on me yesterday came from. This is almost miraculous, Nikolai Parfenovich babbled. Permit me to ask, the public procurator said at last, if you have told anyone else of this circumstance. That is to say, that a month ago you retained this 3,000 in your keeping? No one. That is strange. Are you quite sure? Absolutely no one. Not a soul. But then why such silence? What has prompted you to make such a secret of this fact? Let me explain myself more precisely. You have, at last, told us your secret, which in your own words is so disgraceful, though in essence, only relatively speaking, of course, that is to say, that action, namely, the appropriation of 3,000 rubles belonging to another person, an appropriation doubtless only temporary, that action was, in my view at any rate, merely one of highly flippant nature, but not so disgraceful when, moreover, your character is taken into account. Why, I will even concede that it was a highly dishonorable action, but a dishonorable, not a disgraceful one. What I am leading up to, really, is that during the course of this month many people had already guessed, without your having to admit it, that it was Miss Verkhovtseva's money you had been spending. I myself have heard this legend. Mikhail Makarovich, for example, has also heard it. So that, at last, it became almost more than a legend, a rumor that passed about the entire town. What is more, there is evidence that you yourself, if I am not mistaken, admitted the truth to someone, namely that the money belonged to Miss Verkhovtseva. But what surprises me greatly is that you should until now, until this very moment, that is to say, have been so extraordinarily secretive about this 1,500 you say you put aside for yourself, there being combined with your secrecy something that even approaches terror. It is improbable that a secret of that nature could cause you such torments in its confession, for you yourself shouted just now that you had rather go into penal servitude than confess. The public procurator fell silent. He was flushed. He had not attempted to conceal his vexation, which amounted almost to malicious hostility, and had delivered himself of all that had amassed within him, not even troubling about beauty of phrase, without coherence, that is, and almost without consistency. The disgrace was not in the 1,500, but in the fact that I divided that 1,500 from the 3,000, Mitya articulated firmly. But I mean to say, the public procurator smiled with dry irritation, what is so disgraceful in your having used your own discretion and divided half of the 3,000 you took dishonestly, or as you will have it, dishonorably? The more important thing is that you appropriated the 3,000, and not how you disposed of it. By the way, in any case, why did you dispose of the money in just that way, by dividing off that half? Why did you do it, for what purpose, can you explain that to us? Ah, gentlemen, in the purpose lies the very pith of the matter. Mitya exclaimed. I divided it off out of villainy, that is to say, out of calculation, for in this instance calculation is equivalent to villainy. And that villainy continued for an entire month. I do not understand. You surprise me. However, I shall explain further, as it may indeed be difficult for you to understand. Look, follow my thread now. I appropriate 3,000 which has been entrusted to my honor, I blow it on a spree until it is all spent, and then on the following morning present myself to her and say, Katya, I am guilty, I have spent your 3,000, well, is that a good way to behave? No, it is not, it is dishonorable and cowardly, the action of a wild beast and of a man who is bestially unable to control himself, is it not, is it not? But even so, not the action of a thief? Not the action of an outright thief, not that, do you agree? I squandered the money, but I did not steal it. Now the second, even more favorable instance, follow my thread carefully now, or I may lose it again, my head seems to be spinning, so, the second instance, I spend here only 1,500 out of the 3, half of it, in other words. The following day I take her that half, Katya, take from me blackguard and light-minded scoundrel that I am, this half, for I have squandered the other, and may squander this one too, so keep it out of harm's way. Well, what if that instance were true? You might call me anything you like, a wild beast and scoundrel, but not a thief, most certainly not a thief, for were I a thief I should certainly not have brought back half the change, but would have appropriated it, too. At that point she would see that if I had returned half the money so quickly, I would return the rest, too, the money I had squandered, all my life I would strive for it, work for it, but find it and give it back. In that case I would be a scoundrel, but not a thief, whatever else you like, but not a thief. I suppose there is a certain difference, the public procurator smiled coldly. But all the same, it is strange that you should perceive there to be such a fateful difference. Yes, I do see such a fateful difference. Anyone may be a scoundrel, and probably everyone is, but not everyone, only an arch scoundrel, may be a thief. Well, but I'm out of my depth in these subtleties. Except that a thief is more vile than a scoundrel, that is my conviction. Listen, say I have carried the money about with me for an entire month, why, tomorrow I may decide to give it back, and then I shall be a scoundrel no more, but I cannot bring myself to take that decision, that is the problem, even though each day I try to do it, even though each day I keep pressing myself, go on, give it back, you scoundrel, and yet a whole month goes by without my doing so. Well, is that a good way to behave, do you suppose, eh? I suppose it is not very good, I understand that perfectly and will not argue with you, the public procurator answered, reticently. But let us not quibble over these subtle points and differences, instead, please be so good as to allow us to return to the matter in hand. And the matter in hand is that you still have not explained to us, though we have questioned you, why in the first place you made that division of that 3,000, that is to say, spent one half of it, but hid away the other? For what precise purpose did you hide it away? What did you intend to use it for? I insist upon receiving an answer to this question, Dmitri Fyodorovich. Oh, why, of course. Mitya exclaimed, smiting his brow. Forgive me, I have been causing you needless trouble by not explaining the principal point, otherwise you would have grasped it instantly, for it is in that purpose that the disgrace lies. You see, that old man, the deceased, kept harassing Agrafena Alexandrovna, and I was jealous. At the time I thought she was swithering between him and me. Each day I would think, what if she suddenly takes a decision? What if she grows tired of tormenting me and suddenly says to me, it is you I love, not him, take me away to the ends of the earth? For all I had was 2 20-kopeck pieces, how could I take her away? What would I do then? I would be lost. You see, I did not know her then and did not understand her. I thought that money was what she wanted and that she would not forgive me if I turned out to be poor. And so I insidiously counted out half of the 3,000 and cold-bloodedly sewed it up with a needle, did it with calculation, before my drunken binge, and then, when I had finished, went to get drunk on the remaining half. No, sir, that is villainy. Have you grasped it now? The public procurator burst into loud laughter, as did the investigator. In my opinion, by restraining yourself and not blowing the lot you acted with positive good sense and moral propriety, Nikolai Parfenovitch giggled. For what was so very special about it all, sir? Why, the fact that I had stolen the money, that is what. Oh my God, you horrify me with your lack of comprehension. Each and every day of the time during which I have carried that 1,500 around with me on my breast I have said to myself, you're a thief. You're a thief. And that, too, is why I have been behaving with such ferocious violence all month. That is why I picked a fight at the inn, why I gave father such a merciless beating, because I have felt I was a thief. I could not even bring myself, for I dared not, to tell my own brother Alyosha about that 1,500, so deeply did I feel I was a scoundrel and a cheat. Let me tell you, however, that at the same time as I was carrying it around, each day and each hour I have said to myself, no, Dmitri Fyodorovich, you may not yet be a thief. Why? For the simple reason that tomorrow you may go and return that 1,500 to Katya. And only yesterday, on my way from Fenya's kitchen to the home of Perkitin, did I determine to tear my incense bag from my neck, whereas before that moment I had not been able to take that step, and as soon as I had done it, in that same moment I became a genuine and incontestable thief, a thief and a man of dishonor for the rest of my life. Why? Because together with the incense bag I had torn away my dream of going to Katya and saying to her, I am a scoundrel, but not a thief. Now do you understand it? Now do you understand? But why did you determine to do this yesterday evening, in particular? Nikolai Parfenovitch began to interrupt. Why? It is ridiculous to ask, because I had sentenced myself to death, at 5 o'clock in the morning, here at dawn. After all, it matters not, I thought, whether I die a scoundrel or a man of noble quality. But now it turns out that is wrong, that it does matter. Will you believe me, gentlemen, when I tell you that what tormented me more than anything else during this night that is past was not that I had killed the old manservant and that I faced Siberia, and when my love had been crowned with fulfillment and heaven had revealed itself to me again. Oh, it caused me torment, but not so much, not as much as that cursed awareness that I had finally torn that cursed money from my breast and spent it, and was consequently now a genuine thief. Oh, gentlemen, I repeat to you with the blood of my heart, much have I learned in this night. I have learned that not only is it impossible to live as a scoundrel, it is impossible to die a scoundrel, too. No, gentlemen, one must die honorably. Mitya was pale. His face had an emaciated and exhausted look, in spite of the fact that he was extremely worked up. I begin to understand you, Dmitri Fyodorovich, the public procurator drawled gently and even with something that resembled compassion. But all that is, if you please, in my opinion, merely nerves, your sickly nerves, that is what I think, sir. And why, for example, in order to deliver yourself from all these torments, which have lasted almost an entire month, did you not go and return that 1,500 to the lady who entrusted it to you, and, having attained an understanding with her, why did you not, in view of your position, at the time so dreadful, as you have portrayed it, essay the combination which so naturally presents itself to the mind, that is to say, after making to her a noble confession of your errors, why did you not ask her for the sum you required, and which she, possessing as she does a generous heart, and beholding your distress, would of course have granted you, particularly if it were covered by a document or, let us say, by at least a security of the kind you offered to the merchant Samsonov and to Mrs. Koklikova? After all, you do still consider that security valid even now, do you not? Mitya suddenly flushed red. Do you really consider me to that degree a scoundrel? It cannot be that you intend it seriously, he said with indignation, looking the public procurator in the eye and almost unable to believe what he had heard him say. I assure you that I do intend it so. Why do you suppose the contrary? The public procurator said, astonished in his turn. Oh, how vile that would have been! Gentlemen, are you aware that you are tormenting me? With your permission I shall tell you everything, so let it be. I shall now in all my infernality confess to you, but in order to bring you to shame, and to astonish you with the villainy a combination of human feelings may attain. I think you should know that I already possess that combination, the very one you spoke of just now, public procurator. Yes, gentlemen, I too have had that idea during this cursed month, to the point where I had almost made up my mind to go to Katya, so vile was I. But to go to her, to tell her of my betrayal and, for that same betrayal, for the execution of that betrayal, for the forthcoming expenses necessary for that betrayal, to ask her, Katya, to ask her for money, to ask, do you hear, to ask, and at once to flee from her with another woman, with her rival, with the one who hated her and had insulted her. Forgive me, but I think you must have lost your reason, public procurator. That may or may not be so, but of course in the heat of the moment I did not think of this element of female jealousy, if indeed there really was such jealousy as you assert. Yes, perhaps there is something of that sort there, the public procurator smiled, thinly. But what a filthy deed that would have been, Mitya said, ferociously striking his fist on the table. It would almost have stunk so badly, that I do not even know. And you know, she might have given me that money, given me it out of the sweetness of revenge, out of her contempt for me, because she is also an infernal soul and a woman of great wrath. Then I would have taken the money, oh, I would have taken it, and then all the rest of my life. Oh God! Forgive me, gentlemen, I shot because I had that idea not long ago at all, only the day before yesterday, when I was wasting my time with Lyagavy, and then yesterday, yes, yesterday, all day yesterday, I remember it, until this thing happened. What thing? Nikolai Parfenovitch inserted with curiosity, but Mitya did not hear him. I have made you a terrible confession, he concluded, blackly. Please appreciate it, gentlemen. And indeed that is too little, to appreciate it is too little, you must value it, and if you do not, if that too evades your souls, then the plain fact is that you do not respect me, gentlemen, that is what I say to you, and I shall die of shame for having confessed to men such as yourselves. Oh, I shall shoot myself. And indeed, I see already that you do not believe me. What, are you going to enter that in the record, too? He exclaimed, in fear now. And what you said just now, Nikolai Parfenovitch said, looking at him in astonishment, that is to say, about your still thinking of going to see Miss Verkhovtseva in order to ask her for that sum right up to the very last moment, that, I assure you, is a very important piece of testimony for us, Dmitry Fyodorovich, and in fact it has a bearing on this whole case, and it is particularly important for you, particularly important for yourself. In the name of mercy, gentlemen! Mitya exclaimed, throwing up his hands, at least do not add that to your record, have some shame. After all, I have, as it were, torn my soul in half before you, and you have taken advantage of it and are rummaging with your fingers in both halves along the torn place. Oh God! He covered his face with his hands in despair. Please do not be so anxious, Dmitry Fyodorovich, the public procurator said in conclusion. All that we have taken down just now you will yourself have read back to you later on, and anything you do not agree with we shall change according to your instructions. For the moment, however, I repeat for the third time this one small question: is it really true that you told no one, that is to say absolutely no one at all, of this money you had sewn into an incense bag? That, I put it to you, is almost impossible to imagine. No one, and I only told you because otherwise you would have understood nothing. Now leave me in peace. As you wish, sir, this matter must be explained, and we have plenty of time ahead of us for that, but meanwhile reflect, we have possibly dozens of testified statements that you yourself spread it around and even shouted to everyone that you had spent 3,000, and not 1,500, and even now, following the appearance of the money you had last night, you have succeeded in telling many people that it was 3,000 you brought with you here. Not dozens, but hundreds of testified statements do you possess. 200 statements, 200 people have heard it, 1,000 have heard it, Mitya exclaimed. Well, sir, you see that everyone testifies to it. So would you not agree that the word everyone carries some weight? No, I would not, for I was lying, and everyone else began lying after me. But why did you need so badly to lie, as you express it? The devil knows. Out of a wish to brag, perhaps, yes, that I had spent so much money just like that, perhaps in order to forget about that cursed money, yes, that was the reason why, the devil. How many times are you going to ask that question? Well, so I told a lie, and of course once I had told it I didn't feel like correcting it. What makes a man lie on occasion, anyway? It is very hard to be sure, Dmitry Fyodorovich, what makes a man lie, the public procurator said, imposingly. However, tell me, was it large, this incense bag, as you call it, which you had around your neck? No, it wasn't large. Of what size then, approximately? The size of 100-ruble banknote folded in half, that size. I think you had better show us the remnants of it. After all, you must have them somewhere. Ha, the devil, what stupid things! I don't know where they are. Permit me, however, to inquire, where were you when you removed it from your neck? After all, as you yourself have testified, you did not visit your lodgings. When I had left Fenya and was on my way to Percotin, I tore it from my neck and took the money out of it. In the dark? I'd hardly need a candle, would I? I did it with my finger in a single flash. Without using scissors, out in the street? I think it was on the market square. What would I have wanted scissors for? It was an ancient old rag, it fell apart instantly. Where did you put it afterwards? I threw it away right there. Where, precisely? On the market square, somewhere on the square. The devil knows where. Why do you need to know that? It is extremely important, Dmitry Fyodorovich. It constitutes material evidence in your favor. How can you not see that? Who helped you to do the sewing a month ago? No one helped me, I did it myself. Do you know how to sew? A soldier must be able to sew, but in any case no particular skill was required. And where did you obtain the material, the rag, that is to say, in which you sewed up the money? Are you sure you're not laughing at me? In no way, and in any case we have no time at all for laughter, Dmitri Fyodorovich. I can't remember where I got the rag from, I just found it somewhere. I would not have thought it the sort of thing one would forget. Well, I swear to God, I can't remember, perhaps I tore it off some of my linen. That is very interesting, perhaps tomorrow in your lodgings we might succeed in tracking down the shirt, or whatever it was, from which you tore a piece. What was it made of? The rag, of coarse cloth, of linen. The devil knows what it was made of. Wait. I don't think I tore it off anything. It was made of calico. I believe I sewed the money into one of my landlady's bonnets. One of your landlady's bonnets? Yes, I lifted it from her. Lifted it? You see, I remember I once took one of her bonnets, possibly to wipe my pen on. I'd taken it without mentioning it to her, because it was a worthless rag, the remnants of it were lying about in my room, and here was this 1,500, I took them and sewed it up in them. I'm sure I did. It was a wretched old calico thing, had been washed 1,000 times. And you remember that definitely? I don't know about definitely. I think it was a bonnet. Well, but a fig for it. In that case your landlady might at least recall that this item had gone missing? Of course she wouldn't, she never noticed it was gone. It was an old rag, I tell you, an old rag, not worth a groat. And where did you get the needle and thread? That does it. I'm not going on with this. Enough. Mitya said, finally losing his temper. And again, it is strange that you have so completely forgotten exactly where on the square you threw away this incense bag. Well, why don't you have the square swept clean tomorrow? Perhaps you will find it, Mitya said with a thin smile. Enough, gentlemen, enough, he said, making up his mind in a voice of exhaustion. I see clearly, you have not believed me. Not one word of it, and not one groat. The guilt is mine, not yours, I should never have stuck my neck out. Why did I defile myself by confessing my secret to you? For you think it is funny, I can see it by your eyes. It is you who have led me to this, public procurator. Sing a hymn to yourself, if you can. Oh, a curse on you, torturers. He inclined his head and covered his face with his hands. The public procurator and the investigator said nothing. After a moment he raised his head and stared at them as though without seeing. His face expressed an already accomplished and now irrevocable despair, and he had slowly fallen silent, now sitting there as though he were not even conscious. Meanwhile the business had to be completed. It was now necessary to proceed to the interrogation of the witnesses without delay. By now it was about 8 o'clock in the morning. The candles had long ago been extinguished. Mikhail Makarovich and Kalganov, who all the time during the interrogation had been going in and out of the room, now both went out again. The public procurator and the investigator also looked extremely tired. The morning that had dawned was a wet one, the heavens were entirely covered in clouds and the rain was pouring down in bucketfuls. Mitya stared out of the window without thought. Is it all right if I look out of the window? He suddenly asked Nikolai Parfenovich. Oh, as much as you wish, the latter replied. Mitya got up and went over to one of the windows. The rain was fairly lashing against the small, greenish panes. Directly below the window a muddy road was visible, and there, further away, in the rainy gloom, some rows off black, impoverished and unsightly izbas, which the rain seemed to have rendered even blacker and more impoverished. Mitya remembered golden-curled Phoebus and how he had intended to shoot himself at his first ray. Probably a morning like this would have been better, he smiled drily to himself, and then suddenly, swinging his arm down, turned to the torturers. Gentlemen, he exclaimed, why, I see I am lost. But she? Tell me about her, I implore you, is she really to perish with me? After all, she is innocent. Last night she shouted when she was not in her right mind that she was guilty of everything. She is guilty of nothing, nothing. All night I have grieved as I sat here with you. May you not tell me, what will you do with her now? You may decidedly set your mind to rest on that account, Dmitri Fyodorovich, the public procurator replied at once, and with evident haste. We have for the moment no significant motives for troubling the lady in whom you are so interested. As the case proceeds, so, I hope, the same will prove to be true. On the contrary, we for our part shall in this regard do all that is possible. Please be completely reassured. Gentlemen, I thank you. Why, I knew all along that you were men of honor and fairness, in spite of everything. You have lifted a burden from my soul. Well, what are we going to do now? I am ready. Well, sir, we must make haste. We must proceed to the interrogation of the witnesses without delay. It is essential that it all take place in your presence, and so. But will you not have a glass of tea first? Nikolai Parfenovich interrupted. Why, I believe it has now been served. It was decided that if tea was ready downstairs, in view of the fact that Mikhail Makarovich had certainly gone away to have a bit of tea, they should all have a glass and then continue, proper tea, with snacks, to be deferred until a more leisurely hour. Tea was indeed discovered downstairs, and was swiftly delivered aloft. Mitya at first refused the glass which Nikolai Parfenovich graciously offered him, but then asked for one himself and drank it greedily. He really did have about him a look of exhaustion that was even astonishing. With his robust energies, one might have supposed that a single night of drinking would not have had much effect, even when combined with experiences of a most intense nature. Yet he himself felt that he could hardly sit upright, and from time to time all the objects in the room seemed to swerve and spin before his eyes. If this goes on much longer I shall probably start raving, he thought to himself. 8. The testimony of the witnesses. The Baron. The interrogation of the witnesses commenced. We shall not, however, continue our narrative in the kind of detail we have hitherto employed. And so we shall leave out the manner in which Nikolai Parfenovich made it imposingly clear to all the summoned witnesses that they must testify according to both conscience and the truth, and that they would later have to repeat their depositions upon oath. How, at last, it was required of the witnesses that they each sign the protocol of their depositions, etc., etc. Let us merely observe that the principal point to which the entire attention of the interrogates was addressed was that very same question of the 3,000, that is to say, whether the sum Dmitri Fyodorovich had had upon him during his first spree at Mokroy a month back was 3,000 or only 1,500, the same thing being asked concerning his second spree, of the night before. Alas, all of the testimony, right to the last, was against Mitya, and not one piece of it spoke in his favor, while some of it even introduced new, almost stupefying evidence in contradiction of his statements. The first person to be questioned was Trifon Borisik. He appeared before the interrogators without the slightest trepidation, and wore instead an air of stern and severe indignation towards the accused, thereby undoubtedly imparting to himself an aspect of exceptional truthfulness and personal dignity. He spoke little, with reticence, waited for each question, gave replies that were precise and considered. Firmly and without a moment's hesitation, he asserted that a month ago there could have been no question of less than 3,000 having been spent, that all the mujiks could testify that they had heard about the 3,000 from Dmitri Fyodorovich himself. To the gypsies alone he threw an awful lot of money. I should think he spent more than 1,000 on them alone. Not even 500, perhaps, did I give them, was Mitya's gloomy comment to this, only I didn't count it, I was drunk, what a pity. This time Mitya sat sideways, his back to the curtain, listening in gloom, with an air of sadness and tiredness, as though to say, "Ha, you may testify whatever you like, now it is all the same." More than 1,000 was spent on them, Dmitri Fyodorovich, Trifon Borisovich contradicted, firmly. You threw it away for nothing, and they picked it up. After all, these folk are thieves and swindlers, horse stealers they are. They've been chased out of the village, otherwise they themselves would doubtless have given evidence of how much they made off you. I myself saw the amount you were holding then. I didn't manage to count it, you wouldn't let me, that's true, but even by just looking I could see there was far more than 1,500. Get away with your 1,500. We've seen money before, and we can judge. With regard to the sum spent the night before, Trifon Borisovich bluntly testified that Dmitri Fyodorovich had told him, immediately upon descending from his cart, that he had brought 3,000. Come now, Trifon Borisovich, is that really so? Mitya began to protest. Did I really tell you so categorically that I had brought 3,000 with me? You did, Dmitri Fyodorovich. You said it when Andrei was there. Look, he's still here, Andrei, he hasn't gone yet, why don't you call him in? And in there, in the big room, when you were standing the wenches all those sweets and champagne, you shouted straight out that this would be the 6,000 you'd left here, added to the previous ones, that was the sense of it. Stepan and Semyon heard it, and Pyotr Fomich Kalganov was standing beside you at the time, perhaps he remembers, too. The testimony concerning a 6,000 was received by the questioners with extraordinary interest. This new version appealed to them. 3 and 3 made 6, so that meant there must have been 3,000 on the first occasion, and 3,000 now, making 6,000 in all. It was clear now. They questioned all the mujiks Trifon Borisovich had referred to, Stepan and Semyon, the yamshik Andrei and Pyotr Fomich Kalganov. Without a flicker of hesitation, the mujiks and the yamshik confirmed Trifon Borisovich's testimony. What was more, a particular record had been made, from the words of Andrei, concerning the latter's conversation with Mitya on the way, and Mitya's having supposedly asked whether he would end up in heaven or in hell, and whether he would be pardoned in the next world or not. Ippolit Kirillovich, the psychologist, listened to all this with a thin smile and finally recommended that this testimony concerning where Dmitri Fyodorovich would end up also be appended to the case. The witness Kalganov entered reluctantly, in fretful gloom, and spoke to Nikolai Parfenovich and the public procurator as if he were seeing them for the first time in his life, though he had long been a daily acquaintance of theirs. He began by saying that he knew nothing of all this, nor do I wish to. It turned out, however, that of the 6,000 he too had heard, and he admitted that he had been standing nearby at the time. In his view, the sum of money Mitya had been holding was impossible to calculate. With regard to the question of whether the Poles had cheated at cards, he testified in the affirmative. He also explained, to repeated inquiries, that after the Poles had been thrown out things had indeed started to go better for Mitya with Agrafena Alexandrovna, and that she herself had said she loved him. Of Agrafena Alexandrovna he spoke with reticence and veneration, as though she were a lady of the very best society, and never even once did he even permit himself to call her Grushenka. In spite of the young man's evident revulsion at testifying, Ippolit Kirillovich spent a long time questioning him and learned from him all the details of what had constituted, as it were, Mitya's romance during that night. Never once did Mitya stop. Kalganov. At last the youth was dismissed, and he left in unconcealed indignation. The Poles, too, were interrogated. Though they had lain down on the bed in their little room, they had not slept all night, and with the arrival of the authorities they had quickly dressed and tidied themselves, aware that they would certainly be sent for. They made their appearance with dignity, though not without a certain trepidation. The principal, that is to say the little Pan, turned out to be a retired civil servant of the 12th grade, one who had worked in Siberia as a state veterinary surgeon, and his surname was Musialowicz. As for Pan Robluski, he turned out to be a privately practicing dentist, in Russian a plain tooth doctor. As soon as they entered the room they both at once, in spite of the fact that it was Nikolai Parfenovich who was asking the questions, began to direct their replies towards Mikhail Makarovich, who was standing at one side, in their ignorance assuming him to be the chief in rank and the person in authority here, calling him practically with every word they uttered, Panny Colonel. And only after several slaps in the face and an admonition from Mikhail Makarovich himself did they realize that they must address their reply solely to Nikolai Parfenovich. It turned out that they were able to speak Russian even very, very correctly, apart from the pronunciation of certain words. Of his relations with Grushenka, former and present, Pan Musialowicz began to speak with passion and with pride, the result being that Mitya instantly flew into a rage and shouted that he would not permit a scoundrel to speak thus in his presence. Pan Musialowicz at once pricked up his ears at the word scoundrel and requested that it be entered in the protocol. Mitya began to seethe with fury. Yes, a scoundrel, a scoundrel. You may enter that, and you may also enter that in spite of the protocol I nonetheless shouted that he was a scoundrel. Although Nikolai Parfenovich did in fact enter this in the protocol, he displayed as he did so on this unpleasant occasion a most praiseworthy ease, sciency and organizing skill. After delivering a severe reprimand to Mitya, he at once cut short all further inquiries concerning the Romanesque side of the case and swiftly passed to the fundamentals. Among the fundamentals there manifested itself a certain deposition of the Panowy that aroused an extraordinary interest on the part of the investigators. This was none other than the assertion that Mitya had, in that very room, attempted to bribe Pan Musialowicz and had offered him 3,000 smart money, the terms being 700 rubles in hand, and the remaining 2,300 tomorrow morning in town, the verbal bribe being accompanied by a sworn declaration of honor to the effect that here in Mokroy he had not so much money at present, the bulk of it being in the town. Mitya rashly began to protest that he had never said for certain that he would give them the money in the town, but Pan Wroblewski confirmed the testimony, and Mitya himself, having thought for a moment, frowningly agreed that it was as the Panowy stated, that he had been worked up at the time and might therefore indeed have said such a thing. The public procurator fairly sank his teeth into the deposition. It was becoming clear to the investigation, and was plainly deduced later on, that a half or a part of the 3,000 which Mitya had got his hands on really could have been hidden away in the town somewhere, and possibly even somewhere here in Mokroy, thus explaining the circumstance, so ticklish for the investigation, that Mitya had only 800 rubles on his person, a circumstance which had until now, though the only one of its kind and a rather insignificant one at that, served as a form of testimony in Mitya's favor. But now even this unique piece of testimony in his favor had been destroyed. To the public procurator's question as to where he could have obtained the remaining 2,300 to give to the Pan on the morrow if, as he himself asserted, he had had only 1,500 in his room, and had yet given the Pan his word of honor, Mitya firmly replied that he had on the morrow intended to offer the filthy Pope not money, but a formal deed of his rights to the estate at Chermashnia, the same rights he had offered to Samsonov and Mrs. Koplikova. The public procurator even smiled at the innocence of the gambit. And do you suppose that he would have agreed to take these rights instead of 2,300 rubles in cash? Of course he would, Mitya snapped hotly. For pity's sake, that way he could have snamed not only 2, but 4, or even 6,000. He'd at once have got together all his dirty advocates and Poles and Yids, and never mind 3,000, it would have been the whole of Chermashnia they'd have gotten out of the lawsuit. Pan Musialowicz's deposition was of course entered into the protocol in the fullest detail. With that, Panowy were dismissed. The fact of their having cheated at cards had hardly been mentioned. Nikolai Parfenovich was far too grateful to them to inconvenience them with such trivial matters, all the more so because all that had been a frivolous quarrel while they had been drunk at cards, and nothing more. As though there had not been enough drunken extravagance and outrageous behavior in the course of that night. The result was that the money, the 200 rubles, remained in the Panowy's pockets. Old Maximov was the next witness to be summoned. He entered timidly and made his approach with little steps, looking unkempt and very melancholy. All this time he had been huddled away next to Grushenka, sitting in silence with her and every so often starting to whimper over her, wiping his eyes with his blue-checked handkerchief, as Mikhail Makarovich later described it. In consequence of this she had herself calmed and comforted him. The little old fellow at once and in tears confessed that he was guilty, that he had borrowed 10 rubles from Dmitri Fyodorovich, sir, because of my poverty, sir, and that he was ready to give it back. In response to a direct inquiry from Nikolai Parfenovich as to whether he noticed how much money Dmitry Fyodorovich had been holding as, having been closer to him than anyone else he could have actually seen the money in his hands when he had received the loan, Maximov replied in the most decisive manner that there had been 20,000 in cash, sir. And had you ever seen 20,000 in cash before? Nikolai Parfenovich inquired with a smile. Oh yes, of course, sir, I had, sir, only it wasn't 20, sir, but 7, sir, when my lady spouse mortgaged my little estate. She only let me look at it from afar, boasted of it to me. It was a very large wad, sir, and all the notes in it were rainbows. Dmitry Fyodorovich's were all rainbows, too. He was soon dismissed. At last it was Grushenka's turn. The investigators were plainly concerned about the effect her appearance might have upon Dmitry Fyodorovich, and Nikolai Parfenovich even muttered a few words of admonition to him, but Mitya, in reply to him, silently inclined his head, thereby assuring him that there would be no impropriety. Grushenka was ushered in by Mikhail Makarovich himself. She came into the room with a set, severe look on her features and an air that was almost one of calm, and quietly sat down on the chair that was indicated to her, facing Nikolai Parfenovich. She was very pale, seemed to be feeling cold, and had wrapped herself tightly in her magnificent black shawl. Indeed, she had begun to suffer from a slight, feverish ague, the onset of a long illness, which she subsequently endured after that night. Her severe mien, her direct and serious gaze and her calm manner produced a very favorable impression on everyone. Nikolai Parfenovich was at once even somewhat taken. He himself confessed, when relating the matter somewhere subsequently, that only since that occasion had he perceived how handsome this woman was, whereas previously, though he had seen her now and again, he had always considered her some sort of local hetera. She has the manners of the very highest society, he said enthusiastically, without thinking, at some ladies' circle or other. His words were, however, greeted with the most consummate indignation, and for this he was at once dubbed a rascal, with which he was well pleased. As she had entered the room, Grushenka had seemed to cast a fleeting glance at Mitya, who in his turn had stared at her in anxiety, but her aspect at that moment had calmed him, too. After the first essential questions and admonitions, Nikolai Parfenovich, though somewhat stumblingly, yet managing to retain a most courteous demeanor, asked her, "What is your relation to the retired Lieutenant Dmitry Fyodorovich Karamazov?" To which Grushenka quietly and firmly declared, "He is my friend, and it has been as a friend that I have received him during the past month." In response to further inquisitive questioning, she declared with complete lack of equivocation that although at times she had found him appealing, she did not love him, but had led him on out of my loathsome malice, just as she had led on that little old man, had seen that Mitya was very jealous of Fyodor Pavlovich and of all other men in her regard, but had merely found that amusing. She had never had any intention of going to live with Fyodor Pavlovich, but had merely been making fun of him. I was not interested in either of them, for during the whole of that month I was waiting for another man, one who was guilty before me. Only the way I see it, she concluded, is that you have no business to be so inquisitive about that, and I have no need to reply to you, because it is my private affair. Thus instantly did Nikolai Parfenovich comply. On the Romanesque points he again ceased to insist, but passed straight to matters more earnest, that is to say, to the same, most crucial question of the 3,000. Grushenka confirmed that in Mokroy, a month ago, there really had been spent 3,000 rubles, and though she herself had not counted the money, she had heard from Dmitry Fyodorovich himself that it had amounted to 3,000 rubles. Did he tell you this in private or in someone else's presence, or did you only hear him talking of it to others while you were there? The public procurator at once inquired. To which Grushenka declared that she had both heard him say it in company and in private with her. Did you hear it from him in private on one occasion or several times? The public procurator inquired again, and learned that Grushenka had heard it several times. Ippolit Kirillik was well pleased with this deposition. From further questioning it also emerged that Grushenka knew the source of money and that Dmitry Fyodorovich had acquired it from Katerina Ivanovna. And did you not hear on even one occasion that the money that was squandered a month ago amounted not to 3,000, but to a lesser sum, and that Dmitry Fyodorovich had kept back an entire half of it for himself? No, never did I hear that, Grushenka testified. It even further emerged that Mitya, on the contrary, often told her all that month that he had not a kopeck of cash. He was always waiting to get some from his parent, Grushenka said in conclusion. And did he ever in your presence, either in passing, or when in a temper, Nikolai Parfenovich said suddenly, seizing at this, say that he intended to make an attempt on his father's life? Oh yes, he did. Grushenka said, taking a breath. On one occasion, or on several? He mentioned it several times, always when he was angry. And did you believe he would carry out this threat? No, I never did, she replied firmly. I relied on his sense of noble honor. Gentlemen, permit me, Mitya exclaimed suddenly. Permit me to say just one word in the presence of you, Agrafena Alexandrovna. The permission is granted, Nikolai Parfenovich said. Agrafena Alexandrovna, Mitya said, getting up from his chair, you must believe God in me, of the blood of my father, who last night was murdered, I am innocent. Uttering this, Mitya sat down on his chair again. Grushenka rose and devoutly crossed himself before the icon. Glory to thee, O Lord, she said in a passionate, heartfelt voice, and without yet sitting back in her place and addressing herself to Nikolai Parfenovich, added, please believe what he said just now. I know him, he will go and say all kinds of things without thinking, either out of merriment or out of stubbornness, but if it's against his conscience he will never practice deceit. He will tell the truth straight out, please believe it. Thank you Agrafena Alexandrovna, you have lent succor to my soul. Mitya responded in a trembling voice. To questions concerning the money of the night before she declared that she did not know how much there had been, but had heard him many times tell people the night before that he had brought 3,000 with him. And as for where he had got the money, he had told her alone that he had stolen it from Katerina Ivanovna, and that she had replied to him that he had not stolen it and that he must give the money back in the morrow. To the public procurator's insistent question as to which money it was he said he had stolen from Katerina Ivanovna, the money he had last night or the 3,000 which had been spent here a month ago, she declared that he had spoken of the money he had spent a month ago, and that that was what she had understood him to mean. Grushenka was, at last, dismissed, and Nikolai Parfenovich impetuously declared to her that she might return to the town forthwith and that if there was anything he could do to facilitate this, with regard to horses, for example, or should she wish an escort, then he, for his part. I thank you humbly, Grushenka said, bowing to him, but I shall travel with that little old man, the landowner, I shall take him back to town. For the present, however, I shall wait downstairs, if you will permit, to see what you decide to do with Dmitry Fyodorovich. She went out. Mitya was calm and even looked as though his spirits had been quite restored, but only for a moment. A strange, physical exhaustion was gaining mastery over him, growing as the time went by. His eyes were closing with weariness. At last the interrogation of the witnesses was over. They proceeded to the final drafting of the protocol. Mitya stood up, left his chair and went into the corner, over by the curtain, lay down on a large, rug-covered trunk that belonged to the landlord and in an instant fell asleep. He dreamed a strange dream, one quite inappropriate to the place and to the time. There he was, traveling in the steppes somewhere, in the place where he had served in the army long ago, in former days, and he was sitting in a cart, drawn by a pair of horses, which a muzhik was driving into the sleet. Only Mitya was cold, it was the beginning of November, and the snow was falling in large wet flakes and falling to earth, instantly melting. And the muzhik was driving him cheerfully, brandishing his whip in marvelous style, his beard long and chestnut-colored, not really an old man, but perhaps about 50, and wearing a grey muzhik 7.2, and there not far away was a peasant village. One could see the izbas, black as black, and half of them had burned to the ground, only charred timbers stuck up here and there. And at the entry barrier there were peasant women standing along the road, many of them, an entire row, all of them thin and emaciated, with faces that looked somehow brownish. There, in particular, at the end of the row was one, a tall and bony woman who looked about 40, but might easily be no more than 20, with a long, thin face and a baby crying in her arms, for her breasts must have withered and there was not a drop of milk in them. And the baby cried and cried, stretching out its bare little arms with pathetic, small fists that were a kind of bluish color all over from the cold. Why are they crying? What are they crying for? Mitya asked as they flew past the women in dashing style. It's a bairn, the yamchik answered him, it's a bairn crying. And Mitya was struck by the fact that the man had said it in his own, muzhik way, a bairn, not a baby. And he liked it that the muzhik had said bairn, there seemed more pity in it. But why is it crying? Mitya kept pressing, like one inane. Why are its little arms bare, why is it not covered up? Why, the bairn is chilled to the bone, its little clothes have frozen through, and don't keep it warm. But why has it happened? Why? Mitya kept asking inanely. Why, they're poor, burned out of everything, they've no bread, they're begging for their burned-down sight. No, Mitya said, still appearing not to understand. What I want you to tell me is, why are those homeless mothers standing there, why is everyone poor, why is the bairn wretched, why is the steppe barren, why do they not embrace one another, kiss one another, why do they not sing songs of joy, why are they blackened so by black misfortune, why is the bairn not fed? And he felt to himself that although he was asking these questions wildly, without rhyme or reason, he could not prevent himself asking them in just that form, and that was the form in which they must be asked. And he also felt rising within his heart a tender piety he had never experienced before, felt that he wanted to weep, that he wanted to do something for them all, so that the bairn should not cry anymore, so that the bairn's withered, poverty-blackened mother should not weep, so that no one should have any tears at all from that moment on, and to do this immediately, without delay and without regard to any obstacle, with all the impetuosity of the Karamazovs. And I shall come with you, I shall never leave you now, I shall walk with you all my life, the dear, heartfelt words of Grushenka sounded beside him. What is it you say? Walk where? He exclaimed, opening his eyes and sitting up on his trunk, every bit like someone who has recovered from a swoon, and smiling radiantly. Over him stood Nikolai Parfenovitch, inviting him to attend the reading of the protocol, and sign it. Mitya realized that he had slept for an hour or more, but he paid no attention to Nikolai Parfenovitch. He was suddenly struck by the fact that beneath his head there was a pillow that had not been there when he had subsided in exhaustion upon the trunk. Who put a pillow under my head? Who was that kind person? He exclaimed with a kind of ecstatic, grateful emotion, and in a voice that almost wept, as though God only knew what boon had been accorded him. The kind person remained unknown even later, though it was possibly one of the muzhiks, or possibly Nikolai Parfenovitch's little scribe who had found him a pillow out of compassion, but Mitya's entire soul was as if shaken by sobs and tears. He approached the table and declared that he would sign whatever was required. I had a good dream, gentlemen, he declared somehow strangely, with a face somehow new, as though illumined by joy. 9. Mitya is taken away. When the protocol had been signed, Nikolai Parfenovitch turned solemnly to the accused and read him a decision, which stated that on such and such a day of such and such a year, in such and such a place, the state investigator of such and such a circuit court, having interrogated such and such a person, Mitya, in other words, as being charged with such and such an offense, all the charges were carefully listed, and taking account of the fact that the accused, admitting no guilt in respect of the crimes that were imputed to him, had offered nothing in his own acquittal, while both witnesses, all were named, and material circumstances, so were these, fully indicated him to be the guilty party, had, being guided by such and such articles of the penal code, etc., decided, that in order to deny such and such a person, Mitya, access to the means whereby he might seek to evade investigation and trial, he be confined in such and such a prison. Fortress, the accused to be notified thereof and a copy of this decision to be delivered to the Deputy Public Procurator, etc., etc. In a word, Mitya was informed that he was from this moment on a prisoner, and that he would at once be taken to the town, where he would be confined in a certain very unpleasant place. Mitya, having listened to it all attentively, simply shrugged his shoulders. "Very well, gentlemen, I do not blame you, I am ready. I realize that there is no other course open to you." Nikolai Parfenovitch gently explained to him that he would at once be taken to the prison by the district superintendent, Mavriky Mavrikyevich, who just so happened now to be present. "Wait," Mitya said, interrupting suddenly, and then in an apparent surge of unmasterable emotion pronounced, addressing all in the room, "Gentlemen, we are all of us cruel, we are all of us monsters of cruelty, we all of us drive men, mothers and babes at the breast to tears, but of us all, so let it be decided now, of us all I am the most villainous reptile. So be it. Each day of my life, beating my breast, I have promised to mend my ways, and each day of it I have committed the same loathsome deeds. I understand now that what a man such as I requires is a blow of fate, that will seize him as in a lasso and bind him by external force. Never, never would I have picked myself up of my own accord. But the thunder has spoken. Point 1. I accept the torment of the charge and of my disgrace before the nation. I wish to suffer and to purify myself through suffering. For perhaps I may purify myself, gentlemen, how would that be, eh? But listen, for the last time, I am innocent of my father's blood. I accept punishment not for having killed my father, but for having wanted to kill him, and for the possible likelihood that I would actually have done so. All the same, however, I intend to fight you, and I announce that to you now. I shall fight you to the bitter end, and then may God decide. Farewell, gentlemen. Please do not take amiss my having shouted at you during the interrogation. Oh, I was then as yet so stupid. In a moment I shall be a prisoner, and now, for the last time, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, as a man still free, extends to you his hand. In saying farewell to you, I say farewell to men." His voice had begun to tremble, and he actually did begin to extend his hand, but Nikolai Parfenovitch, who was nearest to him, suddenly managed, with a kind of almost convulsive gesture, to hide his hands behind his back. Mitya noticed this in a flash, and started. He at once lowered his extended hand. "The investigation is not yet concluded," Nikolai Parfenovitch began to babble, somewhat embarrassed. "We shall continue in the town, and I, of course, for my part, am ready to wish you every success in your acquittal. I personally, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, have always considered you a man, as it were, more unfortunate than guilty. We all of us here, if I may be so bold as to speak in the name of those present, we all of us are ready to acknowledge you as a young man of fundamentally noble character, but one, alas, carried away by certain passions to a degree somewhat excessive." The small figure of Nikolai Parfenovitch expressed towards the end of his discourse a most complete and utter stateliness of manner. Through Mitya's brain suddenly flickered the notion that in a moment this boy would take him by the arm, lead him into a corner, and there resume with him their recent conversation about girls. But many are the quite irrelevant and inapposite thoughts which on occasion flicker even through the brain of a criminal being led to his death upon the scaffold. "Gentlemen, you are kind, you are humane, may I see her, say farewell to her for the last time?" "Without hesitation, but in the interests of, in short, you must now do so in the presence." "But please, be present." Grushenka was let in, but the farewell was a short one, of few words, and Nikolai Parfenovitch thought it unsatisfactory. Grushenka made a deep bow to Mitya. "I told you that I am yours, and I shall be yours, I shall go with you forever, wherever you are sent. Farewell, man who has guiltlessly brought ruin on himself." Her lips trembled and the tears flowed from her eyes. "Forgive me, Grusha, for my love, for having brought ruin on you also with my love." Mitya had intended to say something more, but suddenly he interrupted his own words, and went out. Around him people at once materialized, who did not take their eyes from him. At the foot of the stairs, outside the porch to which he had rolled up with such thunder on Andrei's troika, stood 2 carts all ready to go. Mavriky Mavrikyevich, a stocky, thick-set man with a fat and flabby face, was irritated about something, some confusion that had suddenly arisen, had lost his temper and was shouting. In tones that were really excessively stern, he told Mitya to get into one of the carts. Before, when I stood in drinks at the inn, there was quite a different expression on the man's face, Mitya thought, as he climbed in. From the porch Trifon Borisovich, too, came down. People were crowding by the gate, mujiks, peasant wives, yamshchiks, and all were staring at Mitya. "Farewell, God's people!" Mitya shouted to them suddenly from the cart. "Forgive us, two or three voices sounded. "Farewell to you too, Trifon Borisovich." But Trifon Borisovich did not even turn round, perhaps because he was simply too busy. He was also shouting and fussing over something. It turned out that in the second cart, in which 2 village policemen were to accompany Mavriky Mavrikyevich, not all was yet in running order. The little mujik who had been detailed to drive the second troika was pulling on his zepan and violently arguing that the driver should not be he, but Akim. But Akim was not to be found. People ran off to look for him. The little mujik insisted and implored them to wait. "You know, Mavriky Mavrikyevich, this common folk of ours is quite without shame," Trifon Borisovich exclaimed. Turning to the little mujik he said, "The day before yesterday Akim gave you 25 kopecks, you drank it, and now you're shouting." And to Mavriky Mavrikyevich, "I'm really surprised at your kindness to our scoundrelly common folk, sir, let me tell you that." "But why do you need a second troika?" Mitya began to intervene. "Let us travel in one, Mavriky Mavrikyevich, after all, I shall not run riot, I shall not try to escape from thee, so why is a convoy needed?" "Sir, I must kindly ask you to learn to address me properly, if you do not know yet, I am not thou to you, kindly do not address me as thou, sir, and please save your advice for another occasion." Mavriky Mavrikyevich suddenly snapped ferociously at Mitya, as though he were glad of this opportunity to vent his spite. Mitya fell silent. He had flushed red all over. A split second later he suddenly began to feel very cold. The rain had stopped, but the turbid sky was completely overcast with cloud, and a biting wind was blowing straight in his face. "What is wrong with me, the ague?" thought Mitya, shrugging his shoulders convulsively. At last Mavriky Mavrikyevich, too, climbed into the wagon, settled himself down heavily and broadly and, as though he had not noticed, squeezed Mitya tightly against the edge. To be sure, he was in a bad mood, and found the task with which he had been in charge thoroughly unappealing. "Farewell, Trifon Borisovich." Mitya shouted again, this time with a sense that it was not from good nature that he had shouted, but from malice, that he had shouted against his will. But Trifon Borisovich stood proudly, both hands clasped behind his back and, fixing his eyes on Mitya, stared sternly and angrily at him, uttering not a word in reply. "Farewell, Dmitri Fyodorovich, farewell," the voice of Kalganov, who had suddenly appeared from somewhere, rang out. Running up to the wagon, he extended his hand to Mitya. He was wearing no cap. Mitya managed to seize his hand and shake it. "Farewell, dear man, I shall not forget your generosity," he exclaimed hotly. But the wagon had started to move, and their hands were parted asunder. The wagon bell began to ring, Mitya was taken away. And Kalganov ran off into the passage, sat down in a corner, bent his head down, covered his face with his hands and wept, as though he were still a small boy and not a young man of 20. Oh, he believed almost completely in Mitya's guilt. What kind of people are these? What kind of people can there be after this? He sobbed incoherently in bitter despondency, despair almost. He did not even want to live in the world at that moment. "Is it worth it? Is it worth it?" sobbed the grieved youth. Part 4. Book 10. The Boys. 1. Kolya Krasotkin. It is early November. We have a frost of about 11 degrees, and it is accompanied by black ice. In the course of the night a small quantity of dry snow has fallen on the frozen earth, and a dry and wetted wind is lifting it and sweeping it about the dreary streets of our little town, and especially about the market square. The morning is overcast, but it has stopped snowing. Not far from the square, in the near vicinity of Plotnikov's delicatessen, there stands a small house, very clean, both outside and in, which belongs to the widow of the civil servant Krasotkin. Mr. Krasotkin himself, the provincial secretary, died a very long time back, almost 14 years ago, but his widow, in her 30s now and still to this day a most decorative little lady, lives and thrives in her most clean little house on her own capital. She lives decently and timidly, and is of delicate, but rather cheerful character. Her husband left her for the grave when she was only about 18, had lived with him only about a year, and had just borne him a son. Ever since, from the very day of his death, she had consecrated herself entirely to the education of this precious boy of hers, Kolya, and although she had loved him to distraction all these 14 years, she had, of course, experienced on account of him incomparably more suffering than happiness, trembling and dying inwardly of terror almost every day lest he fall ill, catch cold, do something naughty, climb onto a chair and fall over, etc., etc. Then, when Kolya had started going to school, and subsequently to our progymnasium too, his mother had rushed together with him into the study of all the branches of learning, in order to assist him and rehearse with him his lessons, rushed, too, into making the acquaintance of the schoolmasters and their wives, had even buttered up Kolya's classmates, cunningly flattering them so that they should leave Kolya alone, not make fun of him, and give him no thrashings. She brought it to the point where because of her the little brats did indeed begin to make fun of him and started to tease him with being a mother's boy. But the boy knew how to defend his patch. He was a bold little fellow, incredibly strong, as the rumor of him spread about his class, swiftly to be confirmed, was agile, of stubborn character and a spirit of both enterprise and daring. He was a good scholar, and there was even a rumor that both in arithmetic and in world history he could stymie even their teacher, Mr. Dardanelov. But although the boy viewed them from above, turning his nose up at them, he was a good classmate and did not go around extolling his own virtues. He accepted the respect of the other boys as his due, but conducted himself in an amicable manner. Above all, he had a sense of moderation, was able to restrain himself when necessary, and in his relations with authority never overstepped a certain ultimate and sacred limit on the other side of which a misdemeanor could not be tolerated, becoming disorder, mutiny and lawlessness. And yet he was not at all, in any way, averse to playing pranks on every suitable occasion, playing pranks like the very least of boys, and not so much for the sake of playing pranks as in order to make subtle points, perform strange wonders, inject some extra pepper, some style, and do some showing off. Above all, he was very vain. He even knew how to place his own mother in a subordinate relation to him, wielding an influence over her that was almost despotic. She did indeed subordinate herself, oh, long had she done so, and the only thing she was unable to endure was the thought that her boy did not love her very much. It unceasingly appeared to her that Kolya was unfeeling to her, and there had been instances when, dissolving in hysterical tears, she had begun to reproach him for coldness. The boy did not find this to his liking, and the more that outpourings of the heart were demanded of him, the more, as it were, deliberately unyielding did he become. Not deliberately, however, but involuntarily did this take place in him, such was the character he possessed. His mother was mistaken, he loved her very much, and what he did not like was only the milk-calf mush, as he expressed it in his schoolboy jargon. His father had left behind him a book cupboard in which there was a number of books. Kolya was fond of reading and had already read some of them on his own. His mother was not concerned by this, and was only occasionally surprised when the boy, instead of going out to play, would kneel by the cupboard for hours on end over some book or other. It was in this manner that Kolya read certain things which he ought never really to have been allowed to read at his age. As a matter of fact, though the boy did not like to take his pranks beyond a certain limit, there had of late begun some at which his mother had grown seriously alarmed. Pranks, to be sure, not immoral in any way, but for all that of a desperate, daredevil nature. It just so happened that during the past summer, in July, in the course of the school holidays, the mother and her dearly beloved son had gone to spend a week in another district, some 70 versts away, as guests in the home of a certain distant female relative whose husband worked as an ocile at the local railway station, the very same station, the nearest to our town, from which Ivan Fyodorovich Karamazov set off for Moscow a month later. Their Kolya had begun by conducting a detailed examination of the railway, studying the arrangements in an awareness that upon his return home he would, with his newly acquired knowledge, be able to shine among the scholars of his progymnasium. But at that time there just so happened to be several boys there, too, with whom he struck up an acquaintance. Some of them lived at the station, others nearby, young lads of from 12 to 15, 6 or 7 of them in all, 2 of them happening also to be from our little town. The boys played together, organized pranks, and then, on the 4th or the 5th day of the visit to the station, the stupid young fellows got up a most impossible 2-ruble wager, namely, Kolya, being practically the youngest of them all, and therefore somewhat despised by the older boys, out of either vanity or unpardonable valor, proposed that at night, when the 11 o'clock train arrived, he should lie down on his back between the rails and remain there without moving as the train passed over him at full steam. To be sure, a preliminary study had first been made, from which it had transpired that it really was possible to stretch oneself out and flatten oneself between the rails in such a manner that the train would hurtle overhead without touching the person below, though it would take some nerve to lie there. Kolya insisted firmly that he would lie there. The boys began to laugh at him, calling him a rotten little liar and a braggart, but only succeeded in egging him on still further. The thing that really riled him was that these 15-year-olds gave themselves excessive airs in front of him and had at first been unwilling even to accept him as their companion on the grounds that he was too young, which he had found quite intolerably offensive. And so they determined to go that evening a verst up the track from the station, so that the train, having left it, would have time to get up full speed. The boys set off. The night had turned out moonless, not only dark but almost pitch black. At the appointed time Kolya lay down between the rails. The 5 other boys, who had made the wager, at first with a sinking of the heart, and then in fear and remorse, waited at the foot of the embankment in the bushes beside the track. At last came the clanking of the train in the distance as it left the station. 2 red lamps flashed out of the darkness, and the approaching monster began to rumble. Go on, get off the rails," the boys began to shout to Kolya from the bushes, dying inwardly with fear, but it was now too late. The train came hurtling along and swept past. The boys rushed over to Kolya. He lay motionless. They began to pull at him, began to lift him up. Suddenly he got up of his own accord and walked down the embankment without saying a word. When he reached the foot he declared that he had lain there as though unconscious on purpose, in order to give them a fright, but the truth was that he really had lost consciousness, as he himself confessed, only a long time later, to his mother. In this fashion, his reputation as a desperate fellow was consolidated forever. He returned home to the station as white as a sheet. On the following day he fell slightly ill with a nervous fever, but was incredibly lively of spirit, cheerful and at ease. The event that had taken place did not become public knowledge at once, but when it reached our town it filtered through to the progymnasium and came to the ears of its authorities. At this point, however, Kolya's mother had rushed to entreat with the authorities for the sake of her boy, the eventual upshot being that the respected and influential schoolmaster Mr. Dardanelov had prevailed upon them and succeeded in defending Kolya's case with them, the matter being dropped as though it had never taken place at all. This Dardanelov, a man single and not by any means old, had been passionately and for many years in love with Mrs. Krosatkina and had already once, about a year ago, most reverentially, and dying inwardly with fear and tactful scruple, ventured upon the risk of offering her his hand, but she had flatly refused, viewing consent as a betrayal of her son, though Dardanelov, were certain enigmatic signs anything to go by, might even possibly have had a certain right to hope that he was not entirely repugnant to the charming, but all too chaste and delicate widow woman, Kolya's crazy prank had, it appears, broken the ice, and in return for his intercession Dardanelov received a hint, albeit a remote one, that he might yet entertain some hope. But Dardanelov was himself a positive phenomenon of purity and tactful scruple, and so for the present that was sufficient to ensure the plenitude of his happiness. He liked the boy, though he would have thought it degrading to try to make him return the sentiment, and dealt with him sternly and demandingly in class. But Kolya himself kept him at a respectful distance, did his homework impeccably, was second in his class, adopted a cold manner with Dardanelov, and the whole class firmly believed that Kolya was so good at world history that he could stymie Dardanelov himself. And indeed, Kolya once asked him the question, "How are the founders of Troy?" To which Dardanelov gave only a general reply concerning the peoples, their movements and migrations, the depths of the ages, mythology, but as to who had actually founded Troy, that is to say, which precise persons, he was unable to say, and even appeared for some reason to find the question idle and lacking in substance. But the boys remained in the conviction that Dardanelov did not know who had founded Troy. As for Kolya, he had read the section dealing with the founders of Troy in Smaragdov's history, 3, which was kept in the bookcase his parent had left after his decease. The upshot was that all the boys acquired a positive interest in the question of precisely who had founded Troy, but Krasotkin did not reveal his secret, and his reputation for knowledge was firmly established. After the railway incident, Kolya's relation to his mother underwent a certain change. When Anna Fyodorovna, Mr. Krasotkin's widow, learned of her dear son's exploit, she almost went out of her mind with horror. Such terrible fits of hysteria, lasting with intervals for several days, did she suffer that Kolya, by now seriously frightened, gave her his word of gentlemanly honor that such a prank would never again be repeated. He vowed on his knees before the icon and vowed by the memory of his father, as Mrs. Krasotkina herself demanded, and as he did so the manly Kolya himself broke into tears, like a 6-year-old, from tender-heartedness, and all that day mother and son kept rushing into each other's embraces, weeping fit to burst. On the following morning Kolya awoke his old hard-hearted self, except that he had now become less talkative, more modest, severe and reflective. To be sure, some 6 weeks later he again landed up in a certain prank, and his name even became known to our local justice of the peace, but it was a prank of quite a different kind, one even comical and harebrained, and in any case it turned out to have been played not by him in person, but had only involved his connivance. Of this, however, later. The mother continued in her trembling and torment, but to the degree in which her anguish grew, so did Dardanelov experience a hope that grew likewise. It should be observed that Kolya had understood and unraveled Dardanelov's emotions in this regard and, of course, held him in profound contempt for his tender-heartedness. He had previously even had the lack of tact to display this contempt in front of his mother, remotely hinting that he understood what Dardanelov was after. But after the railway incident he had changed his conduct on this account, too, permitted himself no more hints, even the most remote ones, and in his mother's presence had begun to utter more respectful opinions concerning Dardanelov, something which the sensitive Anna Fyodorovna at once understood in her heart with boundless gratitude, although at the slightest, most casual remark about Dardanelov uttered even by some outside visitor, were Kolya to be present at the time, she would suddenly flare crimson as a rose with embarrassment. Kolya would at these moments either look frowningly out of the window, or look to see if his boots were yawning at the toes yet, or furiously summon Perezvon for the shaggy-coated, rather large and mangy dog he had suddenly procured from somewhere about a month ago, bringing it into the house and keeping it somewhere inside in secret, never showing him to any of his companions. He tyrannized the dog dreadfully, teaching it all sorts of tricks and artifices, and brought the poor creature to a point where it howled for him when he was out at school, and when he came home yelped with ecstasy, rushing around like a mad thing, begging, rolling over on the floor and pretending to be dead, etc., in a word, demonstrating all the tricks it had been taught, now, however, not on demand, but solely out of the ardency of its own ecstatic feelings and its grateful heart. One thing occurs to me. I have forgotten to mention that Kolya Krasotkin was the same boy whom the boy Ilyusha, who is already familiar to the reader and was the son of the retired second-grade captain Snegiryov, stabbed with his penknife in the hip when standing up for his father, whom the schoolboys had teasingly called Alufa. 2. Youngsters. And so, on that frosty, cold, damp November morning, the boy Kolya Krasotkin was at home. It was Sunday, and there were no classes. But it had already chimed 11 o'clock, and he absolutely had to go outside on a certain very important piece of business, and all the while there he was the only person in the house and decidedly in the capacity of its guardian, for it so transpired that all its more senior inhabitants had, because of a certain urgent and unusual circumstance, absented themselves from the premises. In the house of the widow Krasotkina, across the passage from the rooms she herself occupied, there was yet another set of living quarters, consisting of 2 small rooms, which were rented out to lodgers, and were occupied by a doctor's wife with her 2 young children. This doctor's wife was the same age as Anna Fyodorovna and her close friend, while the doctor himself had over a year ago now gone off somewhere, first to Orenburg and then to Tashkent, it being some 6 months now since anything at all had been heard of him, so that were it not for the friendship of Mrs. Krasotkina, which had somewhat mitigated the unhappiness of the abandoned doctor's wife, she would most certainly have expired in tears from that unhappiness. And then, as though on purpose to crown all these oppressive machinations of fate, it had also transpired that in the course of that very night, from Saturday to Sunday, Katerina, the only serving maid the doctor's wife possessed, had suddenly and unexpectedly announced to her mistress that in the morning she intended to give birth to a child. How it had come to pass that no one had ever noticed this earlier was almost a miracle to them all. In shock, the doctor's wife thought it would be best, while still there was time, to take Katerina to a certain establishment designed to accommodate such cases in our little town at the home of a local midwife. As she valued this serving maid greatly, she lost no time in fulfilling her project, took her there and, moreover, stayed with her there. Later, when morning came, there was for some reason a constant requirement for the friendly sympathy and assistance of Mrs. Krasotkina, who was in this instance able to ask certain people for certain things and to afford a certain degree of patronage. Thus, both ladies were absent, while Mrs. Krasotkina's serving maid, the peasant woman Agafya, had gone to the market, and Kolya found himself the temporary guardian and sentinel of the little ones, that is to say the small son and daughter of the doctor's wife, who had been left all on their very own. Kolya was not afraid of guarding the house, and in any case he had Perezvon, who had been instructed to lie prone under the bench in the vestibule without moving, and who therefore each time Kolya entered the vestibule, on his way from room to room, twitched his head and gave 2 firm and ingratiating thuds of his tail on the floor, but, alas, the summoning whistle did not resound. Kolya would give the unhappy hound a threatening stare, and it would again sink into obedient torpor. No, if there was anything that Kolya found troubling, it was the little ones. The unexpected thing that had happened to Katerina he viewed, of course, with the deepest contempt, but he was very fond of the fatherless little ones and had already taken them in a children's book. Nastia, the elder child, a girl who was now 8, was able to read, while the younger little one, the 7-year-old boy Kostya, very much liked to listen to his sister read. Of course, Krasotkin could have occupied them in more interesting fashion, that is to say, made them both stand side by side and begin to play soldiers with them, or hide and seek about the whole house. This he had done on several previous occasions and was not too snobbish to do so that even in his class the rumor had once begun to spread that Krasotkin played at horses with his diminutive lodgers, prancing like a tracehorse and bending his head to one side, but Krasotkin had proudly foisted off this accusation, with the reproving comment that with boys who were his contemporaries, 13-year-olds, it would indeed have been disgraceful to play at horses in our age, but that he had done it for the sake of the little ones, because he was fond of them, and let no one dare to ask him to render account of his feelings. In return, both little ones worshipped him. On this occasion, however, he had no time for games. There lay ahead of him to be dealt with a certain very important matter of his own, one that even apparently contained what almost mounted to an element of secrecy, and all the while the time was going by, and Agafya, with whom he could have left the children, had still not returned from the market. Already several times he had crossed the passage, opened the door to the rooms of the doctor's wife and anxiously surveyed the little ones who, on his orders, were reading the book he had given them, and each time he opened the door they silently smiled at him from ear to ear, in the expectation that he would come in and do something wonderful to make them laugh. But Kolya was in a state of mental anxiety, and did not go in. At last it had chimed 11, and he had decided firmly and finally that if at the end of 10 minutes the cursed Agafya had not returned, he would leave the house without waiting for her, first, of course, making the little ones give him their word of honor that they would not get cold feet, would not be naughty and would not be afraid and cry. With these thoughts he got into his wadded winter coat with the sealskin collar, put his satchel over his shoulder and, in spite of earlier repeated pleas from his mother that when he went out in such cold weather he should always wear galoshes, merely glanced at them with contempt on his way through the vestibule and left the house in boots alone. Perezvon, seeing him dressed to go out, began to thud his tail on the floor with redoubled vigor, twitching all over with the whole of his body, and even started to let out a plaintive whine, but Kolya, at the sight of such passionate impetuosity on the part of his hound, decided that this was prejudicial to discipline and, even though only for a moment, made him stay under the bench and only when he had opened the door into the passage suddenly whistled him out. The hound leapt up like a mad creature and rushed to gallop before him in ecstasy. Crossing the passage, Kolya opened the door to the little one's room. Both were still sitting at the table as before, but were no longer reading, but hotly arguing about something. These children frequently had disputes with each other about various challenging day-to-day topics, and in them Nastya, being the elder, always had the upper hand. As for Kostya, if he did not agree with her, he nearly always went to appeal to Kolya Krasotkin, and if the latter delivered a verdict, it remained in categorical force for all parties. On this occasion the little one's dispute had engaged Krasotkin's interest somewhat, and he remained in the doorway to listen. The children had seen he was listening, and therefore began their altercation with even greater verve than usual. Never, never will I believe, Nastya was babbling hotly, that little children are found by midwives in the cabbage patches in kitchen gardens. It's winter now, and there aren't any cabbage patches, and the midwife couldn't bring Katerina her daughter. Phew! Kolya whistled to himself. Or else it's like this, they do bring them from somewhere, but only to the women who get married. Kostya stared at Nastya, listened in deep thought and pondered. Nastya, what a silly girl you are, he pronounced at last, firmly and remaining cool. How could Katerina possibly have a little child unless she was married? Nastya flew into a dreadful passion. You don't understand anything, she said irritably, cutting him short. Perhaps she had a husband, only he's in prison, and now she's given birth. Is her husband in prison? The staid Kostya inquired with a consequential air. Or else it's like this, Nastya broke in again, impetuously, having completely abandoned and forgotten her first hypothesis. She doesn't have a husband, you're right about that, but she wants to get married, and she's been thinking of getting married, thinking and thinking of it, and she's still thinking of it, and now what she's got is not a husband but a little child. Yes, that will be it, Kostya agreed, completely vanquished. But you didn't say that before, so how could I have known? Now then, youngsters, Kolya said, taking his stride into their room, you're a dangerous bunch, I can see. Have you got Perezvon with you? Kostya grinned, and he began to snap his fingers and call Perezvon. Little ones, I'm in a decolled situation, Krasotkin began grandly, and you must help me. I think Agafya must have fallen and broken her leg, for she hasn't come home yet, that is sure is signed and sealed, and I have to go out. Will you let me go? The children gave each other worried looks, and their laughing faces began to display uneasiness. As a matter of fact, they had not yet fully understood what was being required of them. You won't be naughty when I'm gone? You won't climb up on the cupboard and break your legs? You won't start crying because you're on your own? The children's faces expressed deep dismay. In return I could show you a certain small item, a little copper cannon that can be fired using real gunpowder. The children's faces instantly brightened up. Show it to us, Kostya said, beaming all over. Krasotkin put his hand in his satchel, took from it a miniature bronze cannon and placed it on the table. "You bet I will. Look, it has wheels," he said, rolling the cannon across the table. "And it can be fired. You can load it with lead shot and fire it." "And can it kill people?" "It can kill anyone, all you have to do is aim." And Krasotkin explained where the gunpowder went and where the piece of shot was rolled in, pointed to the little aperture that served as a touch hole and told them there was a recoil. The children listened with huge interest. They were particularly taken with the fact that there was a recoil. "And have you got gunpowder?" Nastya wanted to know. "Yes, I have." "Show it to us, too," she said slowly, with a beaming smile. Krasotkin again felt in his satchel and took from it a small glass vial that did indeed contain some real gunpowder, and in a screw of paper there proved to be some grains of lead shot. He even unstopped the vial and poured a little of the powder onto the palm of his hand. "There, only we must be sure there is no naked flame anywhere, or else it will blow up and kill us all," Krasotkin warned them for effect. The children examined the gunpowder with reverential fear, which increased their pleasure even further. Kostya, however, was more drawn to the gunpowder. "But doesn't the lead shot burn?" he wanted to know. "No, it doesn't." "Let me have a little of the lead shot," he said in a small, beseeching voice. "I'll give you a little, here, take it, only please don't show it to your mother until I come back, or else she will think it's gunpowder, and she'll be horrified out of her wits and give you a taste of the birch." "Mama never uses the birch on us," Nastya observed at once. "I know, I only said it for the sake of rhetorical style. And you must never deceive your mother, but on this occasion you may, until I get back. So, little ones, may I go? You won't be afraid and cry when I am gone?" "Yes, we will," Kostya said slowly, already preparing to cry. "We will cry, we're sure to." Nastya echoed in a frightened babble. "Oh, children, children, how dangerous are your years. .1 There's nothing for it, my chickadees, I shall just have to sit with you I know not how long. But the time, my goodness." "Tell Perezvon to play dead," Kostya requested. "Oh, there is nothing for it, I shall have to resort to Perezvon." "I, Perezvon." And Kolya began to issue instructions to the dog, and the dog began to perform what he knew. He was a shaggy-coated dog, the size of an ordinary mongrel, with hair that was a kind of gray lilac color. His right eye was blind, and his left ear for some reason had a tear in it. He yelped and jumped, begged, walked on his hind legs, threw himself on his back with all four paws in the air and lay without motion, as though he were dead. During this last trick the door opened, and Agafya, Mrs. Krasotkina's fat serving maid, a pockmarked peasant woman of about 40, appeared on the threshold, having returned from the market with a bag of the provisions she had bought in her hand. She stood and, holding the bag perpendicularly in her left hand, began to stare at the dog. Kolya, in spite of all his waiting for Agafya to arrive, did not interrupt the performance and, making Perezvon remain dead for a certain length of time, at last whistled to him. The dog leapt up and began to jump with joy at having fulfilled his duty. "Will you look at that hound?" Agafya said, for their edification. "And what about you, female sex, why are you so late?" Krasotkin asked sternly. "Female sex, indeed, will you listen to the little upstart?" "Little upstart?" "Yes, little upstart. What is it to you if I'm late?" "If I'm late, it's because I have my business to be late," Agafya muttered, starting to occupy herself around the stove, in a voice that, however, was not at all displeased or angry, but, on the contrary, one of positive pleasure, as though she were glad of the chance of passing a word or two of playful tit-for-tat with the lively young baron. "Listen, frivolous old woman," Krasotkin began, getting up from the sofa, "will you swear to me by all that is holy in this world, and beyond that by something else as well, that you will keep an unwearying eye on the little ones in my absence?" "I am going out." Why do I need to swear to you? Agafya laughed. I'll look after them well enough without that. No, not unless you swear by the eternal salvation of your soul. Otherwise I shall not leave. Well, don't then. What do I care, it's freezing outside, stay at home. Little ones, Kolya said, addressing the children, this woman is going to stay with you until I come back or until your mother comes back, because she too ought to have been back a long time ago. What is more, she will give you lunch. Will you do that, Agafya? I will. Goodbye, my chickadees, now I can leave with a tranquil heart. And listen, Granny, he said in a solemn undertone, as he passed Agafya, I hope you won't start telling them your usual old wives' tales about Katerina, please spare their childish years. ICI, Perezvon. Oh, off you go, Agafya snapped, with anger now. Think you're funny. You ought to get a good birching for saying things like that. 3. A schoolboy. But Kolya was no longer listening. At last he was able to go out. As he went out through the front gate he looked round, gave a tight shrug of his shoulders and, saying, "It's frosty," set off straight up the street and then right along the lane that led to the market square. Upon reaching the last house before the square he stopped outside the gate, took a whistle from his pocket and blew it with all his might, as though giving some signal that had been arranged in advance. He had to wait no more than a minute, and then suddenly towards him from the wicket gate ran a ruddy-faced boy of about 11, also clad in a warm, clean, and even stylish little topcoat. This was the boy Smurov, who was in the preparatory form, while Kolya Krasotkin was now 2 forms higher, the son of a prosperous civil servant who with his wife had apparently forbidden him to play with Krasotkin as being a most notorious and desperate prankster, with the result that Smurov had now apparently run out on the sly. This Smurov, if the reader has not forgotten, was one of that group of boys who 2 months previously had thrown stones across the ditch at Ilyusha and who that day had told Alyosha Karamazov about him. I've been waiting for you a whole hour, Krasotkin, Smurov said with a resolute air, and the boys began to stride towards the square. I was delayed, Krasotkin replied. There were certain circumstances. Are you sure you won't get a thrashing for being with me? Oh, for goodness sake, do you suppose my parents thrash me?